Welcome back to the Crash Space. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. We're back on a Sunday morning. It is the 9th of August. Yeah, I think we missed 808. How is everyone doing today? Apologies, we're starting a bit late. My stomach has been a bit under the weather today. Hopefully we're holding on. We'll have some coffee. Maybe cut the stream really short. It'll be 10 minutes. We're starting closer to 11 than 10, but we have a cool thing to do today regardless. Good morning, Andre Nolan. How's it going? How's your morning? Good morning. I trust you are doing well. I just put up a fan to cool the room down and it's blowing directly on me, and I don't like that. So at some point we'll get up and get annoyed and fix it. Hey Don, how's your Monday? Or sorry, wow, your Sunday morning as well. Hopefully you're well. We are returning. We're trying a couple weird things. So this is actually a bit of a request from a bunch of folks. It's a deck that I've actually played off camera, and I thought it was okay. But I've talked to a bunch of different people that in comments and in chat who've expressed wanting to see something like this. This is a Quicksilver deck that has the new, what's it called? The Best Offense, which is a pretty interesting card. It's not a card when I saw it previewed I thought it was like that cool, but there's certain decks that can do really good stuff with it, really strong stuff with it. We'll talk about it a bit more, but Quicksilver is one of the best like users of this, at least from what I've seen. It's a card that you'd want to be able to recur and get access to every turn, and then you also want to ready a bunch, which Quicksilver can only do part of that. The other part is largely undoable. I think the only person who can like maybe recur this is there's a champion ally, a protection champion traded ally that you have to be a champion yourself, that allows you to grab a card and shuffle it into your deck after it leaves play. So I think it's one of the few ways that you can play the best offense, but all the champion protection characters or that like would want to play defense, none of them have a lot of readies. And I think like to make this card good, you need both things. You need a good defense stat, you need a lot of readies. And then ideally you can recur this, but I mean, nobody can do that, I don't think so. I'll show you what we're working with. So just to jump in, we're starting a bit late. This is Quicksilver. Quicksilver is one of my favorite heroes. He's actually the reason I got into this game. I bounced off the core set when it came out many moons ago. And then I tried Quicksilver and I played a pre-con deck of Quicksilver versus Ultron. And I thought it was just the coolest thing. Because Quicksilver is a real weird puzzle. It's a bit of a build out. And then you have to like set all your upgrades down. He's one of the few decks in Marvel Champions. And I think the only other one that's a bit worse than this, or like a bit more extreme than this, maybe there's two other that come to mind. Quicksilver doesn't have any like real tempo cards in his deck. So a lot of his deck is just like setup and then cards that pay off of certain board states. But there's not a lot of cards that just like do something now, that just like push you forward. I think there's two other champions that are like this. You have Nebula, who's a really interesting design. And then I would say probably also Rocket Raccoon. I don't think Rocket Raccoon has any cards that like push him forward immediately. They're all just like, you know, these are upgrades that will pay off in 2 to 3 turns. Maybe he has one thwart card that like gives him value right now. And I don't think that's like a death sentence. I don't think it's that bad. It's just kind of interesting. Some cards are tempo cards, some cards are build-up cards. This is definitely a build-up hero, and you'll see why. Hey, Blast from the Past with the new toys. Greeting from the Netherlands. Hey, I need to read this right. Chicks? I don't know how to say that. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hey, morning, Joel. How's it going? Pinpoint. Yes, Pinpoint's the one. As far as I know, Pinpoint's the only character that will allow you to recur your protection upgrades, which this is what this deck really wants to do. However, you need to have a champion trait, and then on top of it, it's like not the best card, but I do think if you can recur or bring back the best defenses, this deck would be so much better than it is right now, and it's already pretty good. So this is Quicksilver. Notably, I'm playing with an alt art. This was given to me by Boom Guy, so it is just Quicksilver, but this is the winning hand version of this, so it has art from the comics. The artist on this side is Sean Isaacs, something like that. And mind you, all the graphic design stuff is done like by Band of Sirens. On the back, we have Pietro. This was done by John Watson. I believe these are all from comics. So Quicksilver stat line, it's pretty bad. It's remarkably bad. It's a 1/1/1 stat line. However, Quicksilver has this response super speed that says once per phase, not round, you can just ready Quicksilver after he uses a basic power. Which means functionally you can attack for 1, attack for 1. You can thwart for 1, thwart for 1. He's technically a 2 defense on everything, a 2 stat on everything. Even defending, as much as defending gets a bit worse when you only defend for 1, you get a free defend for 1 every round. The villain attacks you, you exhaust, you defend for 1, you ready yourself, cool. You just took 1 fewer damage. And so Quicksilver is really important that you buff up his stats. Because the idea is that if you have 1 attack stat, every villain phase you can attack for 2. But if you have a 2 attack stat, you can attack for 4. If you have a 3 attack stat, you attack for 6, and so on and so on. So Quicksilver is like a very good person to receive bigger numbers. And the Best Defense, the card that we built the deck around, really does have bigger numbers. So he's just a really good reason to use these. Let alone does he already ready? His kit has an extra like 4 events that just ready him, which is fantastic. Hey, Proofrock, greeting from the other side of the world. Having so much fun with the new protection cards. How was your flight back? Was it actually just waiting on your doorstep the way that you thought it would? I'm going cleaning my deck, preparing for EBR stream tonight or tomorrow. The anime con is next weekend, so my free time has turned to near zero. Oh, which anime con is it next weekend? Is it like the family anime con? Um, Anyways, Quicksilver's good. We've said this before, like having a 2 attack set or a 2 thwart set, honestly, that's fine. But one of the big things is having flexibility, so you could attack for 1, thwart for 1. In theory, in a vacuum, Quicksilver seems like a really good, again, vessel for these like perfect thwart, perfect defense, perfect block, perfect attack cards that we've seen a couple of them, but we're expecting much more of them to come throughout the wave, what's it called, the Defenders wave. So do keep that in mind, because as much as if you need to keep Quicksilver's stats low to get access to perfect whatever, the ability to not waste thwart, attack, and defense to some extent is like really, really good to Quicksilver. Now, his alter ego text is fine. It's like sometimes you do forget about it. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the superpowered version of superpowered siblings, but the action says discard 2 cards from your hand in alter ego to draw 2 cards. So you just cycle cards. It's not card advantage, but you can just get rid of things you don't want, which is fine. You draw 3 cards instead of you have Wanda in play, and Wanda Maximoff either could be at the table, but she is your ally, your nuke ally. But we are playing a Ronin deck that wants to play no allies on the table, so that text is not going to be relevant. Regardless, it is there. It's not bad. It's just like not a reason to jump down necessarily. Now this is our key card. And this is like the most important card in our deck. It's a superpower, it's a condition, it's an upgrade. You can search for this, or technically if you play side schemes or if you play certain allies. Actually, no, I don't think there's any allies that get this. We're not a mutant technically. But this card is absurdly good. It's expensive, but once it's on the table, you can exhaust this to generate a physical resource. But after you're ready, it readies this. Which means, again, use the resource first, then attack, then ready yourself. This readies, use the resource, and then attack. And if you have another ready, well, you pay the ready for 1, it readies it, it's free. So this will definitely give you 2 resources on just about every turn, and then sometimes it gives you 3 or 4 resources. This card, and also Quicksilver, is really good for protection, because notably his text is once per phase, so you can always defend for free, which generates a free 1-cost resource or physical resource during the villain phase, which you can use for one of the classic 1-cost defense events, which is really nice, because once you ready, you get that resource back. So like Quicksilver is already a really good home, and this is one of his most important cards, because on any turn that you can ready 3 or 4 times, this is 3 or 4 resources, and obviously that's quite good. Speaking of that, and shout out to Netrunner, always be running. You have 4 copies of this, and this is like really important that you play it for free, but a big reason why bringing our stats up is good. So no surprise, we have the most copies of this. However, we can add more copies. In fact, our deck has 7 ways, I think slightly more maybe, to ready ourselves. And this is the new card, Army of One. It is truly only 1 cost if you have no allies, and this deck only has 1 ally. It's our unique, and we're not going to play her. Just a 1-cost ready your hero, which for us is a free ready your hero if we have friction resistance. And then, of course, if our stats are good, that's just more stats. And we don't have anything that says when you activate do X, like Shuri, who could maybe be a nice person who wants to use Army of One. Besides our friction resistance, all we're doing is having good numbers. We have nothing that fires when we do X, but that's still good enough. And now our deck has, again, 7 copies of a ready. So getting our stats up is super, super important. I've been making true Ronin decks, published 3 already. Yes, by true Ronin, you just mean like no allies, right? Like just playing the Ronin cards. I'm wondering, like, this archetype has, like 3 or 4 cards, and you play all 3 or 4 of them in every deck. So it's largely just trying to show off like which hero does it best or most interestingly. And I think Quicksilver is definitely a candidate, at least when it comes to the best defense. The family anime con, yeah, so it's close enough that I know to get to deal with all the logistics so I can run con operations. That sounds fun. Hopefully it is an enjoyable thing, or at least a busy week in the summer that is what you're happy once it's done. It's probably one or the other, right? Now, our deck has, again, a lot of these upgrades, and you got to watch out because you are a setup hero, but most of these upgrades don't do anything. They just go on the table and they give you stats. Now, again, 1 thwart is technically 2 thwart on a turn, which means every turn we can thwart for 4, which is pretty good for a solo character. But you have to watch out. You draw hands that just don't like progress the game forward. So hyper perception for 2 gives us 1 thwart, which is kind of, value, the market rate. Reinforced sinew gives us +1 attack. It's also a superpower, which you can make those cheaper. We have Accelerator Elite Reflex, which is probably one of the more important ones. It gives us +1 defense, and we want to be defense maxing for some obvious reasons because, well, we have all the cards that give our defense up. We have Armored Vest. Oh, mind you, Accelerated Reflex is more expensive than it should be. Normally, 1 defense upgrades cost 1. I don't know why this one's more expensive. I think it just gets some symmetry, but technically defending for free is maybe a bit better in this deck than it is in a lot of decks. So we have Armored Vest, which means our defense stat can go up to 2. We have the new card, Innate Reflexes, which starts in our opening hand. Some games, this is actually not something you want in your opening hand if the first turn presents a lot of problems. Like against Kingpin, I found Innate Reflexes to be actually a big downside, usually. That brings us up to defense 3 if we can. We have defensive conditioning, which brings us up to not only defense 4, but extra health. And then, of course, we finally have Ronin. And Ronin is one of the new cards that really wants you to do this thing where you play no allies, because for 1 resource, you get 1 defense and 1 retaliate, which is an absolute steal. So when we play all these cards down, we get 5 defense, and notably, we can defend for free every villain phase. Now, the big thing is we have 3 copies of the best defense. And this is a card, again, when it came out, I wasn't super hot on it. I don't think there's that many decks that I'm really stoked for this. I think for this card to be like really, really compelling, you definitely need to be playing a deck that can ready a lot, let alone get the defense stat up a lot. I've no doubt people are enjoying this in things like Nightcrawler and other defense-based heroes. But ultimately, I think for me to be stoked about this card, you need to be able to ready yourself constantly. And Quicksilver, the floor is already so high, and on certain turns it can be even higher and higher. This is the best defense. You can play as many as you want, but they only last a round, not a phase, a round, which is good. You get +1 defense, but then your defense replaces your thwart and attack stat, and your thwart and attack stat cannot be modified anymore. It's basically just what is your defense stat. Which means once we get everything down, we'll be at least 6 defend, except we'll also be at 6 thwart and 6 attack. That means we can attack for 12. No problem. Attack for 6, ready, attack for 6. And that is pretty strong in solo, let alone if you have at least 1 more ready card, you can attack for 18, right? Like basically now every ready is worth 6 damage or 6 thwart. And that is very, very, very powerful. This deck again has at least 8 readies, 1 you always have access to, and then 7 more in your deck. And this becomes really quite good. I've been surprised how explosive this is, right? There's a bunch of cute things you can do with this, and we'll talk about them more in a second, because unfortunately, the more of the cute things you can put in this deck, the less I've liked them, because they're very, very conditional on like being on the right board state and being on the best defense turn. Because like if I can tell you your attack is going to be 6 or your thwart is going to be 6 on any given turn, there's some really good protection cards that can benefit off that. The problem is though, like currently in the standard format, there is no way to get the best defense consistently or recur it. So like there are best defense turns and there's non-best defense turns. And we'll talk about the cards that we're considering in this deck, but there's easy to add cards like Counterpunch, which says after you defend, do damage equal to your attack stat. So it's like, wow, that's a 0 for 6. That's absurd. Except you can't always have these cards lined up. And Counterpunch, unfortunately, is a really dead card if you're not on the best defense turn, when your attack stat is maybe 1, if not 2, right? And so that's not good. So I can't figure out what to do with it. I just found like just playing the best defense, honestly, was like the best outcome from it. And then playing all the cute cards on top of best defense that seemed like they would support it seemed to be, at least in solo, a bridge too far, but we'll find out together. There are currently 11 heroes without identity-specific allies. Oh, you mean characters that just don't have one in their deck. So instead of just not playing your ally, you just don't have a choice. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I couldn't tell you the overlap of characters who don't have identity-specific upgrades or allies, whether they're better at defending or not. Hey, HFT, Protection Quicksilver is going to be fun with some of the new cards. He's like, it's weird, because I'll be honest, it's powerful, but it's not incredibly exciting. And that's because there's not a lot of turns in which you're asked really interesting questions. And there's actually a chance that this is just like the recoil coming off of playing so much Daredevil and Echo. Because Daredevil has some of the most flexible like board state answers, so flexible puzzles. Any board can be shown to you and you can be like, oh, I figure out how to solve it. When it comes to Echo, when it comes to recurring cards and setting up combos, like again, every board state is this like really fascinating puzzle. With Quicksilver now, and specifically with this deck, it's when we have turns where we're doing the best defense in which we're popping off, and then other turns in which we're just like a basic Quicksilver deck. It's like, okay. It's definitely will do things and it wins things. Right? It's like quite good at stuff. It has some weaknesses. It's not good at dealing with things on turn 1. And you know, there's certain scenarios that deal with a lot of problems on turn 1. Like I've really been struggling to deal with Quicksilver and our nemesis when it comes to Kingpin. Again, I don't know what to think about Kingpin. The difficulty for Kingpin is all over the place and is largely dependent on your nemesis. Our nemesis is not the worst, but it's not great for us. The best events could be neat with Cable and Escanisan. Yeah, I like Escanisan a lot. I think it's such a cool build around card. After you defend against an enemy attack, exhaust this and spend a resource remove threat. I mean, you probably don't need it. That's the thing. Is like your defense is already around 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 if you're playing defense, right? And you generally want to clear a side scheme. And so clearing a side scheme, right? Like, I don't know. This is the issue I have with the best defense is like the best defense is really good when there's a huge delta, like a difference between your defense stat and your attack or your thwart stat. Admittedly, on Quicksilver, it's like that's also kind of funny because we're 1s on everything. But like for Cable, if you make your thwart stat 4 or 5, doesn't matter. I mean, maybe it does. I can't tell. How's it going, by the way, Slamule? It's normally in October, though. This year they've been more hectic because we had to move to a new hotel and they only had this weekend free. Oh, wild. I mean, maybe a summer is a more pleasant time to do it. I couldn't tell you. Now, talking about our super turns, We have one more card in our deck that makes our super turns, and it's maximum velocity. This is like one of my favorite cards in Quicksilver because it's so fun when you set these turns up without even having to stat max with the best defense. And maximum velocity gives you +2 to all your stats until the end of the round. Now, it's funny that this card's actually a fair bit worse in the best defense deck in some ways, because you're just playing this to get +2 defense. Generally, when you play maximum velocity in Quicksilver, you get +2 attack, +2 thwart, +2 defense. So you like attack once, ready, thwart once, ready, attack once, ready, and then defense once in the villain phase, and then you get all your stats and more. But admittedly, this card is just paying 2 resources to get +2 defense for a turn, which is like a fair bit worse, weirdly enough, when the best defense is there. Like, it's not amazing, but the more readies you have, the more that's worth it, because for every ready, you know, those stats multiply. So in theory, you're playing it on a 2 or 3 ready turn, you're paying 2 resources for +6, which is at least fine, right? Like, it's not amazing, but it's fine. So it's weird how the numbers add up in strange ways, and sometimes they don't add up. Maximum velocity does feel a bit better when you're not doing best defense. It's like one of those cards that like bails you out of the, not every turn has to be a best defense turn or offense turn. Now, we're a defense deck, and we can defend for free once per round, so we should play a lot of the things that give us value from defending. We already have, hopefully, Retaliate 1. Unflappable is not guaranteed to fire, because we only have like a 4 or 5 defense, which when you're playing Solo Expert doesn't, again, against a lot of 3 boosts, you're going to take a bit of damage, but if Unflappable fires, which is good. Standalone is a card that I actually really quite like, and I think it more so because it enables you to do other things. This is a card that seems, especially with solo play or 2-player, like just such a good staple when it comes to playing the no allies archetype. This says when an enemy is attacking you and you have no allies, you can choose to ready yourself and exhaust this. So you don't have to defend against the next attack. But this means if the villain does a double attack, so you get like an encounter card that says the villain attacks you and you have no allies, you don't just lose. If you've been watching this channel for a while, in fact, most of the times that we lose on solo are times in which we greedily set up upgrades or play like big events, as opposed to just setting up a boring ally. Because sometimes in solo, you just need a boring ally to chump an attack when you get attacked twice in the same phase, especially against some of the stronger villains. So that's like kind of frightening. And this card solves it, let alone this card allows you to play one of the best cards in protection is Taunt. The idea is that Taunt is so easy for us to play, because now we have like 3 readies in the hero phase if we're already have this exhausted, and Taunt just says the villain attacks you, draw 3. This card is usually free with a friction resistance because you play it, you defend, you ready yourself. You generally want to not use your Quicksilver text if you have standalone ready, because you want to fire standalone first, then ready, then attack, then Quicksilver, then attack, right? Like that's the third thing you do. So just watch out that you're not always just firing Quicksilver all the time, because if you have a Taunt, again, you just go up +3 cards, and attacking you is usually not that bad, and you have Retaliate, which is quite nice. You can't just call me a boring ally? Hey, Maddie, wait, what? I don't understand. I think Maddie made a joke. She explained in the other room. Every Daredevil turn is such a satisfying puzzle. It really is. It is such a cool, satisfying puzzle. And I do think, again, some of the newer designs are a bit more like interesting, but I still really appreciate Quicksilver's like moving pieces. So in harm's way, 3 cost, technically, could be 4 cost, but we're going to try to keep this at 3 cost. This card, it just says, deal X damage to an enemy and remove X threat from a scheme, where X is your defense. This card, the numbers on it are really good once you start to hit like 3 or 4 defense. At 4 defense, you're getting 8 value for 4 resources, which is like market rate. That's really quite good. You don't always have something with 4 threat on it, but like we're not particularly good at thwarting, so it's not uncommon for there to be a side scheme, or we jump down and the main scheme gets a bunch of threat on it. But this card is really good. It doesn't actually really interact with the best defense in any notable way. Technically, it makes your defense stat go up. But if we go up to 5 defense stat, which we usually do get to at some point, this is, again, 4 resources effectively to do 5 damage and 5 threat, which is really good. It's really, really quite good. And then, of course, we can activate, ready ourselves, and activate. So we can get a lot done. This card is actually in a lot of hands better than a lot of the weird convoluted stuff. Like, you have to do the math, and it's not always intuitive, but in most hands where it's not a best defense turn, if you have maximum velocity or you have in harm's way, they're very comparable depending on what you have to get done. Like, sometimes hitting the breakpoints matters, but maximum velocity is basically 2 resources to get +4, unless you have another ready. This is usually 4 resources to get +10, right? Like, so do the math, but you have to just calculate on which board state which one is better. And it's nice to have these flexible cards, and I do really appreciate this card because it's one of the few cards we have in our deck that just does things to the table, as opposed to like is upgrade based and setup based. It is technically upgrade based and setup based, like, don't get me wrong, and we really have to get our defense stat up as soon as possible. Now, this is our only like true tempo card. It's double time. We have 2 copies of it. It's like fine. Notably, it's not an attack or thwart, so it beats stun or confuse, which is good, and guard and retaliate. But it just says for 2, do 2 damage twice, or 2 thwart twice, or the mixture of, which is not bad. It solves a lot of issues, right? Like that's just a bit thwarting, a bit of damage, knocks off toughness, and knocks off retaliates. You'll do with it as you will. It is superpower traded, which you can work with. I don't think we have our superpower generator in this version of the deck. And then Speed Cyclone's kind of awesome. It's really good in Fear No Evil because there's a lot of enemies that have stun, or sorry, that have vulnerable. This costs X, this stuns X enemies. This might be the only X costed card in the game, and X cost cards are just like kind of a lot of fun. As much as you could look at the whole, in theory, you could look at what's his name, at Wonderman, and say that he has a lot of X cost cards. But yeah, it's good. Very much good against vulnerable, and against Fear No Evil specifically. There's a lot of villains that are very weak to stun or confuse because the majority of mechanics in the whole box all are about if you got attacked or if something attacks. So stopping that from happening is important. Now, I really wish I could fire this more. It's Serval Industries. It's an alter ego action that says exhaust Serval Industries to shuffle 2 Quicksilver cards from your discard pile into your deck. If you come off of playing, the cards that came out in Fear No Evil that say shuffle 1 and then draw an alter ego, that feels a bit better. But one of the cool puzzles is jumping down to alter ego and shuffling in all your readies. So the bottom of your deck is like 6 readies and a best defense, which is a very, very lethal turn for the villain. So it's up to you to figure out if you can make it work. Not always in this deck so far that I've been able to jump down into alter ego, because notably, if we're not playing allies, we have access to very little confuse. We don't have a lot of allies to thwart, guaranteed. So it's a bit sketchy to jump down. And then finally, we have our ally, Scarlet Witch, our sister, which has text on it. We're not going to read because we're never going to play this, largely because it messes up with like 6 of the cards in our deck. Stream shared Quicksilver, my goat. Quicksilver, my goat for sure. How's it going, Metapher? Thank you. Now we have Energy, Genius, and Strength, but now let's talk about it. This list has, if we want to play 40 cards, and I think we really wanted to play 40 cards in this deck, because inherently this deck is just one big combo deck. Not only is finding friction resistance as soon as possible the most important thing, but just kind of keeping up the density of the best defenses and the amount of readies we have per capita is like one of the most important things we can do. So I don't want to play bigger than 40 cards if we can avoid it. When I was testing this deck, I played like a 42, 44 card version, and I really want to cut it down. But I think for the last 4 slots, we actually have a lot of interesting questions to ask, and I honestly don't know the answers to these. So if you know in chat, and we'll hopefully find out today, we'll kind of keep attention to this, but we have 4 more slots in this deck, and I'll tell you the things that I've tried, the things that I'm excited to try today, and the things that again I've tried and haven't really worked out. So firstly, what doesn't kill me? This is just another cheap ready. It's relatively cheap. So it's a 2-cost card. You can only play this if you've taken a bit of damage, and you usually leak damage in the early game. Generally, again, minions are a problem for us. This says hero action requires a physical, which our friction resistance generates. We ready ourselves and heal 2 damage. And again, readying ourselves is good because if we have increased stats on the power in all of us, let alone just having a 2 attack stat or 2 thwart stat, means that this is heal 2, deal 2. That's fine. It's okay. It's like, again, fine. Notably, any card that readies you makes your further turn 1 cheaper because of friction resistance ready. So this is functionally like a 1-cost ready, which puts it not on par with the other cards we have in our deck, but it's not bad. It's also notably a card that's like flexible on a lot of board states. So if you draw in the early game, it's not entirely useless. And that's kind of the issue. There's a lot of cards you can play in these deck that are entirely useless unless you're set up or even specifically on a best defense turn. And I found those cards to be really, really expensive when you play a solo, because at the end of the day, if you're not on the best defense turn, the best defense cards, they don't do anything. Speaking of that, this is Leading Blow, which this is actually one of the big reasons I wanted to show this deck on stream. And we could even try this because a nice person in chat on Friday said, hey, what's your thoughts about Leading Blow in a best defense deck? And I don't think I understood immediately why that would be a thing you wanted to do. Like, it's obvious why you'd want to do it, but then really why you want to do it is actually like the layer that kind of was missed to me. So Leading Blow is a 0-cost interrupt event. It says when your hero makes a basic attack, discard the top card in the counter deck and reduce your hero's attack for that attack by the number of printed boost icons on the card that you just discarded. Now, if the attack at least does any amount of damage, you get rid of your hero. So you're generally doing an attack, you're lowering your attack by some value, but the benefit is you're getting a ready from that, which for our deck can be quite valuable. I've largely only played this in things, decks that can attack really hard, or decks that know the top of the deck. So like Falcon or Drax, and specifically Drax draws a card usually when he attacks, so it's even cheaper. But the thing about this card is like, we're probably going to be attacking on the best defense turn for 5 or 6, which means this is guaranteed to ready us, right? Because we discard a card, reduce our thing by like 2, we still do 4 damage. So this function just becomes a 0-cost ready, which is technically does take some damage off of our turn, but it's a 0-cost ready, which is pretty good. Now, what I didn't realize is this says reduce your hero's attack by the number of printed boost icons. And the big thing is the best defense ignores that. Best defense says that ignore any modifiers to your thwart and attack. So even if this thing discards a 7 boost, doesn't exist, but you know, work with me for a second, you would still have whatever your attack best defense sets your attack to, which is basically what is your defense stat, which means the leading blow is guaranteed to ready you. It always readies you no matter what. So on the best defense turn, it always readies you. That's it. It's a 0 cost ready. 1 cost readies are good for our deck too, because we have the friction resistance, but a 0 cost ready is also totally fine. Now, the only issue with this card is that it's very not good unless we're on a best defense turn, right? And that's the sort of thing that a lot of these cards that I've tried, we've ran into this issue, is that there's some really cool interactions. But unfortunately, if you're not playing best defense or firing best defense for that round, these cards don't do anything, or they're definitely not worth their slot, right? Like, in fact, leading blow is probably a bad thing to be doing actively on most board states, because at best we have a 2 attack stat, so it's very likely leading blow just says -2 damage, nothing, right? Like, it's a really, really bad card spend. That being said, on the best defense turns, it's really good. So I don't think you can do this in the card pool right now, but it's the sort of thing I'm definitely going to keeping my eye open for. It's like, what decks can we play that let us replay the best defense or grab best defense convincingly and consistently turn after turn after turn, so it doesn't feel expensive to play these cards leading blow, like, right? Because having this card in your deck is expensive when it doesn't work. I think my answer right here at the top is like, probably play Echo. I didn't want to play Echo again on this channel because we've already played Ronin Echo with 2 best defenses. And I think you can build an Echo deck that plays 3 best defenses. And then because she has the ability to replay cheaply 0 cost cards she tucks in the Echo zone or replay them using photographic reflexes, it shouldn't be that expensive to add a whole bunch of extra of these events, right? Like, it's probably not that bad to do. So you can get away with a lot of these cards. But I can't tell you whether leading blow is worth playing in this deck. I think we can try it. The thing is, like, the highs are actually pretty good. It's just the lows are like really, really low. And when it comes to solo expert play, you generally have to make sure that your cards have a minimum viable standard. This might be kind of outside of it. On that note, Counterpunch, same idea. This says after your hero defends against an enemy attack, which we defend for free, so it shouldn't be that hard, deal damage to that enemy equal to your hero's attack. Unfortunately, it's that enemy, which makes sense. Now, on the floor, this is a 0 for 1, which is not great. If we get our attack set up to 2 with the enforced sinew or whatever it's called, that's 0 for 2, which is on rate. That's what you expect. And of course, on the best defense turn, this can be a 0 for 6, which is pretty wild. Now, I ended up cutting these, or I went down from 3 to 2 to 1 when I was testing this deck, just because, again, this card is not amazing in your opening hand. It's only good once you're set up, and then on top of that, it's only really great when you're on that turn that you can't guarantee you'll be on all the time. Again, the only card in the format that allows you to play that turn more consistently is Pinpoint, and unfortunately Pinpoint is not, we're not a champion. I like using Yellow Jacket to find the best defense and use defensive training to shuffle, but you're stretching your shuffle a bit too much. Yeah, that is the issue. It's like Yellow Jacket is, I think, the only ally that allows you to search aggressively for upgrades, which is really good. But then the issue is you pay 3 costs for Yellow Jacket, so then you have fewer cards in hand to do your stuff. But then the bigger thing on top of that is that the turn that you have the best defense, you're meant to be an army of 1 deck, and now you have an ally. So it's like really hard to support this package with allies in the first place, even if you look at pinpoints. The other thing is defensive training. I thought that was only for events, but is it any protection card? Choose a protection. No, it's an event. Yeah. So like you can do it with lead the blow, but you can't recycle best defense. So it's like, it is hard out there. I've been playing a Justice Quicksilver, Brains over Brawn over the summer, and it's wild. I don't know if I know what that card is. After your hero makes a basic thwart, deal damage to an enemy equal to your hero's thwart value. I don't get this one. That's expensive. Why does this card cost 2? This card could cost 1. After your hero makes a basic thwart, deal damage to an enemy equal to your hero's thwart value. So like ideally your thwart value is like 5 or 6. And then this is still like a 2 for 5 or 2 for 6 consistent, like with conditions. That's weird. Notably, very similar card to this in Protection's True Grit. And same thing, I had 3 of these in the deck, specifically because I was worried Quicksilver can't thwart. And this is the exact same problem with Counterpunch. On certain turns, it's good. The fact that cost 1 is like not that bad because you have friction resistance, but it says after your hero defends against an enemy attack, remove threat equal to your thwart. And on certain turns, your thwart is 6, which is fine. But like, yeah, this card just has a really, really, really bad floor. As high as the ceiling is, the floor does matter. Now, the other cards that could be considered Death Focus is probably worth playing. We have a lot of superpowers, and we just added another superpower to the deck. I'm pretty sure, yeah, what doesn't kill me is... Oh, no, it's not a superpower. But regardless, all our upgrades are superpowers. Almost all our events are superpowers, if not all of them. So, like, the floor on Death Focus is pretty good. Electrostatic Armor is also, like, not bad. You can make this deck maybe even a bit more explosive if you want to play some tech cards. And then on top of the tech cards, you want to play Repurpose. Because Repurpose is the same thing. It readies you and increases your stats. And for a deck that has as many readies, there's actually a lot of turns where repurpose is like kind of, not exactly, but like gets close to being a mini version of the best offense, except you also get to play all these tech cards. The thing is, like, the best defense package requires a lot of slots because it requires all the readies and requires all the other Ronin, things that you have to sacrifice. So regardless, you can play electrostatic on its own. You can play electrostatic with more tech cards and play repurpose. So there's again, I do want to play this as a 40 card deck, but even adding more readies and more stat boosters to this deck makes sense. If you can get your stats up to 9 on a turn, you probably just like one shot both sides of the villain with enough readies, which is pretty dang wild. Other cards you can consider Desperate Defense. This card's not bad. You play this for free largely with your thing, and it just readies you. Now, this is only good if you're getting attacked multiple times or you're playing multiplayer, because this is a free ready when you play it in hero mode. And then, yeah, to counterpunch and a True Grit, those are already there. The last thing is kind of worth saying is like, it might be worth trying this. So a lot of our cards care about us not playing allies, but that doesn't mean that we can't play allies. And specifically, Nick Fury and Professor X are very, very good allies, but they're also only around for a turn. With Nick Fury, it can be a bit awkward because if you play Nick Fury and then draw into like an in harm's way, it's like, okay, that's a 4-cost in harm's way. That's not particularly great. And you can't really choose to get rid of Nick Fury. But you can plan your turn around it to some extent. And Nick Fury is just such a good card when it comes to solo play, especially because we want to set up as quickly as possible and find our upgrades while getting like, stuff on the table. Nick Fury is not bad. And similarly, Prof X is really good because it gives us Confuse, gives us Thwart, gives us a chump block, which we don't really need the chump block that much, but it also gives us one of the ways to jump down to Alter Ego. I guess I should say Ready for Fight is also pretty fine in this deck and allows us to get to Alter Ego to fire our text and then maybe file Serval. And if we're firing Serval, we can do cool stuff. It's easy to play because we have, what's it called? Our friction resistance. So like you could try these. Professor X is not going to draw cards, so there should be no surprise on the turn if you draw into like one of your weird Ronin cards that has bad scaling if you have allies. So I think there's a chance that like these are playable. My guess is Professor X is a bit better than Nick because you'll run into less sharp corners. But I do think probably my preferred version of this list is like maybe 1 What Doesn't Kill Me, 1 Deft Focus, and then 2 copies of Ready for a Fight. And then we can throw all the stuff out. But I'm not 100% sure. I think I want to try the Leading Blow, but I'm pretty sure you're going to see us just discard it from like the majority of hands. And then on the turns where it's good, it's probably very good. But it's like kind of similar to Counterpunch. At least the difference with Counterpunch is it's kind of like a defense traded event as much as it's not. So you don't want to hold it in your hand on the best defense turn, which kind of makes it worse, right? Like the sort of cards that you just have to hope you draw into are just like so much more expensive in this game. But cards that you can play on your turn are a lot better. Quicksilver versus Hela. Like in COVID time, I guess so. Is that how that was? Arcady, how's it going? You're playing my fave hero this game. Let's go. Also, dang, you're streaming early. I mean, I'm streaming late. Tom, how's it going? We usually start like an hour, like 5 minutes earlier than we started today. But Sunday mornings is how it goes. Hopefully you're doing well. I think Depth Focus is too good not to run. Yeah, I think there's a chance that Depth Focus is too good not to run. We have a lot of superpowers. If you get your friction resistance down, it's not like you miss it that much because you can largely just use this for everything. But I think there's a chance. I don't want to play 41. Like probably the best thing would be is like 2 What Doesn't Kill Me, or sorry, 1 What Doesn't Kill Me, 1 Depth Focus, 2 Ready for Fights. I think that's the most consistent thing we could do and allows us to play with our Alter Ego cards, which are good cards. I think for the stream, we'll probably just do 1 What Doesn't Kill Me, 1 Depth Focus, and 2 Leading Blows just to try it for the first game. But I'm pretty sure like the highs of this are not worth the lows. But I want to test it, right? Like saying one thing and then trying out one thing are 2 very important different things. So we'll give it a shot. Can't believe you chose to be early specifically to make me late. I was late. I wasn't early. Lucy, how's it going? DF 100%? Yeah, Depth Focus is really, really quite strong. I was watching a Stretch 22 video this morning while I was having breakfast, and he was playing heroic, what's his name, Daredevil, and he's showing his deck dive, and he has 3 copies of Depth Focus, and I was like, wait a second, you can play 3 copies of Depth Focus in your Daredevil deck because you'll be able to fire all of them, no problem. Then of course it has max 1 per player, and his bigger point was like, if you have 3 of them, you'll find one as soon as possible, which is pretty good. I mean, that is the sort of revelation I had recently with team building exercises, that there are literally some decks that do want to play 2 copies of team building exercise because it's not unique. And you are playing 2 traded cards every turn. Unfortunately, Depth Focus is not the way, but it'd be cool, huh? Interesting. Only doing 1 What Doesn't Kill Me. Yeah, our deck already has like 7 readies. So like having the 9th ready has kind of collapsing value. But on top of that, like we are pretty good at defending, so we don't take that much damage. Like What Doesn't Kill Me is a good card for sure. But like when your deck already has 7 readies, you don't want to put too many readies because they're not good cards on turn 1s, right? Like 7's already a goofy number. So there's a chance this deck doesn't want any What Doesn't Kill Me's. It just is really good with the best defense turns. What time is it up there? I'm in Texas. I'm in Montreal, so it's about 11:30 in the morning. I'm imagining we're only like an hour ahead of you, huh? Texas has to be the central time, right? That's mostly it. So far, this list has been fun. You've had some really explosive pop-off turns, but of course you do. Sometimes the decision space isn't like particularly big, but that doesn't mean it's not interesting. And it's more about deciding where to put your like activations on a given turn more than it is like which cards you play. Because usually you just are like stage 1 set up. Then once you get your stats, stage 2 blow up. And that's fun. I'm into that. Only an hour ahead. Do you always stream this early on Sundays? Usually we start streaming on Sundays around 10:15, 10:30 a.m. And then we stream until about like 2, 1:30, depending on what we're doing. Today my stomach was a bit rough this morning, so we started a bit later. It's holding on right now. Is all of Texas one time zone? I'm imagining it is. Texas is big for sure, but like usually the middle of America is just one big time zone. Yeah, I think it's central. Ryan, how's it going? If you could stack Death Focus, Daredevil will be broken. I know. I was so excited for that for a moment. Looking at the deck splayed on the table, like, oh my god, we've unlocked the power. Good morning. I was also watching the video this morning. Yeah, right? Yeah, I know you subscribe. Yeah, seeing a deck with 3 Under Surveillance is pretty wild. I mean, Under Surveillance is like a slightly better card in Daredevil than it looked like. I think we mentioned this before. It's like Daredevil's, a lot of his thwart cards care about like upgrades attached to the main scheme. And so like just attaching an Under Surveillance is like kind of good because it's always there. So that's cool. I'm into that. Especially also because jumping down is a fair bit safer in heroic, let alone in solo play. Tuning in for the first time. Hey, Chris, live to stream. Excited to see what you've got cooking with this villain scheme combo. Yeah, so we're going to start with something a bit strange here. This is a thing that I've wanted to try. So Fear No Evil is a weird box in some ways, right? Because it has a whole bunch of villains and it has a whole bunch of main schemes, except the villains and main schemes are not connected in any way, for better or for worse. So the question is, can you just play other villains that are not like really married to their main scheme? And I would say there's one thing you have to be concerned about, and that's like some villains activate a bit more than others. And so like if you're in a villain that like has a couple cards that say they thwart suddenly, right? That is probably a bit more palatable in a scenario that has multiple main schemes. Because if the first main scheme goes through in Zola that only has 6 threat, like you don't lose the game. So that is something to watch out for. But I basically went through all the villains. I made a quick list of villains that I think you could just like port into any of the, the underling main schemes and see what it looks like. And Ebony Maw is definitely there. Technically, the main scheme in Ebony Maw doesn't have huge text. It just says you start with another spell. I'll just read you the list of characters that I thought was reasonable to try this out with. And we're going to try like 1 or 2 today. So firstly, you can always play with the Civil War leaders, but I'm not a huge Civil War leader fan. You can play with any of the characters in Morlock Siege and just put a stack of them and defeat 3 of them. That'd be fun. Crossbones is fine. Taskmaster is fine. They're pretty agnostic to the main scheme and they have reasonable text. Ebony Maw and Claw, totally fine as well. Sandman is okay. I think you miss a bit of that incidental damage, but you can just pretend you have the text on the main scheme on the environment. You can play the Hood. I think the Hood requires a fair bit of setup because you have to get a bunch of side schemes, but there's not too much about the Hood that requires the main scheme. And then you got to play probably the Mansion Attack villains, which are not too different than Morlock Siege villains, and probably just need to knock out like 2 or 3 of them. It's up to you. Yeah, those are all things that you could try to play against the main schemes. Most of the other villains do actually really care about the main scheme. And it's weird because like, I know I've said I like more than anything else. I really like main schemes and villains that all are synergistic, that make something that's a bit more bespoke. And a bunch of those that I read off the list are some of my favorite. Like I still really enjoy playing Claw. Drang also you could technically kind of do off of this, but I think you lose a bit because the main scheme has reasonable text. Anyways, we're going to try Ebony Maw. That's it. We're going to try Ebony Maw, who's raiding the art museum. So we did some small changes to the encounter sets. So instead of playing just the full art museum heist, which needs you to have cops, which will play cops. Instead, we're also playing, I think, the Black Order. It's just to add a bit more space flavor. So it's Ebony Maw and the Black Order. I'll show you what's in these sets. I can't find Black Order, so maybe we'll just find Ebony Maw. So Ebony Maw has a lot of cards. It's 17 cards. So that's like 50% more than most of the villains in this box. Most of the underling villains only have like 8 to 9 cards. So it's a big difference. This deck is really big. And I do think that helps to hear the villain's flavor a bit more loudly. So hopefully that does connect. Central Chime here where I'm at Texas. Oh, Texas actually has more. Okay. A tiny bit of westernmost Texas is mountain, but otherwise it's all central. Ah, West Texas. I've heard songs about West Texas. I've never been. Dredge and I actually played a few games the other week and we talked about the numbers of copies to run in Daredevil. I firmly said at 2. Yeah, 3 seems like a bit much. 2 is okay. I would even just play 1 and like draw well. Just draw good. Draw good is a plan every once in a while, huh? Doesn't the hood only add the extra modulars from the main scheme? Usually, but he also has a couple cards in his encounter deck. So you're right, that might not be perfect. You might have to just like duplicate the cards, but he has 1 or 2 encounter cards that just says grab a set. But you can also just play the hood and have sets in the deck already and just say like the hood with 3 sets, because then hood's foul play ability matters, right? Like you could just like set up a hood deck and use hood and just say foul play is like having more surge. Do you like surge? No, people don't usually. We disagree on this. I think the modular main scheme fits a lot in Marvel. Most villains are defeated the same way, no matter where they are. The scene just adds a little difficulty. The modular main schemes fits a lot of Marvel. I mean, it's more so like you're not wrong. Of course you're not wrong. But it's more so like scenarios like, say, Hela, Apocalypse, Sabretooth, even Mysterio. And like, I don't know. I think it's not just in the main scheme. I think the main scheme catches a lot of flack here. But on stream, like a week ago on Sunday, we were playing against Fear No Evil. And then we decided, you know, we were playing that interesting Leadership Echo deck, which I would highly recommend. And then we played against Mysterio. We're like, just jump back to, you know, Sinister Motive and play against Fear No Evil. And the Mysterio matchup was so much more fun and interesting. And that's because every card in the deck was designed to work with Mysterio. Not can work with Mysterio, but designed to work with Mysterio. Every card. So every turn we were drawing interesting encounter cards that were just a bit more of like, you know, a puzzle, that they were moving interlocking pieces, as opposed to, you know, like you could play Protection Racket and nothing matters. Like nothing matters. Nothing that the villain's doing is interacting with that. And having these sort of like bespoke, you know, tailored scenarios, I think that's a bigger thing. It's not only the main scheme, but like that's a big thing about Claw. Claw has interesting text on every turn. Claw has a deck of, again, like 18 cards, so the flavor is much more focused and pronounced than like the 9 cards you get in give or take in Typhoid Mary. It's a bunch of different things all at once. The modularity is fine, but I'm much more of a sucker for a tailored written story than in Lego pieces. Like that's maybe a bad sentence because I grew up playing Lego and I love Lego, but you know what I mean? It's like I want a thing. I want a story as opposed to like a choose your own adventure. They're both fun and different people like them more, but I do like the stories a bit better. Magneto with his own main scheme loses his teeth and the side schemes aren't in the game. Ebony Moth thinks you'll find an Infinity Stone at the art museum. Yeah, there's definitely there's a stone in there, I've heard. Space art heist niece. This sort of feels closer to Sentinels of the Multiverse with the choose a villain, choose an environment setups. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, choose an environment or whatever. It's been a while. I haven't played Sentinels in like years, I think. All right, on that note, let's go to the art museum heist. So we have to do the setup, but we do the main scheme before the villain, I'm pretty sure. So we find the 4 art attachments and we randomly attach one to Ebony Maw. So we'll roll a die. I don't know how Ebony Maw, how many cards he says that he activates. And also without Ebony Maw's main schemes, there's going to be less teeth on how many spells he'll spawn. So there's a bit of variance here. So 1 to 4. 4. So he's going to have the Stunning Landscape. Kind of does what it says on the tin. I do want to say I worked on the scans last night. And so I have all my final villain scans. I'll share them early next week. The hero scans, I need a bit more work. But I did do all these scans. The colors are a bit better. This still looks a bit too blue to me. But yeah, we should have those. So the villain has higher scheme. Also, there's more acceleration on the main, but he is stunned. And wherever this gets attached to, that character gets stunned. Okay, that's largely it. The main scheme advanced button doesn't work. That's not good. Art museum heist too. So the text on this is simple. Comes in with 1 threat. It gets X per turn, where X is 1. And then additionally, per every art object attached to Ebony Maw will be 1 more. So currently it'll be 2. As much as we can take the Stunning Landscape off by either exhausting yourselves, which early game is kind of easy, or spending an energy. We have to watch out though, like stunning and confusing Quicksilver is so bad. It is monstrously bad. And that's because our text on our hero mode says after you do an attack or a thwart or a basic largely, you can ready yourself. If you're exhausted, you cancel the activation. So you don't actually get to ready. Like, I don't know what to do about that. It's really hard. Having some readies that are just like baked into your deck, like the 7 readies we have, technically our deck has 9 different readies, is really important. I ended up playing against Kingpin and I had to fail the getaway. I think it's the getaway. Or no, I had to fail art museum heist when I played my last campaign on expert. And it was brutal. Like it was really, really bad. Normally this is not the worst thing to start with, but it just says each player has to choose, or an expert, you get both. You get a stun or confuse on turn 1. And it just takes you so much time to clear those. Technically you can clear both of them on 1 turn if you have 1 ready, which is okay-ish. But it's awkward. Okay, let's talk about the villain. Night Nurse is Quicksilver's best friend. Oh yeah, we could easily be playing Night Nurse. Yeah, the Night Nurse is a good shout out. That's one of the easiest ways. Healing, incidental healing is fine, but just removing a status counter, yeah. I do think, again, we have 4 cards in this deck I think we could be moving around. Night Nurse seems like a contender. If we're playing against more and more villains that are confuse us, we'll reach for her for sure. Would Night Nurse be a good addition? It would be a great addition, Growlix. How's it going? Very good addition. Okay, with that, we have to do Ebony Maw's text. I do want to say this deck is very goofy big. It's pretty big. When Ebony Maw activates against you, remove an invocation counter from every spell. Normally, the main scheme in Ebony Maw would get a spell engaged with you. We're only going to have 1 spell here. So each player discards cards until we find a spell. Oh, lost an impossible object. We got Rebel Storm. This one's going to be pretty tame, actually. Rebel Storm just says comes in with 3 counters, and after it empties, which is whenever Ebony Maw activates against us, we have to deal 2 damage to each character we control. I want to say one of the weird frustrations with playing Ronin decks, because like ideally I wanted to play Quicksilver and pretend he's a mutant and play through the Mutant Genesis wave or the next evolution box or stuff like that. I don't know what people are doing about it, but like Ronin is a terrible matchup to play, like the Ronin archetype, when you play against campaign modes, because most campaign modes give you an ally. Like against Mutant Genesis on scenario 1, you get the Senator. And then for every other scenario, you have Jubilee. So your Ronin cards are quite bad. Don't know what to do about that. For the back half of Mutant Genesis, or not Mutant Genesis, excuse me, of Next Evolution, you have Hope Summers. Like there's a lot of campaigns that just give you an ally. And so I know that not the majority of people play a campaign mode. I think I'm definitely the majority campaign player. But yeah, it's a weird thing. It's like there's this archetype. I do not want to play it in certain boxes just because if they give you an ally, the whole thing falls apart kind of. Yeah, Cheddar, you asked for this specifically. It is happening. I had the deck already sleeved up, so we made some small changes. I see you're doing the leading blow trick with the best defense. I'm curious how consistent it ends up being. Me too. I think it's the card that we're most likely to cut from the deck because it's, you know, it definitely has a very bad floor. It has a really high ceiling though. So we're going to try 2 today and see how it works. And then we'll probably make some changes. There's one other thing I wanted to say that was important, but I forget what it was. Oh, it'll come up if it comes up. No stress. All right. That's our hero, or more accurately, our alter ego, and we're going to mulligan. We have to start with this in our hand. We will keep it. Ebony Maw's not putting off a lot of pressure, which is pretty good, but just attacking for 2 and doing some spell stuff, so not too bad. And we're off. We're going to draw 5 more cards, and we can mulligan. And again, with our alter ego text, if we can basically get a 3rd mulligan or a 2nd mulligan on the end, which is good. Does not count against the ally limit. Any interaction with Ronin? No, still an ally. None of the Ronin cards care about if you have ally limits full. They just says if you have an ally. So Ronin just says if you have no allies in play, I think. If you do not control any allies. So yeah, unfortunately, it just cooks you. Army 1. So our readies are better in the back half once our stats are up. So this is a card we almost definitely don't keep. So do keep that in mind. Death Focus, opening hand, perfect. This works with all our upgrades, let alone our events. In Harm's Way, another card. And that's what it means. Like a lot of times, I do think playing this deck is a bit straightforward, which sometimes that's a good thing. It's just like you set up, then you blow up. Currently, none of these cards are worth playing because this is terrible. It's 4 resources for 1 threat, 1 damage. Like, don't do that. A double's a maybe keep because only if we find something that needs a double is that really great. But we have 2 mulligans, so we'll probably go for it. And the best defense, again, we have a lot of cards. And this is why I'm really worried about things like Leading Blow that are terrible in our opening hand. So we're going to mulligan these 3. Now, if we don't find anything good with the Genius, and notably our deck has no allies, which is usually really good for doubles, we could maybe just get rid of it with our Pietro text. Maximum Velocity. It's not awful on turn 1, but it's usually not what you want to be doing because this just says like pay 2 resources to get 4 extra damage. It's fine. Speed Cyclone is good. Speed Cyclone at a minimum is like a 1-cost superpower, so Death Focus can stun Ebony. The more Ebony Maw is stunned, not that he's not already stunned, the better it is for us. And then we have an Accelerated Reflexes, so that's pretty good. All right, so this one's the defense one. That's actually pretty good. So we can set this hand up. Jubilee at least is easy to deal with. Just throw her to a Sentinel. Closer to lose condition, but no more ally. Doesn't when she leave, don't you lose? Or is she just like put in the victory and she comes out, right? I've been running with the campaign. It gives me an ally. Just don't count it because I didn't want to change my deck. Yeah, I guess you can just do that. I mean, that's fine. I feel like that one, I'm going to have a harder time like wrestling with that idea because these cards are balanced around not having an ally. And so like, it feels like I'm hitting the balance of the card more than like the unfortunate rules interaction. I don't know. Anton, how's your week? Our week is good. This is our last stream for a bit. We're going on holiday next week, so that's pretty hype. As much as it's stressful getting ready for things, I guess. But we'll be back next week, probably on like a Wednesday or a Monday in the day. We'll do like a surprise stream. But I'm doing quite nice, all things considered, of course. Okay, so let's plan the turnout. Accelerated reflexes is, in fact, a superpower, so we can make it cheaper. We always play innate reflexes. So say that we do this. And mind you, we have Pietro's text for sure. We always can play Def Focus, which double. And then we can use Def Focus to play Accelerated Reflexes. So that means we could use Pietro's text and we could just like dive deeper into our deck. But if we find something good, it's hard for those cards to be better than these 3 cards. So we probably don't need to do it. Like if we drew into our copy of Ronin, like we're in a bad spot and then we have to make hard decisions. So I think there's a chance that we just like set these up and just chill. There's no way we can have energy resource left over, is there? No, to get the landscape, I don't think there is. Because even if we do it efficiently, we do this into this, like, no good. The speed cyclone, unfortunately, is useless because Ebony Maw's already stunned, so we drew it a bit fast. Speed cyclone is even better now. Yes, it's very good in this campaign. It's really quite good in this campaign. Multi-stun, multi-confuse against like Purple Man. Oh my god, it's so sick. I had that happen. Local games, we go with a lot of rules as intended to smooth over weird interactions. Yes, rules as intended I think is fine, but when it like hits the balance of the card, I feel weird about it. If you find friction resistance, can you make it work? Yeah, that's the only thing that we would hard mulligan for here is friction resistance. Of course it is. So like I could see us hard mulliganing for friction resistance of these 2. If we get friction resistance, we play 1 for Def Focus. Def Focus and this for friction resistance for innate, and then Accelerated Reflexes holds a turn. I mean, that's probably good enough. So I think that actually is it's worth digging for friction resistance. So yeah, we'll discard 2 to draw 2. Nope. No, okay, fine. So we got deeper through these cards that we didn't want in our opening, so it turned out to be good for us, but we didn't draw any of our important upgrades. We'll flip up. Notably, if we want the stunning landscape, we have to either exhaust ourselves, which stuns us regardless, or spend energy. So we're going to spend 1 for Def Focus. This is our 1 resource generator in the deck besides friction. We'll use this to play a superpower. So we'll play Accelerated Reflexes. I'm just going to be stacking these, and then I'm going to spend a double to play innate reflexes. So we're technically up to 3 defense on turn 1. Pretty good. We will just thwart for 1, and then we'll ready, and then we'll exhaust to take the landscape, which means we have higher thwart, but we are also stunned, which is pretty expensive, but there's not too much we want to be doing this next turn, so we should be fine. In terms of the minions in the Black Order, I couldn't find the encounter set. I must have it, but there's like 2 big minions. That's it. Best defense. So this now means that we can attack and thwart at 4, so it's already a fair bit better than it was on turn 1. Of course it is, but the issue is we're stunned. Double. Ooh, god. And this is what I mean. It's like, this is the problem. You build your whole deck around this interaction, and then already on hand 2, we've got through all of them. And there's very, very difficult to shuffle these back into your deck. In fact, I don't think there's anything in the format that allows you to do it. So we're going to have a whole deck cycle in which like the cool thing we want to do. And that's the thing. It's like, imagine we're playing counter punches, and imagine we're playing the tough grit ones. Like now these cards are totally useless. And that is why like this sort of combo deck, if you want to call it that, and it not necessarily is, like it's still a fine Quicksilver deck, it gets really, really expensive. Because now for our whole first deck cycle, all those like really cute 0-cost cards we add, they don't do anything. Like Leading Blow is now going to be totally useless, unfortunately. ABR for a free ready, that nice, that beats the stun. And then we have exactly like this is now totally dead. Like it's worse than a useless card. It actually subtracts damage. Quicksilver's such a fun hero. I can't explain why I don't play him more. He's really fun. He really got me into the game to be like, all your moving pieces matter. You're an engine deck, especially when you're fighting Serval and you're like controlling your encounter discard pile. I think that's really fun. All right, so Ebony Maw would attack for 2, and whenever he activates, he reduces his spell. He is stunned though, which is good. Okay, I didn't say it. Didn't say it. Could happen to anyone. Guy, how's it going? It's going well. How you doing? Agent of Thanos. Cons prep is proceeding. When revealed in hero mode, deal 1 damage to your hero for every spell environment. That's like the best time to draw it. This gets a bit worse when you play in actual Ebony Maw because there'll be 2 spells on turn 1. So the difference between 2 and 1 damage is not huge, but it's something. Oh, she's here. Super Giant. Okay, so this is one of the big minions in the deck. So Quick Strike for 5. We can defend against this, which is good. It's a free defend. And if Super Giant attacks and damages a character, the character is stunned. So Super Giant will swing in for 5. We will defend for 3. And then, of course, we can ready ourselves. So that's it. Now we start our hero phase. 1 encounter card. Defensive training could help a tad. It doesn't, though. Defensive training is only for events, right? Choose a protection event in your discard pile. The issues we need to recur are upgrades, right? Like, I think the only card that allows you to recur your upgrades is Pinpoint, but then finding a champion who can ready enough and have high enough defense stat quickly to play this seems like a hard ask. But yeah, there's no way to recur. I don't think there's any way to recur protection upgrades. Everyone loves Quicksilver. No one plays him. Everyone loves the idea of playing Quicksilver. Yeah, Matt, that has come up in chat already. Unfortunately, yeah, it doesn't work. If the best defense deck could grab the best defense consistently, it'd be such a killer deck. Okay. So, good thing is In Harm's Way is like pretty good here. It's generally pretty good. We just have to watch out because we're going to be stunned. So, we're going to waste our stun. Our hand has no setup cards that we really care about. Like, the best defense is not worth playing. In fact, actually, is it worth playing? You can do the math here. Like, this is the fun thing about these two cards is how is the math? So In Harm's Way is 3 resources. It'll do 3 damage and 3 threat. If we play the best defense instead for 2 resources, we can attack for 4. Like, it's similar. It's very, very, very similar. So it's weird how these two cards kind of do the same thing. But in theory, this is actually a better the best defense turn, isn't it? And then we actually could Leading Blow. Yeah, let's just do it. It's like why the deck does its thing. So like, yeah, no, of course we're not playing in Harm's Way. So we'll pitch on Harm's Way and we'll play the best defense and let's do our fun thing. So our defense stat or our super stat is now 4 for this round. Okay. And so we can do the interaction. So now the Leading Blow is actually kind of sick. We need to ready ourselves. So we're going to just go ahead and play Army of 1 to, oh, yeah, that's fine. It's good enough. Do we not play Superpower? Then I guess we do. Oh, no. We have too few resources. It's almost good. It's almost good. The problem is that stun really cooked us. Because this is a card we can play for free, but if we want to play Army for 1, we lose the Leading Blow. Is this good? It's not that good. We're basically spending all these resources just to knock out Supergiant. No, this is better. Okay, anyways. So we'll play Army of 1, we ready ourselves. So we will attack for 4 into Supergiant. We will ready ourselves. Yeah, it's okay. We'll attack for 4 into our Supergiant. We would love to have another attack stat there. Then we'll play Always Be Running off of our resource generator. And then we'll just attack for 4 into the villain. So like, it was a lot of pieces. Eventually they'll be better. Like once we hit 5, we technically wasted 3 damage that turn. If we had one more stat, we would have done 10 to Ebony Maw. So that's kind of the idea, but we'll get there. So unfortunately we cannot play the good, like, wait. No. Leading Blow was better, wasn't it? Hold on. No, Leading Blow was just better. No, it was the same. Because it's a 1 card ready when Death Focus was functionally a 1 card ready. So it was literally the same on this turn. If we didn't have a stun, the Leading Blow would have actually been pretty hype. Contingency Planning could have tucked a temporary upgrade. I felt like it could have almost been there. Yeah. Did you use your hero ability to remove stun? No, you can't. Your hero ability has no interaction with the stun. Very importantly, it says after you use one of Quicksilver's basic powers, when you attack to hit a stun, it stops you from activating. So you didn't activate. It replaces the activation. So you can't force your way through a stun with your super speed. You have to just eat the stun and sit there. So we ate the stun. We readied ourselves, then we Quicksilver attacked, then we Quicksilver readied ourselves, then we attacked, then we Death Focus readied ourselves, then we attacked. So we still activated 3 times, which is pretty good. But yeah, it doesn't work. You can't tank it, unfortunately. I initially bounced out Quicksilver early on because he was ironically very slow. He is ironically very slow but I've really come around on playing him. He's a lot of fun. Yeah, he's a really cool build-up deck. I like building up. All right, standalone, that's really good because we haven't drawn any of our taunts yet. Taunt would have been pretty good on that turn too. We don't play her. Double time, if we just need a bit of tempo, and there'll be 2 threat on the main scheme, so maybe a thing. In Harm's Way, it's getting there. We have 2 more defense cards, and we have Serval, which Serval really wants us to jump down. I don't know how many cards in the deck say that Ebony Maw activates. Notably, the Fear No Evil villains don't have that many cards that say they activate unless they're Typhoid Mary. So the fact that there's only 1 main scheme is a bit more charitable for you. Technically, Ebony Maw has a couple cards that I think says Ebony Maw activates, but I could be wrong about it. So jumping down to Alter Ego is a bit of a question mark for sure. There's a custom Flash hero that I think nailed the Gotta Go Fast Speedster. I think that my favorite version of the Speedster setup I've seen is actually Boom Guy's Quicksilver leader. This is so good. It says, and I guess we'll just look at the next stage because I forgot there's 3 of them. It says force interrupt when Quicksilver activates, do not give him a boost card. And he has this friction resistance that says after he attacks again and gets a boost card. So he attacks for 1 and then attacks again with a boost card, which is kind of similar to one of the upcoming kind of underling-esque villains in the Shadowland box, which is coming out soon. Okay, this goes to 2. Ebony Maw is activating. Notably, we can defend for 4 for free because the best defense is for the full round. So for 4. 4, take no damage. We chunk down a Rebel Storm, which eventually will do 2 damage to all characters, which includes us, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think this is just allies. It's all our characters, so it's us and our allies. Yeah. 1 encounter card. Blood to Spare, we're drawing all of the Ebony Maw cards. So each minion engaged with a player activates against them. Each player who's not engaged with a minion searches the counter deck and discard how far a Black Order minion puts in play, engage with them. Because we're only playing the big Black Order set, we only have, mind you, we're ready, big Black Order minions. We don't have the small Black Order minions. So we made things a fair bit harder for ourselves off this card. So the only other Black Order minion we have is Black Dwarf, who is 6 attack, overkill, attacks for 3. It's not that bad though, because we have a copy of Standalone. The other option we can get is Proxima, and she hits for 5. Or Quick Strikes. So I think we're going to go for Black Dwarf. I think Quicksilver is a very bad nemesis. In my play so far, I have not been able to beat Nemesis. Sorry, I haven't been able to beat Kingpin. His nemesis is pretty bad when you reveal it twice. In 2 turns. Like I always do. You defeat it and immediately it comes back. Alright, it's Black Dwarf. So 6 health. Has overkill. Overkill is not relevant stats against us, but 3 attack, 6 health is something. And it's back to us. Unfortunately, this hand doesn't do much. And this is what you got to watch out for. A lot of your hands don't do much. Double time's not bad. Double time means we can knock out Black Dwarf. It's a superpower, so we can play it cheaply. So this is this. That leaves us with 3 cards, which is a bit ugly. Because if we want to play Serval and jump down, we can't really do that now because Ebony Maw could double scheme. We could probably just play Standalone. Standalone's good against minions, and there is some Quick Strike cops, which is good, let alone we haven't drawn our taunts yet. So I think we should probably just eject Serval and try and draw deeper to find our friction resistance, which would be really important. So we're going to do Depth Focus to play Double Time. Double Time just says choose 2 or the same, so we'll do 4 damage to Black Dwarf. We'll attack for 1. Super Speed, attack for 1. Then we'll pitch both of these cards. We'll overpay for a Standalone. And Standalone is really great text. It's surprisingly good. If we get activated twice, if there's a minion, if we want to play Taunt for kind of free, very, very, very good text. Let's draw our friction resistance. In Harm's Way, the last one. Hyper Perception, that's the one that gives us +1 thwart. Unflappable is good. Last Double Time and Taunt. So at least the Taunt will open this hand up. We haven't had any explosive turns so far. We've only been naturally drawing 5 cards, and Taunt is like the real thing that unlocks like the ability to ready yourself 5-6 times in a turn. Oh, what's this game? This one's called Marvel Champions. You find a cool collection or something? How's it going? Ebony Mod's going to activate for 2 and a card. It says Force Interrupt, so it comes down first for whatever that's worth. So next turn we'll take 2 damage. We'll defend for 3. We have no tricks to make defend speed stats go up. You could. 1, 2, 3, 4. We lost 2 of the art objects so far, which sucks. But we take 1 damage and we ready ourselves using our super speed text. 1 encounter card. Master plan. Okay, let's go get a side scheme. So expert. We have no player side schemes. We're going to discard. Nice. Advance is gone. Good. Shadow gone is good. Ooh, really good cards to... We shuffled this. We shuffled this. Those are really good cards to get out of the deck. I'm going to shuffle this deck better. Okay, we got the Black Order. I think we're going to have to deal with Black Order over and over and over again. So while a Black Order minion's in play, threat cannot be removed. 2 threat is just always possible for us. So not bad. I'm just going to shuffle the deck. That's a really weird combination of cards, like all the standard cards. Okay, back to us. So we definitely want to clear that. We have 3 readies this turn if we play Taunt, which is sick. We also can bring our thwart stat up, which means we can one-shot Black Order, take 2 off of Art Museum Heist, even jump down if we really wanted to get an extra card. But we'll see what we draw off of the Taunt. It's much safer to flip down now. Yeah, with the 2, is it 2 advances out? It's way safer to jump down. The deck's actually pretty thin now. We milled a lot of cards. Yeah, I think Ebony Maw might have 1 card, and there might be a card that says add threat equal to the amount of spells, which like that should be fine. Notably, Ebony Maw activates, he does the thing. He removes the spell counter. So even if we jump down, he will try and catch us. Okay, so here we have to do something a bit risky if we want to get full value. So I want to do Depth Focus first. And then we'll throw out, there's no shot we're playing the in harm's way. And then we'll play hyper perception. The reason why we want to do this is we want to offload our defense stat. So our ready, I think. So we want to put ourselves to 2 thwart. Because if I'm not mistaken, we want to attack. Then we want to taunt. Yeah, this is right. So we're going to thwart for 2, clearing the Black Order. And then we're not going to fire our hero text, right? Like you don't want to fire this here. Then we want to spend 1 resource on taunt. And then the villain's going to attack us. So Ebony Maw attacks for 2 and a card. Rubble Storm fires. We take 2. So we need to recover at some point. We have, I think, no more What Doesn't Kill Me, but we take 2 off of this. And Ebony Maw is now attacking for 2 and a card. Now, in response to this, we can fire standalone. So we still have our super speed activated. So when an enemy activates against you, when an enemy attacks you, if you do not control any allies, ready. So we're going to be ready. And then we'll defend for 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, we take 3? We're really hurt. Okay. We'll super speed in response to that. And then taunt will fire and we'll draw 3 cards. Tried my first game on Dragon cards yesterday. Find it way too easy. Captain America versus Green Goblin. Before realizing watching one of your videos what consequential damage was. Turns out playing without them makes allies strong. Allies are the strongest cards in the game for sure. But I do think Captain America is one of the strongest cards. And ooh, that's a hand. Captain America is very, very strong. Yeah. Don't you have retaliate? Not yet. We need to find Ronin. We don't have retaliate until we find a retaliate, unfortunately. So we found it right now, which is good. We might have to jump down and recover. Now we have our good stuff. We have friction resistance. We still have a ready baked in us, which is nice. Oh no, we just used it. So we probably here just have to play friction resistance into Ronin and called it a day. Like Unflappable is a really good card, but unfortunately we can't really play it because I do think playing the other cards are so much more important. Like Unflappable is very good, and our defense stat will only get higher and higher. And Ebony Maw can only attack for max 5, and we do eventually max out at 5. So that sucks that we lose Unflappable, but we're about to deck out. But I think we have to just jump down and hope, because if Ebony Maw attacks us twice, like, maybe we don't die, but it could be bad. Consequential is a big part in terms of balancing. Yeah. Green Goblin's pretty hard, though, if you played like proper Green Goblin. That's a difficult scenario. All right, so we're going to spend 3. On friction resistance, we have 1 more healing card in our deck too. We have the one that gives us +3 health. So friction resistance is here, which means we're in a good spot. So this card generates a physical and it readies whenever we ready. So we'll just use it to play Ronin. This is where we get our 4th defense. We have 1 more defense card and now we do get retaliate. We'll do a safety thwart for 2. It readies friction resistance. No, it doesn't. We don't ready. We'll just jump down to alter ego and we'll pass. Yeah, that's it. Oh, no. I forgot the text on Art Museum Heist for a minute. We have to be always defending, which we have been, which is very easy to forget sometimes. But it's not if it takes damage, it's if they make an undefended attack. So we kept our landscape, which is fine. And we'll draw up. You have 3 threat? Oh my god, we're right. We have 3 threat. I should do that because I'm going to forget. Yeah, that's way better because Standing Landscape gives +1 scheme, +1 thwart. I always forget about that with the art objects. You look down and you have like 5 threat and you're like, I'll thwart for 1. It's like, what are you doing? Armored Vest, okay. Wait, how much defense can this deck have? 1, 2, 3. Oh, we can go up to 7 defense, can't we? Wow, Armored Vest. The leading blow probably won't be it because we don't have any other way to increase our attack stat. The defensive conditioning, so we can heal functionally for 6. That's our last one. So these are our last 2 defense cards. So we'll hit our max defense stat. An ABR for a ready. The taunt, which we can't play. We can always recover, jump up and taunt. So we can do some pretty nasty stuff. This actually could be a double taunt turn. It depends on the threat situation, but it could be a double taunt turn. This goes to 1. Villain schemes for 2 in a card. We know where the advances are. 1, 2, 3, 4 on restrained. It's a good card. It goes to 5. Abjuration. I know what that means. Attach to Ebony Maw. Prevent all damage to Ebony Maw. After Abjuration prevents 2 or more damage from a single attack. Discard it. Not too bad. So that'll probably waste like 2 damage. Okay, that's us. We always recover for 3 here. We have to remember we have alter ego text, which says we can discard 2 to draw 2. So this card is definitely not useful. The ABR is not bad, especially because we thwart for 3. The bottom of our deck, though, has multiple ABRs in it. Yeah, so I don't think we have to be precious about it. We're very likely to draw an ABR. Because we're going to be decking out this turn. We're going to be playing taunts and all that. So let's do some good stuff here. I don't think there's any doubles left, but we'll do taunt Sorry, leading blow and ABR to do our alter ego text to draw 2. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So the question is, we have no doubles left. So we want to play our cheap cards before our expensive cards. Obviously, these army ones, they're not that great right now because we only attack for 1, thwart for 3, which has limited value. So we're just largely going to set up as much as we can and then play a taunt and then draw more and then continue to set up. So we should be in a good spot. Oh, we'll flip up. Literally flip up. We'll use the friction resistance to generate 1 and we'll just put down the armored vest. So just do a little check here. We have base 1 defense, innate is 2, reflex is 3, Ronin's 4, armored vest is 5. Eventually we'll have 6 defense, and then we have 7 defense on a turn in which we get our best defenses, which is 7 everything. Okay, that's good. Well now, I don't know if we'll double taunt. We have 1 more ABR at the bottom though, so there's a chance we will. So we'll play taunt here. We did have to pay 1 for the taunt. But now, Ebony Maw's going to attack us, and so we have a bunch of triggers. Firstly, standalone fires. Standalone says we can ready ourselves, which readies friction resistance. Ebony Maw's attacking for 2 in a card. We will defend. 1, 2, 3, 4 off of manipulation. We take no damage. Ebony Maw takes 1 damage. Mind you, Abjuration says prevent all damage to Ebony Maw. It prevents retaliate as much as it only can be discarded during an attack. So we do lose the retaliate damage, which sucks. But taunt now does go off. So we draw 3 and we'll use super speed to ready ourselves. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we deck out. This is technically still resolving, I think. So it misses the deck out, but I'm not always 100% sure about that. Because sometimes events just like do their thing. Sometimes they have to stay till they finish. It's not always obvious to me. But I think taunt is still resolving while we're drawing cards. That part at least is intuitive. So we have 1 more ready naturally, and we have 1 more ready with our thing. So we're just going to set up. And then probably if we draw best defense, every best defense is like 14 damage. Like no joke, every best defense is 14 damage. And so Ebony Maw will die in 2 turns. Okay, so we just want to use our friction resistance before we ready. It actually doesn't really matter because we'll use it to ready ourselves. So giving us +1 attack is not very relevant. So we'll play the maximum velocity and the reinforced sinew. I don't think we need a taunt here because now if we taunt and we draw into one of the best defenses, we'll be sad. We could play the reinforced sinew, but to get it out of our deck cycle, but we won't hit the next deck cycle, so I don't actually think it's that important. So we'll just spend 2 on defensive conditioning. So this gives us our 6th defense, and it gives us 3 more health. So again, any time that you can get your defense up to 6 is a pretty good time to play best defense. Actually, maybe we do keep reinforced sinew because we can use it to crack the adaptation, the abjuration. So we'll thwart for 3. We'll use the friction resistance to play the ABR, which readies the friction resistance. Again, anytime you have a 1 cost ready. Oh, we also had the death focus, so whatever. We might lose 2 damage here if I messed it up. Then we'll do death focus, friction resistance. Yeah, that's fine for a reinforced sinew. And so it gives us the 2 attack. We'll attack for 2, which doesn't do any damage, but it knocks out the abjuration, which requires a single damage 2 attack. And then we can hold on to an ABR. So we get to hold on to 1 card here. We can also hold on to a taunt instead. And taunt is really good with standalone. So I think I'd rather hold on to the taunt. Our deck has currently 4 ABRs, 2 what doesn't kill me's, and 3 the best defenses, 3 army of 1s. The most important card is the best defense because it does just give us like the 7 attack stat, which turns out it's good when you attack twice every turn. Throw symbiote suit in this miss? Yeah, you can. You definitely can. Or like superpower training or whatever it's called. Specialization, excuse me. I think the taunt is better. I'll keep the taunt. Taunt is always card positive. Energy. Double time. Not the good one. Army of 1. Army of 1. So no best defenses. So the taunt is a good keep. A good get. It's nice that we thwart so hard with the stunning landscape. So Ebony Maw attacks for 2 in a card. We will defend for 6 with retaliate. No damage. Villain takes 1. Are we ready? We could have done something with friction resistance, but we don't have a lot of things to do in the villain phase. We draw pacification, which surges. Pacification. So 3 invocation counters. After the last invocation is removed from this, exhaust each upgrade you control. Very bad text against us. Cop. All right. So this is Cop. Cop will quick strike us. And if it does hit us, it does take the painting off of us. I do love this encounter card. It's vulnerable, which we can maybe deal with that. It has 3 health, which hurts, but it's now going to attack us for 2. And if we don't block this, we lose the landscape. Now, standalone's a bit awkward here because we've already readied ourselves. But in theory, we can actually defend against this thing, and we do 1 retaliate. And then when the villain phase starts, or sorry, the hero phase, we just play taunt. And then with taunt, we can ready ourselves with standalone. So like taunt is just so good at letting us use 4 activations across 2 rounds. Like taunt is so absurdly good with standalone. So with that, we'll just do friction resistance for taunt and just say, come at us. Technically, we have the other art, but the villain attacks you. So Ebony Maw's attacking us. We'll use standalone to ready ourselves, which readies ourselves, readies this, readies friction resistance. We'll choose to exhaust. Ebony Maw's attacking. In theory, we waste a friction resistance because we can't spend it. There's no window, but we'll be fine. We're defending for 6 with retaliate. 1, 2, 3. 1 goes down. Villain takes 1. Taunt fires. We draw 3. 1, 2, 3. Very good speed cyclone. And we actually can do a huge leading blow turn. I mean, no, we can't. We did the same thing. And this is what I mean, is we drew to the leading blows, which would be so good, but we didn't draw into the best defense. And every leading blow, if we drew into it on a best defense turn, would have been 7 damage. 7 damage, gain a resource. Unfortunately, again, best defense decks aren't consistent in 2026 currently. So, like, maybe we hold on to them because there's 3 best defenses and this many cards left. But it's the sort of card I think I'd be much more excited to play in Echo, in which she can always make it work for herself. Okay. We'll do 1. Oh, we should be ready, right? Yeah, because we defended, we ready. Do you taunt him a second time? I wish we had another taunt, but we don't. If we had another taunt, we'd definitely taunt him 1 more time. Because like just having a big hand means your hand is like 1 best defense and like 5 readies, which is like why this deck is explosive. But we don't have another taunt. If we had another taunt, 100% we would send it. Another thing that Echo, I think, can do consistently. Okay. Yeah, it's an army of 1, unfortunately. We have 2 of them. So we have a lot of readies. The thing is like, our stats are not bad. Like we shouldn't complain about it, but yeah, it is what it is. So I'm going to use this double because it's efficient on the speed cyclone. Taunt, mind you, into stunned enemy works. So we'll stun X enemies. So the cop is discarded because it's vulnerable. And we stun Ebony Maw. Okay, we'll just thwart for 3 for the sake. We've already done our fast speed thing. So we'll army 1 to ready ourselves. Which readies this? I mean, I think we're going to lose the def focus this turn, but we can use it on the double time. We will just simply attack for 2 into the villain. We will use friction resistance on an army of 1. I think our deck still has about 5 readies, so we'll be fine. That readies us. It readies friction resistance. We will attack for 2 into the villain. We'll do friction resistance and def focus for double time. Double time says deal 4 damage to the villain, and then we'll throw out 2 leading blows. I'll hold 1 leading blow. Just because there's a chance I'll draw into the thing. I'll hold on to 1 leading blow. Because if we draw into the power in all of us, it probably will be the difference of getting lethal or not. So we'll give it a shot. 1, 2. In harm's way, this does an absurd amount now. Now the threat is the issue, because on this table there's no threat. So you could play side schemes if you wanted to. But like this does 6 damage, 6 threat for 4, which is really, really good. The issue is like if we don't have 6 threat, you're still paying 4 for 6 on an attack, which is not stellar. Scarlet, ABR. Double time. We didn't draw into our thing. So the leading blow was a bad hold, unfortunately. And that's going to be the thing too, is like one of the frustrating things with the best defense is that any hand that you draw into multiple of them, it's such a worse hand, right? Because you just get +1 defense, which is every stat, but like you don't actually get stats. Stunned. Channeling trance. I think we just remove a counter, right? So remove 1 invocation counter from every spell. If you have no spell environments in your play area, discard cards from the top. Put that. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, that's it. So, yeah, that's us. This is us. Don't got a lot to do here. What does Scarlet Witch actually do? Because we might play her. We know Joke might play her. I mean, it turns out for standalone, so maybe not. But we always can block with her. When you use one of her basic powers, discard the top card in the counter deck. She gets icons equal to that. Yeah, fine. I mean, we'll just knock him out. I don't want to use leading blow because it's very likely to just like cost us damage, which you don't want to do that. So you're making a Monty Python crate? My Monty Python joke. Villain takes 2. Wheel ready. We're not using friction resistance. Yeah, we're not. I guess we won't use it. Hold on. No, we're good. Okay, actually, no, we won't attack. First thing we'll do is friction resistance and death focus for double time. I'll just do 4 to the villain. Villain takes 4. We flip. It's Ebony Maw. When revealed, each player discards cards from the top of the deck until spell deck. Looks like a spell, not a spell. That's a spell. Manipulation. So you put it into play so you don't have to do surge. So it comes in with only 2 counters. Good thing they're out of phase. It's bad when all your spells are in phase because then you get hit by one terrible turn. This one says discard you a random card and confuse you, which that's fine. Okay, 23 damage is all we need. Mind you, Ebony Maw is pretty big compared to a lot of the villains in this box. Okay, so now we can attack for 2 into the villain. We will ready ourselves, super speed. And then I think the most damage is we just play it in harm's way. So we'll attack for 2 into the villain. And then we could either attack for 2 one more time, but I think we just play in harm's way here. So we'll just do 6 to the villain. I'll remove this. All right, so by the time that we draw the best defense, the game's going to be over. Serval, what doesn't kill me? Playable. We have a fair bit of damage. Like, this is the worst. They're all on the bottom, and we're going to draw them together. Yeah, the frustration of building your deck around an upgrade, but not a permanent upgrade, it's like very tricky. There's just not enough ways to fire it consistently. Okay, this goes to 1. Ebony Maw activates. These go down. So we have to fire pacification. So it's a pretty expensive turn for us. We lose a lot of value. So maybe not the best turn to best defense. But after the last counter is removed from here, exhaust each upgrade you control. So we lose Death Focus, Standalone, and our Friction Resistance, which is, yeah, Womp Womp. I mean, we're trying to show off the card and we're unable to, which kind of shows you some issues sometimes with the card. So Ebony Maw is attacking for 2 and a card. We will defend because it's free. So we'll ready ourselves, which readies this in a second. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, we take no damage. We also didn't play our Unflappable. Our Unflappable would have triggered a lot. It would have triggered off of every taunt turn. It would have triggered every turn right now, and we'd have a 6-card hand size. Unfortunately, we drew Unflappable alongside our Ronin and Friction Resistance, so it is what it is. Villain takes 1 Retaliate, 1 upgrade, or 1 encounter card. Crooked Cop. All right, so this one's actually going to hit us because we are not capable of stopping it. So Quick Strike, vulnerable. When defeated, deal themselves an encounter card. So Crooked Cop attacks us for 2. We have to take it. So we're down to 8, takes 1, and we lose the Stunning Landscape because there was an undefended attack. Yeah, that's where you do standalone. Unfortunately, we weren't able to, or more accurately, you just like standalone if you have a taunt, which we didn't. Okay, this should be on 1 threat. We forgot to do that. Make the Last Heroes will give us a basic card to make temporary upgrades more consistent. I'd be surprised because like temporary, like by design, they're not meant to be, but maybe. We've seen none of the cards from their set. I do think Echo's a really good candidate, though, because when she draws it, she can make sure she has cards set up for the thing. Okay. So Crooked Cop is a bit of work. We can waste a lot of damage on Crooked Cop. Notably, Crooked Cop doesn't have guard. So I'm just going to slide Crooked Cop over here because 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, we have 12 damage, I'm pretty sure. We have way more than 12 damage. Yeah, we have enough damage. So we want to use the Friction Resistance here before, if we can. So we're going to use Friction Resistance and a double for in harm's way. So this is going to do 6 to the villain. Remove 1 threat. So still 4 for 7. Not the worst. We'll attack for 2 into the villain. That readies us and Friction Resistance. Can't keep Friction Resistance down, man. We'll attack for 2 into the villain. We'll use Friction Resistance to play Army of 1, which readies us and Friction Resistance. And then we'll attack for 2 into the villain. And then we can play a What Doesn't Kill Me, which readies us and uses this, which recovers 2. And then we can attack for 2 more into the villain. I mean, I'm so sorry. We're trying to show off a best defense deck, and it just doesn't do its thing. We had 1 turn where it was fine to good. But yeah, there is like a lot of weird costs associated with it. We also did unfortunately show the leading blow issue, which is like, you already have a consistency problem, and then on top of it, you have a card that only works on that board state. So I do think there's some decks that maybe can play Leading Blow and also can use it on the best defense turn, but with a 2 attack stat at best, like it's really hard to play it. If that card was like a ready for a fight, I don't think we'd be in that much of a better spot. Like it would have been a playable card, and maybe we can jump down, and when we jump down, we use Quicksilver and Serval, and we find deeper and set up our combo. Like maybe that is worth it. But yeah, we just haven't fired one yet, which is a shame because the card seems really, really good and really fun that you actually get the full text. That's Ebony Maw. I mean, I'll be honest, that was kind of different than I thought it'd be. I thought adding, you know, a quote unquote more interesting villain, which isn't always the case with Ebony Maw, into Art Museum Heist would make it more exciting. But the fact that we added more Ebony Maw cards meant that the art cards showed up less. They were fewer and further between. So like the theme was very, very thin on the ground. And I think the issue is like there's only like 8 Art Museum Heist cards in this whole deck, right? And that might be a better ratio when it comes to a smaller deck in general, because this deck is huge. So maybe we should just not have added the Black Order to keep the deck somewhat of a consistent side. Yeah. I wonder if Wanda can make up with a Spiritual Meditation. She digs through her deck quite well. Like playing Wanda herself? I mean, she has no readies, right? Like you need readies for Power and Elvis. Sorry, the best defense to be good. Like you need a deck that can max 1 stat, which with the protection cards we have is not really a big deal. Like we only have 1 more Quicksilver defense card. It helps, but it's not the most important. But the biggest thing is your deck needs to be able to ready itself. And I think Wanda might have a ready if she hits the right icons, but I forgot. It's been a minute. Yeah, that was weird. That did not feel very heisty. I think there's just too few heist cards in a deck of the size now. There's like 2 Art Thieves, 2 Tug of Wars, and then 4 art pieces. So it's like 8 cards. It's not a lot. All right. Well, I mean, we learned something, I guess. Let's separate these into the requisite pieces. How's everyone doing today? I feel like my voice is giving out. I feel like I'm straining to talk. I don't know why that is. We usually don't have this issue. What would if I talk deeper? This is cool for everyone, right? She doesn't ready without Earth Mightiest Heroes or green cards. Yeah, and then once you're playing a lot of allies for Earth Mightiest Heroes, you can't play Army of One anymore. So you're like trading readies for readies, which is a bit of a wash at the end, huh? I mean, at least I'm imagining it is. All right, let's go do something else entirely. Let's go fight against Hela. I think Hela's fun. Hela has stages. Hela presents an issue on turn 1, which we might not be well equipped to deal with when we have to knock down Yelp Hariel? Yelp? I forget the name of the dog. Or is it a worm on turn 1? I forget what it is. But we'll just put Ebony Maw aside. Yeah, it's a really weird cross-section of cards, decks that can play it. Like, I think people do play this card in Nightcrawler, and maybe that's something I need to see. But Nightcrawler, I don't think Nightcrawler can ready on his turn that easily. Right? Like, I don't think he can ready that easily. I'm not sure if I'm forgetting. It's been a minute since I played Nightcrawler, as much as I'm a huge Nightcrawler stan. Okay, these go back. Let's just make sure not to shuffle this in. I kind of want to put this in a special sleeve, so I've stopped shuffling into my deck, but technically you can shuffle it into your deck like many different ways. All right, let's go get Hela. If there's something you all want to see in terms of the villain setup, always you can hit me up in chat or in YouTube comments. Give me 1 second. It's right here. Okay. Hela. This is a strange box to me because it has some really fun scenarios, but this box I don't like playing against Loki or Thanos. I don't think we've ever played against Thanos on the channel. I might be wrong about that. Maybe we have once. But Thanos is very long and very much does a similar thing every turn. I couldn't make it work in Nightcrawler Ronin, but deck works better without it. Yeah, that's what I imagine. I think like you already have some really good stuff going. I think that's the deck that, if anything, wants to play In Harm's Way. And I don't even know if you want to play Army of One. Like, I think just playing allies is better because you have good allies. Like your basic ally, your hero ally is really good. Jocasta is really good. Like you have good allies in it. I've seen a Hulk deck that's doing the same thing. Quicksilver certainly has more readies, but he's got Limitless and his own cards to ready. Oh yeah, Hulk is not a bad option. It's also like this card is uniquely good in Hulk because it allows Hulk to thwart. And the difference between like thwarting for 1 and 3 on some heroes is like whatever. But the difference between thwarting 0 to 3 is really, really big. Yeah, Hulk does have Limitless, which is a cheap ready. So I could see that. I could definitely see that. The only thing is like when he has 4 hand size, is like if you play the best defense and 1 ready, that's your whole turn. So you're spending 4 cards to thwart for 6, which is not great. And then like his triples become useless on those turns. I mean, there's always gonna be downsides. Nobody's gonna be perfect at it, but all right. Hela. So it's Hela. We're gonna start on side 2. So Hela gets 9 health only. That number goes up. +1 scheme, +1 attack, and 3 more hit points for every side scheme in the victory display. This was printed before player side schemes existed, and player side schemes do make this a fair bit harder. So the Hela cable matchup is like interestingly cursed in its own way. We do start with a minion and a side scheme. There's a couple things set aside out of play. Odin will have to rescue. I like this one in campaign mode because it does give you an extra thing to do. And the extra thing to do, I think we played it wrong on the channel before, but the extra thing actually has like conditions of when you can interact with it. So it incentivizes you to flip Hela. Because you can technically play through this whole thing without flipping Hela, which we're kind of incentivized to. And as soon as you play in the campaign mode that has an extra side scheme that you can only take threat off of it while Hela is flipped, obviously then you need to flip Hela, which is pretty cool theme. I like that a lot. So let's see if this thing works. Main scheme. Check out Kaldius's Nightcrawler Ronin deck. It absolutely slaps. Hey, self-destruct. Is it on? I take it on Marvel CDB. Let's pull it up in just a second once we do the setup. How you doing? So contents. Attach Odin to the main scheme, captive side face up. So he's on the table. It doesn't really matter. So I'm just gonna put him outside of play because he doesn't do anything. It's just you need to rescue him. So he's literally physically there. So put him in captive side face up. Reveal Niphalir and Garm. Set Galabru, Scourge, Hall of Nostron, and Nidhogg is out of play. Shuffled and counter deck. Shuffled and counter deck is fun text to have there. We're going to play totally stock standard here on Hela. So we have Hela. She has some treacheries. I don't remember what she does too much. The boost icons are very low, but her numbers get high. Legions of Hell can eat your allies, which is good for us, and has little draugrs. And then finally we have Frost Giants, which has some really big guys. 6 toughness, 4 attack, stun on the boost. I remember those being pretty bad, and average boost is 2, which is relatively high. Cool. This deck seems thin, but that's correct. All right, we'll flip this over. So Odin's Torment. When Hela would be defeated, if Odin is attached to this scheme, discard each attachment from Hela. That's the only way you can get rid of them. A Hela and flip her to her wounded side. So she flips over. On her wounded side, she just hits less, and she'll flip back once a side scheme leaves. So it's up to you to like flip her right when you reveal a new side scheme that you're okay chilling on. Because if you flip her and then immediately reveal a new side scheme and clear the side scheme, you kind of wasted your time. 1 threat a turn, 18 is a massive number. It's a really, really absurdly big number. And I don't know exactly why that is, but it's Hela's thwart number eventually gets to be like 5 or 6. So like she does thwart really hard. But that's it. When she would be defeated, if Odin's attached to the scheme, discard each attachment and flip her to a wounded side. And it's Hela's text, I think, that allows us. Oh, no, actually, it's the side schemes that give us Odin eventually. But yeah, that's Hela. +1 scheme. So she's just a 2/2 with 9 health. As much as when you defeat her, she flips and unattaches everything. We have Niphalir, I think. Pronunciation guide needed. So hinder 1. So comes in with 3 threat, victory 2. This will go to the victory display. So when we clear it, Hela's stats will get up and she'll flip if she's already flipped. It says acceleration. The first player reveals Galabru and Scourge, puts them into play, and deal every other player face down and counter card. Hey, Carl. Last time I played Hela, I was using Thor. The defender of the 9 realms grabbed one of those tough frost giants every single turn. I was unpleased. I think there's a chance also, like, I forget what its name, but I think Thor's Nemesis set gets worse for every Asgard. I'm not sure if it's Asgard card you control or Asgard card in play. And that's the sort of thing where you play against Hela, who's Asgard traded, and maybe some of her attachments are too. Like, I imagine that gets bad. The theme is really good, but yeah, any deck that has like a huge variance between the little draugrs and the big like 6 health stunner is like pretty wild. It's fun though. Thor struggles a bit to thwart. You do need to thwart a bit, but you do have also like pretty good margins. All right. Let's just check quickly this deck that Self-Destruct is talking about. So this is our list. Let me just get this out of the way. It's always in the description, mind you. Our last slots, we could change them now if we want to. I think we probably will try one more time to see if we learn anything. So the list you talked about was Kaldius's 9 Freund. 9 Freund. So yeah, Army 1, face the past. You have a quick strike nemesis, so it's a bit scary, but it's nice to pull this if you need to pull it. We have 3 in harm's way, of course you do. 3 jump flips, which is not a card I've loved in Nightcrawler, but we're probably playing what's it called, the one that does damage. This card just says it's a defend that doesn't require you to exhaust. And when you were to take damage, don't, and remove threat. So you're paying 2 resources to do 4, which is fine. It's okay. 3 sidestep. Again, I don't play a lot of these cards. Maybe we're a flow like water deck too. But prevent 3 damage, deal 1 damage. So it's another 2 for 4. It's okay. 2 taunt best card. And then we have a spec training, which is really good when you want to defend and draw a card. I mean, this deck could probably play spec training. I think a really big reason why spec training looks a bit better in these protection decks that are not good at thwarting is that eventually in the mid to late game, you get an in harm's way that thwarts 5 and there's not 5 thwart on the table, right? Like this is something we should be trying in this deck too. It's like spec training 5 threat is a lot for solo, especially for a protection deck. But you saw that in the mid to late game, we were like remove 5 threat from a 1 threat main scheme. It's like, what are you doing, bud? In this one, it won't be an issue because there's always a side scheme, but like that's a really good reason to consider doing this. Then we just have all you'd expect. We're not playing electrostatic armor, mind you. I just want enough cards that do something. And Banff is a bit more proactive than Quicksilver, it feels like. So you can play this if you want to. It's just like pseudo retaliate if you're defending. And then it is, yeah, it's exactly what you think. 2 unflappable to find it. I mean, I'm more of a believer of just playing 1 and drawing well, but I need to try playing 2 ofs and seeing if you can find it. And then 2 standalone, same idea, find it. I mean, this is what I worry about. It's like a lot of the Ronin decks are like 90% the same cards. This Nightcrawler deck is a bit more interesting because it's playing these cards. I assumed it would be playing with like Retaliate 3. That would be playing what's it called? The Change of Fortune, which is really good when you have Retaliate 3 and you have standalone. But yeah, I'm like, for better or for worse, all of these sort of like, you know, Ronin protection decks are like the same 90% shell. I want to play around with the best defense and ready with Hulkling, playing a new shapeshifter upgrade. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, that's neat. That is neat. There's one upgrade that is much better for you than the other ones, right? Because there's only 1/2 defense upgrade, I think. Yeah, seems cool. I mean, Nightcrawler is just a ton of fun. I just can't tell what this like. So this is not on the best defense, which is not surprising. But yeah, it is. I think the thing that this thing does is probably like Army of 1. I can't tell. This list is similar to mine, but I think I keep Dauntless and Excelsior. Oh yeah, Dauntless is okay. You need to keep your health up, which is not impossible. Defensive conditioning really helped Dauntless see a lot more play. You do have a good recovery card if you're playing it in Nightcrawler. Excelsior also is good for the, you know, the sort of change of fortune type thing. I could see that. I'd actually think I like Excelsior more than I like these cards. For Nightcrawler, you don't have to wait. What is the Banff text? It's been a minute. It says when attached enemy discards this declared Nightcrawler's defender. Yeah, so you already have ways to defend without exhausting yourself. So like I'm not a huge fan of these cards because they feel so incidental. Like spending 2 functional resources to do this text is like I sleep. They're just not, they don't feel like they do enough for a single slot. Especially also because when you draw them in your hero hand, they're useless. Usually defense events are like that. But I could see like trying to move the change of fortune. But this is definitely a ton of fun, man. Nightcrawler is really good. Nightcrawler's good, always been. Yeah. I don't understand who people don't like Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler's the best. All right, cool. That's neat. That seems like a lot of fun for sure. Nightcrawler Face the Past is awesome because you can just defend the quick strike and then you're ready after for free. Yeah, notably, I've done that with, as much as piercing sucks a bit more in War Machine, is it says reveal your thing, then ready yourself. So technically you can, you know, defend, then like retaliate can happen. So you can knock them out and like technically not change your fortune. And then you can ready yourself. Yeah, notably Face the Past, the ordering on it, you have to be very strict. It is reveal, then ready, then draw. The only thing is like when you play against Living Laser, it has piercing, and if you flipped up and then you have, unfortunately, your toughness because of your chassis, it's a bit worse. But yeah, that's an interaction that's quite fun. Cool. Thor's Nemesis game is cursed. I never clear it. I just rush the villain and ignore it. Yeah, it's really, really bad. You've heard me before saying like we want more cards that get worse the later the game is. But that one's like, I wouldn't say the opposite. It's just really, really bad when you draw it and you're like fully set up and it adds like 7 threat to it. And you're like, I'm Thor, aggression Thor. How do you want me to deal with 9 threat acceleration or whatever it is? All right, we're off. Let's just give our deck a good shuffle because we put all our upgrades together. We have Pietro's Text. We have Garm. The Garm is just a 4 health, toughness, attacks for 2. Nothing too special. And goes to the victory display. So Garm is not coming back. Hela attacks for 2, Garm attacks for 2. So in theory, we can defend both of them. Garm is guaranteed to be fine because obviously no boost card, as much as we'll have 2 defense probably on turn 1. So here, same thing. Stage 1 setup, stage 2 blow up. And the interesting thing is like you can't just blow up Hela. Like that's the cool thing with these side schemes is that every time that you advance a side scheme, it produces a problem, and you have to probably deal with the problem before you can advance. And so I don't think you can ignore these guys. Yeah, because it says threat cannot be removed from nip player while this is here. So that is something I'm going to forget. So I'm going to put a crisis here because the text says you cannot remove threat from this is on this card. I always like it when the threat is on the card itself, but that actually doesn't make sense on a lot of board states. So we cannot touch this until we deal with that. But the point being is if you're on the best defense turn, it's not like you can blow up all of them because you have to do like blow this up. And I think they all have toughness. So it's a nice little mechanic that slows you down, which is cool. The monstrous Hellhound guards the entrance to the underworld. Hey Ren, how's it going? It's going okay. Did you pick up your Sinister Motives, Fox? It's good. This deck is like totally cromulent. It's good. The issue is like the best defense is a hard deck to like kind of pin your hat on, if that's a expression, because you don't always draw it. You can't recur it. And the hands that you draw two of them has a huge impact on the consistency of your deck. Luckily, like baseline Pietro is like good. It's just like slow, consistent, methodical value every turn. And I'm into that, turns out. Turns out I'm into that. All right, so innate starts in her hand. It has to, no choice. You can mulligan away, of course, and there are some games in which I actually would consider that. Army 1, again, as like we drew this on our mulligan, not very good on turn 1 because our stats are really bad. At least when taking off a toughness is somewhat relevant. A double, kind of contingent on us getting something that takes a double. There's not too many expensive cards in our deck. Taunt. So Taunt is interesting because Taunt says Hela could attack us and we could draw 3 cards. Now, Taunt gets a lot better when you have your friction resistance because it's like kind of nearly free and you just go up 2 cards. Issues now we spend 2 cards to get 3 cards, which is also only better once we have high defense stat and retaliate, so that like getting attacked is not a huge cost. I would say we're almost definitely not keeping this. We would need to open up with every like good defense cheap upgrade. Leading Blow, same thing. The more I play this, unfortunately, the more I've cut these cards from my deck because they're only good on the combo turn, and the combo turn only comes sometimes. ABR also probably not worth it. So I think we can hold the energy. There's still a lot of 2-cost cards in our deck, and we can hope. Last time we just used an energy to play a 1-cost card. I mean, that's not the end of the world. And of course, we still have our alter ego text. ABR, standalone, that's good. There's going to be minions. So standalone means we can always guard against Garm and Hela on turn 1. So that's not bad. Makes the taunts better. Not that one, though. And we at least have a +1 attack card and reinforce sinew. But unfortunately, this hand only has +1 defense. Our deck has 5 defense cards. We didn't find any of them. That doesn't mean we can't dig for them. So we probably will. So we're going to use our alter ego text to discard these 2 to draw 2. No, that's the thwart one, which is still pretty good. The thwart one actually is really relevant here. I think it's usually not as relevant. No, it's actually pretty relevant. Okay, so we have to decide which of these we play and which we don't. Hyper Perception, catching the arrow, is thwart, which is fun. The attack one is the reinforced sinew. We want to play standalone because there are a couple minions in this one for sure. I was wrong. It wasn't Sinister Motives. It was the X-Men one, which I kind of want more. They're all good. All the mutant ones are really quite good. But yeah, Sinister Motives was a bit of a surprise because that one's been out of a stock and like really, really highly sought after. So that makes way more sense. Still, they're all good. All right, so what are we going to do? We probably want to double. Our big priority is knocking out Garm. So Garm, if we want to go for the attack one, we can attack for 1, attack for 2, put Garm down on 2 health. It's a start. If we kept the ready, we could have knocked out Garm, but it'd be a bit expensive. Then here, I think we just play +1/+1, and then we just don't have extra thwart. I mean, that feels bad to not lose the thwart on turn 1. Ultimately, now every turn we thwart for 2, which for most characters is good. But notably, when you play Hyper Perception, you're thwarting for 4 turns. So it's like a pretty big difference, unfortunately. I mean, there's a chance standalone is not actually worth it. And the issue, though, is like we don't have another double to play the Hyper Perception in the first place. So I think we just play the standalone anyways. Standalone's a lot better with taunt, but we've seen 2 in the first like opening hand. So it's a bit less important, but it's obviously still a good card, especially because we know we're drawing more minions. So I think this is what our opening is. It's like, oh, sorry, like this. It's not great. Maybe not even good, but it's probably fine. I think we'll take fine. So we'll flip up. We'll reinforce our sinew, which is medical. We go up to 2 attack. We'll play standalone, so as long as we have no allies, and at this point we're guaranteed to have no allies for a minute, we can ready ourselves so we get attacked twice. And then we'll play an innate reflexes, which starting card just gives us 2 defense. We'll just work on Garm, so we'll attack for 2. Super speed. We'll use our hero text, and then we'll attack for 2 again. So all we have to remember is we not use super speed during Hela's attack. We want to use super speed on Garm. We just have to remember that, because you lose an ready if you do that in the wrong order. All right, draw 5. Genius. Nice. Let's see if we get a double. Double time. A bit too on the nose. Maximum velocity. So this is not bad on a turn. Maximum velocity is a lot better if you have at least 1 extra ready in your hand. So we'll see if we draw it. We do. Okay, so this could be a turn. And we have an armored vest, so a bit of setup, but mostly like tempo, 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 which should be fine. All right, this goes to 3 because of the nip hill here, and Hela's going to attack us for 2 in a card. So we might as well defend because it's free. So we'll defend for 2. 1 boost on no place for the living, not a campaign card. Looks like one. We'll take 1. Now we're not going to choose to ready ourselves, and this is really important because now Garm is going to attack us, and this way that we get a free ready here. So Garm is going to attack us, and we'll respond to this attack with standalone, right? So we won't ready. When standalone, when an enemy attacks you, we'll ready on this, and then we'll defend Garm. Garm attacks us for 2, we take no damage, and now we'll fire our hero text. So then we can start the hero phase ready, and we get the value off of this. 1 encounter card. Frost Giant. Okay, so glad that we went for our attack stat first, because we can knock this out. Sort of. 4 health, toughness. So toughness does suck when we have to wield our basic our attack at 4 this turn. Okay, so this turn, we got things to do. There's a chance we don't play our armored vest. We can attack for 2, attack for 4, attack for 4, which I think just clears all them minions. In theory, we could leave Garm in play because like we already have a block on an attack for 2 every round. The only difference is it lets us to set up our armored vest, but it's not super effective. The other thing is we could play double time instead of maximum velocity. They're kind of the same. Double time gives us +2 attack, which if we attack twice is +4 attack. Maximum velocity does the same thing. Or sorry, they both do the same thing, right? They're very, very similar to cards. One of them only gets better if you are defending. The better thing though about maximum velocity, sorry, that one's better if you're defending because that means we'll have 4 defense next round. So I think we'll do that one for sure. So the order is not super picky. We'll attack for 2, knocking out Garm, goes into victory display. When Garm's out, we can deal with this now. Then we will ready ourselves with super speed. We'll spend 2 on maximum velocity. So now all our stats are +2. So I'm just going to put a die here, and it's until the end of the round. So we do defend for 4, which is cute. We'll attack for 4 into the Frost Giant's toughness. Awkward. We'll spend the double time on the ABR. Always be running, which readies us, and we'll attack for 4 into the Frost Giant. So normally we're pretty bad at clearing the table on turn 1. But that was actually pretty good, pretty clean. And we'll pass. We'll hold on to the armored vest because just setting up our stats are really good, especially because we haven't drawn any copies of whatever that card is called in harm's way, I think. Last maximum velocity. Friction resistance, huge. Love to get a double, but we're not likely to. Speed Cyclone. And the best defense. Best defense is not stellar here because it brings us up to like 3 defense. And max, like we always play friction resistance over everything else, I think. We could like play friction resistance and 1 card. Yeah, fine. This goes to 5. Villains attacking us for 2 and a card. We'll defend for 4. Boost, Hela's Cloak. So this one's only, we can get rid of this by defeating her. It gives her Stalwart, which we only have 1 stun card. It's in our hand. So that's totally fine. So we take no damage. We'll choose to super speed to ready. 1 encounter card. I was going to say no minion maybe, but we did find a minion. It's Draugr. Guard when revealed, choose to either take 1 damage or place 1 threat. We'll just go ahead and take a damage, I think. And this thing has guard. That's us. Okay, our stats are normalized. 3 attack is an awkward breakpoint. So we definitely do 1, 2, 3. Sorry, 1, 2, 3 for friction resistance. We're going to waste a resource this turn. Nothing we can do about that, really. It's good to find this sooner than later, though. So we will simply knock out the Draugr, I think. It only attacks for 1, and we have the free block against it. So like we might just want to thwart a bit. The issue is like we thwart for 2, which is pretty bad while we attack for... Sorry, we thwart for 1 while we attack for 2. Our deck has copies of In Harm's Way, so yeah, I think we'll just wait for In Harm's Way to deal with this main scheme. So friction resistance for an armored vest, which puts us at 3 defense. And notably, In Harm's Way will always have a good target here because the threat threshold here is 18. So we're very likely to be able to clear the 4 or 5 threat it gets us. So we'll attack for 2. We're ready. We'll attack for 2. We'll just take this out. We'll pass. Thwarting for 1 is maybe reasonable if we had no In Harm's Way left. Okay, best defense. So this could be a power turn. Well, this will bring us up to 4 everything so we can clear up the main scheme. Let's see if we get some readies. We got a ready. Really good already. So this could be a cool turn. Leading blow would be sick. Ronin. Okay, even better. In Harm's Way, these do compete, but usually best defense is a bit better. And ugh, every time. So we build a deck around this, and then you draw 2 in the same hand, which is the worst thing you could do. So now in this whole deck cycle, we're going to have 1 best defense turn. Yeah, it is hard. That just happens. Not much you can do about it, but it happens. It goes to 7 of 18. Villains attacking us for 2 and a card will defend for 3. 3 and a boost on Hela's Domain. So we're going to maybe take no damage. Hela's Domain says, if damage from this attack defeats an ally, no, we're good. So no damage. We'll choose to super speed. Under fire, I was going to say 1 encounter card. Sneaks up on you. First card, Fallen Warrior. I think this like nearly whiffs though, right? So discard cards from the top of your deck. Uh-oh. So until an ally, put that ally into play. So this basically just gets Surge because we're going to discard a whole deck, which we just complained about only hitting 1 best offense. Wait, we just talked about having only 1 best offense in our deck cycle, and now we're going to have 1 best offense. We're going to have 2 best offenses in 2 deck cycles because we discard our whole deck because our deck has no allies in it, and this doesn't do anything because it just surges. Because we decked out, not because it actually has Surge. I mean, we're happy that we found our friction resistance and our armored vest, but now, like, the in harm's ways we haven't found are just in here somewhere. So it's our full deck besides our hand, which is kind of funny. Hey, Need for Speed. So this is our obligation. Funny art. Either flip to alter ego and exhaust. So like the prototypical early obligations. Either remove this from the game, which is fine. We're probably not going to go through the deck. Or you cannot ready your identity until your turn ends. We can't have that. So unfortunately, we're going to lose a ready. And we're going to lose a ready on the turn in which we need to be ready for obvious reasons. So we're going to go to alter ego. At least we can cycle our hand. And we'll exhaust and remove this from the game. That's awful. It's so bad. Hey, we have Unnatural Storm. I think this exhausts you too, right? Like this scenario has a lot of text for us. Exhaust each ally. Okay, not us. And it says heroes and allies cannot be readied heroes and allies cannot be readied by player card effects. I mean, that's bad text. That is really bad text for us. Okay. So we're exhausted. We can't ready ourselves and we have to clear threat off of this. That turned bad. I mean, we did draw like 5 encounter cards, but that was really quite bad suddenly. Damn, that was bad suddenly. So we cannot ready ourselves. Okay. All right. In Harm's Way is good. Ronin's good. ABR won't be unplayable, but we have to In Harm's Way this, which is painful. The thing is, like, we're not very good at removing 2 threat unless we get one of our stat boosters. We can't use the best defense because we can't ready ourselves. So I think we just have to get rid of these. We might be able to play ABR. So we're going to use our alter ego text to throw out 2 copies of our key card to draw 2. Defensive conditioning and the... I can't tell what's happening, y'all. Like, I don't know what to say about this. That's so funny. So in our first 2 deck cycles, we're going to play 0 copies of the best defense. Damn. That's so goofy. Okay. I mean, it is what it is. So I think in this hand, like, either we set up Ronin or defensive conditioning and we just play In Harm's Way. It feels a bit silly to clear this, but if we clear this, we can ABR and then activate twice, which thwarts for 2. So it's like a bit wasted. Unfortunately, we got a couple expensive cards here, a 1, a 2, and a 3, but we'll see what it makes sense. I think we're definitely going to jump up because we don't want to let her scheme more. So when we jump up, that's so funny. Oh man. Okay. Definitely not likely, but it is what it is. So what's the best way we play this out? This is a huge issue, the Unnatural Storm. Now, if we play In Harm's Way, we spend 2 cards out of our hand like this. And In Harm's Way comes in and it removes, does a bit of damage, does 3 damage, removes 3 threat, which at least doesn't waste this too much. I kind of want the defensive conditioning because it's more health and I'm a bit scared. But the other options, if we do something like this, we do these 2 and and we're using friction resistance. Yeah. No, that's bad. Yeah. So that's not good. I think we have to clear this. This thing is a nightmare. So I'm assuming we just do these 2. I'm assuming we just do these 2 and this, and then we play Ronin and throw out the defensive conditioning. I mean, defensive conditioning is really good because extra health is always nice. We have at least our double attack protection, which is okay. But I think we're just going to do this because we have to. So In Harm's Way. So we're going to do 3 damage to the villain. Oh, I guess first we can just play this. So we'll play Ronin. So we get 4 defense and retaliate. So we'll do 4 damage to Hela. And then we'll do 4 threat to this, which means we can now ready ourselves. Oh, mind you, we played with this as well. We can't ready ourselves, we just pass. Awkward hands sometimes, huh? Draw 5. ABR? Double time, that's good. It's a bit of threat work. ABR. Deft focus, we wanted that, and a leading blow, which is, again, not a card we can really play here. This goes to 9 of 18, so we're only halfway there, and we have 2 more in harm's ways, and the in harm's ways will do a lot of work. Hela is attacking for 2 and a card, will defend for 4 for free. 1-2. Boost. Attach this to Hela. Her attacks get piercing. She has the Knight's Word. So she attacks for 3. We take nothing. She takes retaliate 1. Eventually, she'll just flip on her own, which is good fun. But ideally, we advance this before we do that. Because once we clear a side scheme or we add it to the victory display, I forget what the text is, then she flips back. But it does get rid of these 2 attachments. She has piercing. I don't think we have toughness, so we won't mark it. Well, ready. 1 encounter card. Caught off guard. So we have to discard one of our things. Unfortunate. I think we have to discard the reinforced sinew here. Bring our attack stat down. Our attack stat only really matters when we spawn the big things, but like our defense stat is super important to a lot of our cards in our deck. So I think we have to do that. And it's us. So, okay. We'll play Death Focus. So I think we're just going to do a lot of fast, small thwarting this turn. So we'll just use both of these. We'll do 1-2. We'll play double time. She will knock herself out in 4 turns, so we'll remove 4 threat from this. If we defeat Yep Healer, we have to grab the next enemy waiting for us, and I think it's Scourge. Scourge. Scourge attacks for 3, has 5 health toughness, which is like not an easy break point on this turn, so we'll wait until we have an in harm's way, I think, and 5 defense. We'll just thwart for 1. We will ready ourselves. We'll thwart for 1. We'll ABR. Thwart for 1. We'll ABR. We'll thwart for 1, I guess. I feel like Hela punching off your sinew is a bad thing. It's reinforced, don't worry. Yeah, it feels bad. We'll draw 5. Army of 1. Always be running. Speed Cyclone. She is stalwart. Double time. Reflexes. A defense card's good, but not a great hand. A lot of these hands will just be like, oh, we thwart for 3 and stay afloat. This goes to 3. She attacks for 3 and a card will defend for 4. 3, 4, 5. So we take 1. She takes 1. Has a 2 boost. We're ready. 1 encounter card. The Queen of Hell. Hero attacks you. Place 1 threat on each side scheme. It only happens in the other order. But now she's attacking. Unfortunately, this is the turn that we would love to use standalone, but we didn't know she's going to attack us. So she attacks us for... What is it? Just for text? Yeah, she attacks us for 3. So we defend here. We still have a ready, so we won't waste too much value. So we'll defend for 4. So she's 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. We take 1. She takes 1. So we are getting hurt. We might have to consider jumping down. Okay, so we'll start Deft Focus. Actually, no, we should just use always friction resistance to ready us with an ABR. So that readies both of these. We still have text access to our super speed, so we could just thwart 3, jump down. Seems fine. We could also knock a Nip Healer and jump down. If we jump down, we have Scourge. Scourge just kind of like thwarts for 1, which seems fine. Queen of Hell has such a live, laugh, love energy. Queen of Hell art does, you think? The Queen of Hell, I think it is. I mean, she's living, laughing, and loving, that's for sure. Man, her headpiece is kind of sick. Okay, so this is the turn I think we do recover. So I'm just going to do double time here. And I think... Okay, wait. The next card, what is its icon? It has an amplify, which means she will thwart for 1 more, so it's akin to an acceleration. But I do think we want to advance this before we defeat her. So we'll defeat to double time, and we'll remove 4 threat from Nip Healer. So we have to do its text. Oh, that means she thwarts harder too. So this is a bit sketchy, but we'll be fine. We'll be fine. So the first player reveals Yalarbru, which is this. And we put Scourge into play. Each other player gets a counter card, but notably this is now in the victory display. So we have a couple things to rectify. Firstly, let's just look at these things. So Yalarbru is here. Oops. So it comes in with 4 threat. It has an amplify. And when defeated, similar text. Find the Holinostrand and the Nidhogg. Deal each other player face down counter card. So same enough text. We have Scourge comes in with 5 health toughness, piercing, attacks for 3, so big numbers. Cannot be removed, so I'll put a crisis there until we deal with him. But very importantly, Hela's text is going to be the one that changes. So she gets +1 scheme, +1 attack, so she's 3/3, and she does get 3 health, so she's on 5 health, so she's a bit harder to kill. Are the side schemes locations you're navigating through? Yes, we're marching through Hell. So the front is going into the cave that leads to Hell, and that's where the dog is guarding. I don't know whether Scourge is from Marvel or from the Nordic mythos of sorts. But yeah, we are literally marching into Hell to rescue Odin. a very cool story and a very like interest. This one feels a lot like Lord of the Rings LCG, which is sick. Okay, this is us. So she's going to scheme for 4. Scourge is going to scheme for 1. So with 18, we're in a pretty good spot, but we do have no advances in the discard pile, so it's pretty frightening. We could thwart here for 1. We could also take off Scourge's toughness, which might be a bit more important. We could stun Scourge for free. I don't want to play Accelerated Reflex, though. Maybe we can do both. So we definitely have a free attack or thwart here. So if we thwart for 1, it's only 1. If we attack for 1, that means we can hit him with a in harm's way. So we'll attack for 1, which readies. So we could do 1, 2. Yeah, slightly awkward. When we jump down, we can discard 2 cards to get 2 cards. Hopefully find a double. I mean, not the worst odds. All the doubles are in there. The double would be really nice for this. But we have to decide whether we want to stun Scourge for 1 resource, and a stun for 1 resource is a pretty good deal usually. And I think we'll probably just jump down and recover because we got a bit beat up. Yeah, I don't think we're worried about Scourge's attack when we have a standalone, so we'll probably just like set up. If that's the case, we're allowed to attack for thwart for 1. No, we'll attack for 1. No, the breakpoints don't matter. We'll thwart for 1. Then we'll play friction resistance for army of 1, which readies us. This is not a hero resource, it's a hero response, so we can use it in alter ego. So we'll jump down. We'll recover for 3, and then we'll spend 1, 2 for an accelerated reflex, which is our defense. So we're at 5 defense retaliate, and we'll pass. So this will be a bad turn, but we'll draw into some good stuff, and we have the filtering on alter ego, so we should be able to bounce back. This would be such an incredibly killer turn for the best defense, because we would have 5 defense, 6 defense, and we knock out Scourge, we'd clear side scheme, Like we would do everything and more, but obviously we're not drawing into them, so unfortunate. Taunt, a bit risky, maybe. Double that we would have got. Maximum velocity is a good turn, so we want to see how many readies we can get. I think we've seen a lot of readies so far, though. Another taunt, could get a ready. Ooh. Okay, already. So we probably have to be priced into a taunt here. So it goes to 3. Hela is scheming for 4 in a card with the Amplify. So 4, 5, 6, 7 with Scourge. So it goes to 10 of 18. So another activate probably doesn't cook us, but it gets bad. Oh, is that bad? Shadow of the Past. I mean, it's usually bad. So our Nemesis is actually pretty rough. He does add threat to the main scheme. So Insight 2. So we're at 12. 4 health. We can probably deal with him. It says, when revealed, each player must either chase 2 indirect damage or exhaust. Exhausting is too expensive. Unfortunately, indirect we have to take to our face. So we'll just take 2 damage, 4 health. We also have a side scheme, which sucks. Extortion of Seismic Proportion, which is a great name. 2 threat, Insight 1. So, yikes. That was not a good turn to jump down, I guess. And we shuffle 3 cards into the deck. It's surprising how much threat his Nemesis adds. Like, his Nemesis just added 3 threat onto the main, which, like, just revealing your Nemesis, that's a lot of threat. Okay, so we can't deal with the main. It's at 13 of 18, so if she activates on an advance, we'll probably lose. She's scheming for 4. If we knock her out, she flips, which unattaches the attachments. She's attacking for 4 against us. I mean, kind of rough. A best defense would totally rip through this board. Shame how that be. So what's in the bottom of our deck? We have what doesn't kill me's, which are pretty good. We definitely want to play the velocity, and I think we'll play a taunt velocity, defend for 7. The question is whether we can afford to recover for 3 here, and whether we want to dig through our deck. Because I could see us discarding 2 taunts to draw, because we definitely play 1 taunt. I don't think we play 3 taunts. So I'll discard 2 taunts and draw a leading blow, which is not necessarily useless, actually. No, it's pretty bad. We have 3 attack and another maximum velocity, so not good. Does the game end if the main scheme hits the required number, or is it like Arkham where it checks during villain phase? It's just totally over immediately. So no matter how it hits it, whenever the main scheme hits its threshold, whether it's during insight, whether it's during an activation, whether it's during, I don't know, you add a threat there for some reason. If it's completed, it loses. Yeah, it's not for Arkham where it has to check on a certain time. If it happens, it happens. Technically, if you draw your villain like in the middle of, like, you could be your turn and you could play Face the Past, and Face the Past reveals your villain, and you forget your villain has, you know, insight 2, you could just lose the game during your turn too. Okay, so the big question is whether we can afford to recover before we taunt. My guess is... Otherwise, what are we doing? Our basic activation attacks for 3 or thwarts for 2. I think we have to thwart this. So we're not going to do our text, our recover. We're going to flip up to hero mode. We're going to use depth focus. We're going to use friction resistance, which at least is a good use. And we'll play the maximum velocity, which that was a really good thing to draw. This is like the best defense of sorts, because it just gives you 2 to everything. So we technically have 3 attack, 3 thwart, 7 defend. We will thwart for 3 off of this, which we have to clear it. Tuned in to see a lot of threat on Odin's Torment. Looks like we were doing well. We were doing okay, and then we jumped down and drew our Nemesis, which added a lot of problems. We hit a card that says discard your deck until you find a minion, and it discarded the bottom half of our deck, which means we lost like so many of the things that we wanted to play on that deck cycle, which hurt a fair bit. Okay, now we can do leading blow, or I guess maximum velocity, into taunt. So the villain's attacking us. She is attacking for 4 and a card, 5 and a card. Pretty big numbers, right? Because she's 3, 4, and amplify. We can now do standalone here, which is really good that you're able to fire this proactively. So we'll ready ourselves, which readies this and this. So we're defending. We're going to choose to defend. Yeah, because we have readies. We'll be fine. So we're defending for 7. She's attacking for 3, 4, 5, 6. We're good. She takes retaliate 1. We draw 3 cards, and we'll choose the super speed to ready ourselves. In harm's way, perfect. Oh, so good. Scarlet Witch, Serval. Okay, this is actually sick now. Okay, we're back. We're so back. This is an official promo. Do they have promos for most heroes? When I get around to do it, some of my favorite heroes. No, they are official promos, but I've never seen one in person. For a while, they had them in like random booster packs. You had to get to your FLGS, but I never saw FLGS in Canada that did this. These were a gift from the Winning Hand from Boom Guy. You see the Winning Hand logo? And so there's a whole series of these that I got. They're mostly all of the mutants and Quicksilver and Valkyrie because they came as leaders, but it was just a package. Mind you, these are made. The art is all from the comics and they're all credited. So this art is from Sean Isaacs. I don't know how to pronounce that. And then a lot of the graphic design was done by Band of Sirens. And so these were usually given out as prizes or just like as gifts, as promos in convention settings, which like super cool to get a package of that in the mail. Okay, we can do some good stuff here. So this is going to be a killer turn. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 1, 2, 3 in harm's way. So we have currently 7 defense stat, right? 7 defense. So we knock out Scourge. And we'll take 7 threat off of this. So 8 drops to 1. Like, this card is good. It is really quite good. We're very happy to get the +2 defend here. Then we will attack for... Unfortunately, 3 is a really ugly breakpoint into Avalanche. I think we'll do it, and then he'll die to retaliate. So we'll attack for 3 into Avalanche. Because we can defend into Avalanche for free with standalone. Like, keeping 1 minion in play is really nice. This is a really good card into Kingpin. Because Kingpin, you want to keep a minion engaged with you, which is cool text to have. Then we'll pitch Scarlet Witch for Army 1. So we had a good turn. We had a really good comeback turn. We'll ready, which will ready. So we can thwart for 3. We could put Hela down to no health. Clearing this first would be kind of good. We have no reason to advance Hela, but it lowers her stats as much as increases her stats. So I think we'll try and knock Hela out. So actually, no, I'm a bit more worried about this. We should take the 3 thwart as we can. But I think the bottom of our deck still has 2 in harm's ways. It has 1 in harm's way, which thwarts for 5. So we probably don't have to go that hard. So we'll knock out Hela here. So we'll attack Hela for 3, and then she'll get knocked out during the villain phase. So we'll attack for 3 into Hela. She's down to 1. And then we'll just play Serval Industries. I'm not going to do the leading blow, unfortunately. It's not really a thing we can do. So we have the Serval, excuse me, which means in Alter Ego we can shuffle cards into our deck. They have to be our cards. So, I mean, that's good. But Alter Ego is a bit sketchy to get to, and we'll pass. I mean, really good recovery turn. So we too have 7 defense this round. We should draw an Unflappable. What doesn't kill me is good too, to get some healing, and harm's way is perfect. So yeah, we're going to be coming back for sure. The double for in harm's way is also really nice. All right, this goes to 7. Hela's attacking us for 3, 4, and an amplify. So 5 will defend for 7. Advance is perfect. So we take no damage. We won't ready with our super speed text, really importantly, but we'll do retaliate 1 to Hela, which defeats Hela. So the villain says, I don't think actually she says, I think the main scheme says, when Hela would be defeated if Odin is attached to the scheme, which it is, we're just not putting him on the table. Discard each attachment. So she loses Stalwart. She loses +1 in piercing. Flip her to her wounded side. So we flip her over. On her wounded side, She cannot be defeated. She only attacks and schemes for 1, so ignore those numbers there, but I'm not going to move them. And after a side scheme is defeated, flip her back. She has infinite health. So we can't hurt her, but now she just attacks for 1, which is like super inconsequential. Now our nemesis will attack us. This is where we do standalone. So this is why we do it the way that we do. So we'll ready ourselves here, which would ready friction resistance if we had defense events. So Avalanche is attacking for 2. We'll free defend for 7, taking no damage, super speeding up, and Avalanche gets knocked by retaliate. So really good recovery that turn. 1 counter card. Gang up. Nice. So she attacks us for 1 and a boost. We in theory could defend here. We have a ready in our hand, which is fine. If we defend, we're usually healing for 2 or 3. Yeah, we'll defend for 7. So 1, 2. If the villain's attacking, this deals damage, stun. So good defense for us. That was one of the 2 frost giants. We've seen the other one. That's fantastic. Super cool. I'm hoping to honestly make some of those echoes for echoes EBR. Oh, super cool. Yeah, I've never seen an EBR alt art, but I'm imagining they do exist by this point in the life of that game. That's really cool. All right, that's us. So the only bad thing is that in Harm's Way, it's actually not great because it's just a thwart card now. We're spending 4 resources to thwart 5. It's not brilliant. It's something. I mean, it's better than nothing. And maybe we want to like deck out and draw another encounter card before we flip her back. Because once we flip her back, she's a lot scarier. So I think we'll probably recover and then like, you know, recover. And then we'll get back into the fight of things, the swing of things. So if that's the case, we will try and play as much of our hand as we can. What doesn't kill me is hard to play. We always play Army of 1 because it's more than free. So Army of 1, we use the friction resistance, which readies us. So it's largely free. We probably just thwart for a bit here. Like maybe we don't play in Harm's Way. What doesn't kill me, healing is good, unflappable is good. So we'll use friction resistance to play unflappable. Staple card, and I haven't played defense a Daredevil yet. I imagine he's pretty good. Heightened Hearing is a really good card. And so this just says, if we defend and don't take damage, which defending for 5 usually does it, we'll draw a card. We will simply thwart for 1. Not much else to do. This is a breakpoint on In Harm's Way, so we'll thwart for 1, which readies. Then either we can play... Yeah, I think we don't play In Harm's Way. I don't want to do that for threat. So the bottom of our deck has a double and a card that's good for a double, so I don't think we'll hold the double. So we'll just do thwart for 1. We'll play friction resistance and In Harm's Way for what doesn't kill me. So we hit the requirement. So we'll recover 2 and ready, which readies this. Yeah, we're short 1 awkward resource. We didn't play a superpower this turn, so yeah. And then we'll just thwart for 1. That's it. It's actually wild how Marvel Champions completely displace Sentinels for me. I do like the separate environment stuff of Sentinels better than the way MC has done it. Much more fleshed out. Yo, Yak, how's it going? We were talking about Sentinels a long time ago in the VOD, so you might not be watching live, which you can do on YouTube. So if you hear this later, or you're hearing it right now, how's it going? I was never the biggest Sentinels fan. I do think it's a much simpler game in which like you draw a card, you play 1 card a turn. It's interesting too, when you play that game solo, you have to play multiple characters, which like in some ways is a downside, but it shows you like the engine is much more about different cards interacting across the table than just like one player playing something. And ultimately, yeah, when I played it, I played a lot of the learn to play characters and it was just like, play your card, next turn, play your card. And that this game gives you a lot more like agency, it seems. But I do know that game got a lot more complicated and they had like a ultimate edition, like a revised edition with better everything, supposedly. It's a game that I'd want to check out a bit more. But it does feel a lot like when we played Marvel Legendary recently. It'd be like, wow, this game feels as old as it is. As much as this game is only like, I guess actually it's like 7 years older than Marvel Legendary. It's a totally different game. But yeah, it's interesting. Hey, love. All right, that's us. We get an encounter card. We draw 3 more. Oh, wait, Hela has infinite health. I didn't realize I set that up to do that. That's sick. I don't think it's an 8 sideways. I think that's actually an infinity icon. All right. 1, 2. The best defense. Okay, so hold on. I realize I need to shuffle the deck really well because all the best defenses were together. So we need to hope that this card is good because the best defense would be really good here. It allows us to knock out Yaller Brew and allows us to knock out the next thing. And then like, I wouldn't say that we win in 1 turn, but it'd be very, very good. The problem is our deck has an issue with toughness because attacking for 5 into a toughness is pretty silly. I don't think there's a way for us to fix that without having allies, but we'll find out. But this hand is like, it's not perfect. Now I can only see it as an 8 sideways. There's a chance that's what the font maker did. Taunt. Okay, taunt and the best defense is good because more hand is more readies. Double time, not great. So our hand has no natural readies, but we could draw some cards, especially with unflappable. All right, this goes to 5. Hela is attacking, flipped Hela for 2 and a card with the Amplify. We will defend for 5. Boost. Hela's Crown. You can attach these to Hela, right? So after Hela schemes, give her a face down boost card. That's pretty bad text. +1 scheme as well, but we don't take any damage. She can't take retaliate damage. We ready, and we'll do unflappable to draw a card. We want to find as many readies as we have, and we drew. We've had like no hands today in which like there's a best defense that doesn't have another best defense in it, and we're gonna play the taunt and draw the 3rd best defense. It's why we shuffled well. Man, that card is something else. Okay, we tried. She can't take retaliate. Frozen. Oh, is this gonna stop us too? Attach your identity. You can now ready. That's not good. Assault. Okay, she's attacking us again. Unfortunately, we can't use standalone on this. So we have to use standalone on the taunt. That's acceptable. So we'll defend again. We're defending for 5. She's attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. We cannot ready. Huh? Oh, it's alter ego action. The best laid plans are thwarted so easily by hell. That's so bad. I think we shouldn't have defended that attack if I read the text on this. I thought we could do this in hero mode, but of course we can't. So that means we can't play taunt. We can't do anything. We have to just jump down and recover, but she has this. This is terrible. We definitely shouldn't have defended against that. But it's still an issue. It's like, we could have played taunt and passed. But the problem is like, we can't get rid of this attachment because we have to flip her and defeat her. So we have to just jump down and like, maybe that's a good reason why there's 18 threat on this thing. But she's going to jump down. She's going to scheme for 1, 2, 3 and get an extra boost card. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, it's rubbish. That's really bad. We'll luckily have a physical. This has to be our energy. So that deals with Frozen and Alter Ego. Oh, that being said, we could jump down and use our Alter Ego attacks to find better cards. But I actually think I'll hold on to one of these because it's probably worth it. So then we'll do Death Focus and Super Friction Resistance for double time. So we'll just remove all this rare off the main because I'm scared. We will jump down. In Alter Ego, we have access to Serval, which can shuffle some cards back in. They have to be Quicksilver cards, which not really something we want to do here. So I'll get rid of... We can't. I don't think we can use the text on our Alter Ego because we need to have a yellow and red guaranteed for this. And then I think we just play Hyper Perception, but then we can't keep a best defense. Oh, I hate this. +1 thwart is not super important. I'm going to hold on to this out of principle. So I think I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to spend a yellow and a red to get rid of Frozen, which is what it needs. And then I think I'm going to... I guess if that's the case, I might as well use these with the Alter Ego text to draw 2, which let's just do that first because that could open up the turn. Yeah, so we're definitely not going to be playing these 2. So we'll discard 2 to draw 2. Maximum velocity and in harm's way. Okay, that's better because now we threw out the double. We threw out the card that could use the double. I mean, we're so priced into using this that I think we have to do things like that, unfortunately. So the best turn next turn would be best defense, taunt. These are really good with maximum velocity. So I think we're just going to hold this to craft the best possible hand. And then we'll do red and yellow into Frozen and we'll pass. So we're going to hold these cards. They're all very good together. Taunt draws us 4 cards. We can even recover if we want to, but usually we won't. Double, nice. Taunt, leading blow. This is the leading blow turn. We prepared for this. We prepared for this. The whole game has been leading up to this exact moment. So you're absolutely correct. I was not watching live, but I'm in the present now. Welcome. Yes. That is sometimes something you see a fair bit on YouTube when someone responds to something you said a while ago, but you don't always know, huh? I wish I told you to be like, they're not watching live. It'd be so much easier. Hopefully you're well, Yak. This goes to 2. So Hela, she's flipped. So she doesn't have those numbers. She's only scheming for 1, 2, 3, 4. If it's a damage, it's not. So this goes to 6. The problem is on Hela's Crown, she gets another boost card. So if she schemes again, it's not the end of the world. That's not good. Okay, then she gets 1 encounter card. Assault, which gets Surge. She can't attack us. The Wastes of Niflheim. This sounds like something that would probably stun us. Take 1 direct damage. Okay. Take 1 additional damage for each side scheme. The victory display is 1. So we're down to 5 health. And we survive. Okay, so... This is the turn we wanted. There is some chance we could do our alter ego shenanigans turn to be able to like dig. The thing is she's going to attack us with 2 boost cards, but we should have defense 7, so I'm not too super stressed about it. Not super stressed about it. So I don't know if we recover for 3 here. Maybe we do. I think we do. And then we do like best defense, which like we're hoping it's good. The only thing with best defense is like recovering is very expensive because now the recovery costs us 6 thwart, which like actually probably we don't recover then. So we can play best defense. We can play maximum velocity. So we can do 7. So that's really good. We can assume that we're going to be drawing into a superpower. And then we use friction resistance to play taunt. And then we ready off of the standalone. And then this extra taunt is useless, but maybe we'll find something cool with it. Ideally, we needed one other like not great card to fire with Pietro. We also could fire this text to shuffle any cards in our deck, but we don't actually want any of these cards. If we had readies, we'd shuffle them back. So I think this is how we start. I don't think we recover. I think we'll flip up. We will use a taunt to play the best defense. So we finally done it. We're going to play this. We have +1 defense, but all our stats for this turn is 6. They're all 6. All stats is 6. Stats are 6. Then we'll spend the double on maximum velocity. So for this turn, all our stats are in fact 8, which is pretty good. So all our stats are 8. This is for the round. This is for the round. So we have 8 defense, 8 everything, which is really quite good. Then we'll do friction resistance to play a taunt. Oh, no, that's not true. We'll thwart for 8 off of this. And then we'll use friction resistance to play taunt. The reason why we do this in this order is now when taunt activates, we can fire standalone, which readies us, which readies this. And we're now getting attacked for 1. And then 2 boost cards. Each of these have another amplify. So we should be fine. So we're defending. We waste the friction resistance trigger, but that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boost 5. So 5 damage is not a problem yet, but Earthquake might just exhaust us, which sucks. Choose to either spend 2 physical or exhaust your identity. Technically, our identity is already exhausted. We can't spend 2 physical because we're only readied after the defense. Because super speed says after you use one of the Quicksilver's basic powers. So technically, when you're resolving the Earthquake, it has no text. So we take no damage. She takes retaliate, but she has infinite health, so it doesn't matter. Unflappable fires here. We draw a card. We didn't take damage. We want as many readies, not a ready. We'll now ready ourselves, and then taunt will fire, which draws 3 cards. A ready, a double, and a ready. So far, so good. Off topic from this, but I was wondering, hey Jedi, if you have any recommendation on how to build Ironheart. I enjoy her kit, but have no direction on how I want to build her. Oh, cool question. My biggest recommendation. Oh wait, hold on. Actually, let me get back to that because we're in the middle of a pop-off turn. But after this turn, I'll definitely answer that question. And if I don't, kindly remind me. Because Ironheart is a lot of fun. I've played a fair bit more Ironheart than I think I do. Than I think I have. Okay, so let's see what we can do. Now the problem is he can't just blow up Hela. But if this was a character, a villain that was a conventional villain that we could just blow up, this turn we can attack for 8. 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 We have no more card draw. We could have kept another taunt if we wanted to, but we can attack for a lot of damage. That's 24 damage. No, 32 damage, right? 32 damage we have on this turn, which knocks out a lot of characters. The issue is the spawning thing is going to be a bit trickier, but here we're going to thwart for 8 off of Yalabru, and then we'll see what happens. So, when defeated, the first player reveals Hall of Nostrand, and we reveal the Nidhogg. Deal each other player an encounter card. This is the second card in the victory display. So that means Hela gets 4 scheme, 4 attack. She flips over because we cleared a side scheme. The villain now flips. She has not 9, but she has an extra 6 health. So the villain is on 4 attack, 4 scheme, 15 health. So she gets a fair bit bigger. Hall of Nostrand, we kind of want to knock out immediately because it has issues. Because it has a hazard icon, bad icon. Now we can't take threat off of this while there's our friend, the Nidhogg on the table. We had a crisis icon like a minute ago. Where did it go? Here it is. So I'm just putting that to remember. Comes in with 5 threat. Now the biggest dampener to this turn is that we have the Nidhogg, and the Nidhogg has toughness. If the Nidhogg didn't have toughness, like it would be so easy. But toughness, 6 health, has overkill. That's fine. We actually might in harm's way this turn. Oh wait, we also have another ready. We might have lethal. We probably have lethal actually. Okay, so that's that. Hela flips back. We're in a good spot. Yes. So we just attacked. So next we're going to use friction resistance to play ABR. So always be ready, readies us, which readies the friction resistance. So we're good to go. Unfortunately, we have to deal with the Nidhogg, because if we don't deal with the Nidhogg, we cannot remove threat from the Nastrond. So we'll attack for 8 to the Nidhogg. Again, this is 8. And here we're going to do a little trick. We're going to do Leading Blow. So Leading Blow says when you attack, discard the top card in the counter deck. It has 1 boost. So technically we're attacking for 8 damage still. Because notice it decreases our attack stat. But the big thing with best defense and why you'd want to do this is best defense says your attack stat can't be decreased. It's just your defense stat. So we attack for 8 and we get a ready, which readies friction resistance, which means we did this in the wrong order. So hold on. No, I still think we have to do this. So it's fine. It's not bad. Ultimately, it was a 1 card ready, but with friction resistance, all your readies are 1 card readies too. So it's like, it's okay. It's probably not worth a slot just because the floor of it is so bad when it whiffs. And not when you whiff on a token. Is if it's not a best defense turn, it's nearly useless. Okay. Cool. So then we'll do, notably the text on In Harm's Way. How's it worded? In Harm's Way says, deal X damage to attached enemy and remove X threat from his game, which means we cannot deal with the Nidhogg because we can't target both of these at the same time. If it was deal X damage, period, then remove X threat, then we could deal Nidhogg and deal with this. But because they're the same sentence, we can't target Hela Nostron because you can't remove threat from it. At least I think so. Technically, it's a legal target. So maybe because we read the sentence 1 by 1, we actually can deal it. Because it says deal X damage to enemy and remove X threat. So the targets are legal. I think we can do this actually. If not, we would just attack first and then do this and then hit Hela with it. But I'm pretty sure we're allowed to do this in hindsight. So we'll do friction resistance double for In Harm's Way. So deal X damage, so we knock out the Nidhogg. And then we remove 8 threat. So we'll knock out the Hela Nostrand. I think we can do this. It's not a targeting issue, and the order of these things fire. Oh, it's Nastrand. So Hela Nastrand. When defeated, the first player detaches Odin from the main scheme and takes control of him. Oh no, we have an ally now. We mentioned this earlier. Luckily, we played all our ally cards, but now standalone is useless. So we do have Odin. Also deal each player face down and counter cards, so that's fine. Notably, we can now knock her out. This is Odin. The captive. Oh, don't look at that side. This is Odin the captive. Odin the captive has 6 health. Has some consequential. Big consequential numbers. And while Odin's not attached to the main scheme, it gets the first player gains control of Odin. Odin cannot have cards attached and does not count against your ally limit. Unfortunately, he still is an ally. So this is that. We've entirely cleared the board in 1 turn. Very importantly, Hela gets even stronger, right? So she gets an extra 3 health and she attacks for 5 and 5. Massive numbers as much as we're like, see the finish line. We still ready? Yeah, we're still ready. So we should be able to win, I think. We'll attack for 8 into the villain. We'll use Death Focus to play Always Be Running. Which readies us, which readies this. We'll use Odin, our friend, to attack for 3 into Hela. Taking 2. And then we'll attack to 8 into Hela. Got her. And that is a big thing about why the best defense is worth doing. It is very, very good, especially when your deck has as many readies as we have in our deck, right? Like we activated that turn, I think like 4 or 5 times, including a taunt, and the taunt is free with standalone. So it's really, really good. And then taunt is really good because you have more cards, so you have more readies. We nuked her. We nuked her. We cleared it 6 health toughness. We cleared a main scheme. We even thwarted this, which we didn't have to do. We could have just sent it to the fence. The best defense and leading blow is a neat combo. Yeah, it's like, that's the thing. It's a neat combo. But I think the best defense is such a weird card that's inconsistent that it's hard to put the slots in your deck unless you're specifically a deck like Echo that can like hold it and then pull it on the right turn and then reuse it, right? But there's so many cards like that, like Counterpunch. Counterpunch is such a cool card when you're on a best defense turn. Because imagine the villain attacks us and we counterpunch for 8. Like obviously that's sick. This is a bit harder because it's like sort of a defense event, so you don't want to hold it into your hand. Or like True Grit. True Grit, we play it for free with our friction resistance after we defend, and we remove 8 threat. Like, that's less good in solo, because there's not a lot of times there's 8 threat on a thing to clear. But it's like all of these cards are cute. The best thing by far of leading blows that like the text can't be lowered. That was awesome. That's like a really, really inspired interaction. But unfortunately, this is such an ugly draw in this deck because we have one attack stat usually. It's just this card. It's like if you can find it, you pop off. If you can't, and if you draw 2 in a hand, you waste so much damage for every deck cycle. That's fun. That's quite fun. Hela is a ton of fun for sure. I built 4 Quicksilver decks for COH this year. Hey, Greg. 1 for each aspect, taking advantage of the new conditioning cards. The Echo deck made green Quicksilver even better with In Harm's Way. Yeah, I could see that. I also imagine you're playing Army of 1, but I guess you're playing allies. I mean, I guess if you're playing In Harm's Way, you're not playing allies, huh? Yeah, Quicksilver is one of the few characters that wants to play all of the innates. For those who don't know, in the next pack in Jessica, we get all the innates. We get innate aggression, innate inspiration, innate reflexes, I think. And they all just give you +1 to your stat as soon as turn 1. And there's not a lot of heroes in which like innate on turn 1 is something I actually want to go out of the way. What's the last one? Innate perception, excuse me. The art on this one's great. Who is this? Is this like Misty Knight or somebody? Who is this character? Not Misty Knight, but Colleen Wing? I don't know. I think I know who this is. Regardless, not a lot of characters do I want to play a 2-cost upgrade. Like innate reflexes is cheaper on 1 cost, but a 2-cost upgrade, half your hand on turn 1 to get your thwart up. That's to me a hard sell. I think it's good though. I think it is good. And there's certain characters in which like that's very, very compelling. All right. The question from Jedi was off topic for this, but I was wondering if you have any recommendation on how to build Ironheart. Yeah. So let's see if we can pull up the Ironheart cards by name off the top. So Ironheart is a build-up character, right? Like she's a character that has a very obvious scaling where she's way more powerful in turn 8 than turn 1. We played a whole expert Galaxy's Most Wanted campaign, largely a whole on this channel, which is a very, very difficult campaign. And we played solo just as Ironheart. We didn't play our deck. We played a deck we found on Marvel CDB from someone called The Protection Is. The password is password. The password is the password, I think their name is. And I really liked a lot of parts of that deck. If you ask me, Jedi, my big thing when it comes to Ironheart is your priority is clearing or getting counters on her. You need to progress. And it's not so much because her cards get better, because they do, but more so your hand size gets better. And having more hand size is the best thing you could possibly do. And then eventually, once you're at Ironheart 3, of course, the game is, I would say, pretty solved, because so many of your cards now just do an extra 2 damage, right? Like that's just really, really good. Do an extra 2 damage every time that you play a card. It's the game gets over. There's actually a lot of times where we had enough counters on Ironheart 3 that we flip the villain and then we just do like 10 damage to the villain and then we attack for like 6 and the game's over. So I think your priority with Ironheart is mostly just getting to stage 3 almost at whatever cost, because the difference +1 hand size, getting toughness, and then a bunch of your events get better. Like that's so important. Justice was really good at that. And unfortunately, I don't know the names of all the cards. So hold on. I'm just going to open them up on Hall of Heroes where they're all in the same spot. So she has a bunch of weird ways to get counters. The ways that I like the best are her events. She has 3 photon beams and 2 flyovers. And so Justice was a really easy home for flyover and photon beam because they can put 2 counters for a single activation. So in Justice, you can play a lot of cards like One Way or Another, which are really good at drawing your cards, but then finding a side scheme with exactly 3 threat. Because if you remove the 3 threat, like you're a third of the way there to upgrading your suit, which is fantastic. It's a similar idea for what's it called for Photon Beam. 4 damage for 2 progress counters is phenomenal, and I'd really recommend playing Face the Past, because Face the Past grabs your Nemesis minion, draws 3 cards, and readies you. Those are all really good techs that's setting up as fast as possible, like just drawing cards very quickly. And your Nemesis minion is, what's her name? Nadia? Not Nadia Van Dyne. Lucia von Bardas. And she just dies to a single photon beam and has no text. So it's like such an easy interaction if you have it in your card pool. Face the Past is just like really free. And all of these cards are very good at setting you up at just like getting through your stuff as quickly as possible. And then New and Improved eventually becomes a good card. I never like New and Improved because it's pretty expensive. It gets better the higher your suit is. Just keep in mind, you can use this to grab an Ironheart card. And so you can always use this to go grab your Stroke of Genius, which means you spend 4 resources, but you kind of get 2 resources back. So even sometimes in the mid game, using a New and Improved for like a toughness and a Stroke of Genius is like kind of fine, just because it is one of the cards that does give you more counters. Stroke of Genius you want to play as much as possible. I remember playing this in Leadership, and for that reason Beast is really good, because every time you play or replay Beast, you can go grab a Stroke of Genius, and Stroke of Genius puts you closer and closer to upgrading your suit. Ultimately, your goal with Ironheart is just upgrading your suit. I think that's mostly it. She has some really good upgrades, right? Like Tony Stark AI works on either side, which is good. I don't really value Ronnie Williams and her alter ego text. It's better in multiplayer where you can afford to stand down, but like being an alter ego is good for her because she has 6 hand size always. So if you want to play like protection and play like ready for a fight or play confuses and jump down, like that does make a lot of sense to me. But like Ronnie Williams has really good text. If you can find Ronnie Williams and fire her once this turn and once next turn, if you jump up and jump down, like she gets you a third of the way to your next suit, which is really important. I think I'm less excited about her re-reaction because like spending a wild, like spending an icon for a charge when you're setting up, it's probably fine. But a lot of the times when I played a Riri deck, I had so much card draw that I didn't want to dedicate cards before I drew my cards, but all your card draws in hero mode. So there's a sequencing issue there. I don't like Braun. Braun's fine, but he's very expensive. He only stays around for like 2 turns usually. It's hard to make Braun really good unless you build around Braun. So like I never played Braun very aggressively. You can watch the tapes for sure, but like she's a ton of fun. Also, Sector Scan is not a card I care about. I'd never play this, even if it's free. It just doesn't matter unless your deck really cares about it. I love the giant dice. Do you have a link to them? I don't, but if you find them on Burger tokens, they're out of stock right now. They're kind of getting more stock. You can get emailed when they're in, but these are called spin down XL dice. They're spin down counters technically. The orange ones are just the regular ones. They have them in weighted if you want them heavier. These are the regular ones. They're quieter on the table, but they're very, very good. I have a ton of them. It's like one of the most asked questions on that. I should reach out to them to get some sort of sponsorship, I think. Yeah, she's good. She's just good. If you have any more nuanced questions, I would definitely like look online if you can. It does depend which like aspect you're playing in. I don't think protection has any obvious things to be doing besides ready for a fight, which means you can stay more in alter ego aggressively. Her stats, like she has like a defense, like you could play a defense traded deck, but ultimately like what's really cool about Ironheart is that all of her cards are the way that you progress your game plan, your progress. So she really incentivizes you to play her cards for forward progression and then play the aspect cards to bolster that, right? The weighted spin downs feel so good. They do feel really good. I ordered like a dozen of these and they accidentally gave me one weighted one. And you can really tell it's about 3 times the weight. Yeah. Like click an affiliate link. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. I probably should reach out for them. Weird observation. I'm pretty sure that when I was making the custom hero, I realized that Riri's V3 suit is the only hero with 3 thwart. Why is that? No, there's actually 2 heroes with 3 thwart. She definitely has 3 thwart. But the 2 heroes we have with 3 thwart are Phoenix, who's the first hero with 3 thwart. Not that. Phoenix Hero, and Jessica Jones is coming out with 3 thwart. Also not that. So nearly. Riri was technically the first hero with 3 thwart, but Jessica Jones and Phoenix have 3 thwart on turn 1. Why is that? 3 thwart's really strong. It's kind of boring, but it's really strong. Like, especially in multiplayer, the 3 thwart's always good. In solo, it's a bit less good, but it knocks out side schemes in one shot. I think that's a really big reason why one way or another is also kind of nice, but I guess at that point, you have 3 thwart, you're already set up. The Psylocke count? Oh, I guess Psylocke can kind of count, right? Psylocke needs to get her things on the right side to get her thwart up. So kind of, yeah. Yeah, I guess she can count. She has a bit more opportunity cost associated. But like, the first one we've truly seen was Phoenix, I guess. I don't know. 3 thwart is strong. It's just like surprisingly really good. Is Braun the Amadeus Cho from Thor's pack? Don't know who that is, but I think so, yes. So we have Aggression Braun, who is Amadeus Cho. No, yeah, this is Amadeus Cho. I think it's the same character, yeah. I don't know what that's about. I'm not very familiar with the Champion Teen Avengers line of heroes, but they all seem to be similar. All right, we've been streaming for about 3 hours. We can do one more game real quick. The leading blow was cute this game, but yeah. Thank you so much. I was leaning towards justice, so giving me a better idea. I'll look online. Thank you again. I've enjoyed your channel a lot, lurking in the background. Keep it up. Thank you. That's very kind words. Really appreciate it. If you ever have questions, like, please don't hesitate. Obviously, like, talking about things is the best. I do recommend, again, there's a whole stream. There's maybe even 2 streams in which we play the deck, and the link is in the description, even if you don't watch the stream, but it's a great starting point if you have a full card collection. But I really appreciated Justice because Justice has a lot of card draw. The side schemes, getting them out on the table and clearing them is really consistent. And it just felt good. It felt really good. You have some really good allies too. The allies were not bad in that deck. But she's fun. She's like way more fun than I thought. A lot of people don't like her because once you got to like version 3, I wouldn't say the game doesn't matter, but it's like very hard to lose a game and when you're on version 3. Not impossible, we have, but it's like very, very hard. Because like you're just so over curve. 6 hand size. Instead of having 6 flat stats, you have like 8 flat stats. Your text means most of your cards do 2 extra damage, and it's not an attack, so dodges, retaliate, and guard. It's like there's so many good interaction points. It's fun though. It's like it's really fun. I honestly like building her a bit more than building Iron Man, which is really cool that they have 2 similar themes that play out differently. All right, let's deconstruct this. I would love to get, if you can in chat, hit me up with a hero choice or a villain choice. Who do we want to play against for our last game today? We could do Fear No Evil villains against different main schemes, or outside of Fear No Evil villains on Fear No Evil main schemes. That's definitely a thing we could do today. But yeah, we have time for one more game for sure. Not like a super long one, but like we got time. My stomach is holding up, which is good. Can you play against that guy with the arena? Expert Mojo will mess us up. Expert Mojo is really hard. You have to kind of build your deck into Expert Mojo. I know we did that on stream before. We played Expert Mojo as like the 10-1 game, and it was like, oh, I realized you have to build your whole deck around it because the margins on Expert Mojo are really difficult. I think Renin's a really good choice, but it's the sort of thing where like our one defense on turn one will probably catch us out. I mean, two people are saying MaGog. Maybe you're saying MaGog as like the arena person. Yeah, it is MaGog. Riri's probably one of the first hero packs I'll grab. I love setup heroes. Yeah, she's a fun one of that. I mean, we can try. I don't think it's going to go well for us. MaGog is fun. I mean, we might do standard MaGog, and if it goes really well, go to expert MaGog, but the expert MaGog is like messed up hard. Like you can lose on 2 turns, no problem. He hits like a truck. I mean, maybe that's reasonable. Give me 1 second. I just have to grab the box. Okay, if we're gonna play against Expert MaGog, we have to make some deck changes. I think we probably want to play 2 copies of Standalone, just because we have no allies. And MaGog's big thing is that when you get attacked and take damage, or is it when you don't defend? I forget which one it is, but like you really need to be able to be ready multiple times because MaGog can hit 2 or 3 times, and every time he hits you and you don't block it, it's a problem. Did it come out of Mutant Genesis? I thought it did. Is it not? When did MaGog come out? Was it Next Evolution? Oh, wrong box, I guess. I guess it was Next Evolution. That seems wrong. I remember Rogue came out. 1 second. Wrong box. Yeah, it was the Mojo pack, but I'm pretty sure that came out in the middle of Mutant Genesis, which means I would have it in the right box, but maybe I'm just missing it. This doesn't feel right. This feels wrong. Yeah, where is it? No, it did not. It should be in the other box. Maybe I just didn't find it. 1 moment, please. So, because I play mostly campaign mode, I keep everything that came out in that same wave in the same box. So it should be in here, right? So I keep all my heroes in these, again, from Burger Tokens, not sponsored apparently, but these are these. So it should be in here, right? So we have side schemes, or like the back of pack schemes, campaign cards. I don't know where it is. Yeah, it came out after Mutant Genesis, which means it would be in this box. Huh? Not being able to find the stuff you want to find is like doubly a nightmare. I spend so much time organizing things. I also want to add that I've been loving the streams. Thank you, Greg. It's so great to hear your thought process as you play. I really get to catch them live, so I want to say thank you for the great games. I really appreciate it. That's very kind. We put a lot of effort into explaining why we're doing and what. So I do appreciate that feedback. I worry for the last little bit, we've been a bit negative on stuff, which is like, Fear No Evil is not my favorite box. And then when it comes to a deck like this, where it's just like, when it's good, it's good. When it's bad, it's bad. I just want to explain why we're thinking that. Oh, there are 2 X-Men boxes? 3. Technically, X-Men and X-Force get mixed. Where is it? I mean, we're now in check every box territory. So this is Kang, Wrecking Crew, and Green Goblin. This also has Corset and Rise of Red Skull. It's not in here. Where is it? No, this is what we thought it is. So let me just check. I don't know. I don't know where it'd be. Give me one more second. There's only so many boxes, right? The tower gets taller. In fact, I can't even see chat. I like that F&E brought us Electro, so we can have Electro Zax versus Wonder Man. I definitely want to do Electro plus Zax, which will be good fun. Wonder Man is like maybe a bridge too far, but I think we know what we're signing up for. Nope, it's not in here, which shouldn't be a surprise. Why would it be in the Sinmo box? Huh? So I guess Age of Apocalypse is the last choice? Yeah, why is it in Age of Apocalypse? Mojo Mania's in here. What's with that, chat? Age of Apocalypse is the last main box. Didn't come out in... Was chat saying the right thing? When did this came out? This came in Mutant Genesis. Why is it just in here? Okay, so I just have it in the wrong package. But yeah, MaGog is here, so we're fine. But this is the 2 boxes too late. Okay, so we found it. That's good. Should not be an Age of Apocalypse. Maybe I ran out of room. I like Fear No Evil so far, but the mix and match scheme and villain scheme seems to be a lot more complexity for not much benefit. Yeah, it's weird. I've kind of observed that too. I wouldn't say it's a complexity, but setup complexity. It feels like it takes me longer to set up scenarios and also pull them up on the stream. But yeah, the benefit is not obviously there. Okay. We're gonna have to make some deck changes really quickly because MaGog is pretty bad. I think we're gonna try on standard MaGog first. Unis, hey bud. We're gonna start on standard MaGog and see how hard that is, because I remember this being like way harder than I remember. Because there's a lot of things that scale with expert difficulty. MaGog is really cool. You're in an arena and it's just a fight, and you have to just make the crowd love you. You can't actually get out of the fight. We also decide which schemes we want to play as. So there is some modularity in MaGog, but it's mostly on the modular sets that add the flavor, not the hard mechanics, which I don't mind. So we have to pick, I believe, one random modular. So chat, you can pick your favorite modular. They're all different themes from different universes of television of sorts. So we have Mojo in the middle, which I wouldn't recommend choosing that one, but you can be evil if you want to. Wild Mojo is pretty scary. Dial M for Mojo adds a bunch of side schemes. Don't recommend that. It's not gonna be a lot of fun. Mojo Files adds a bunch of creepy creatures and a lot of quick strike. It's pretty frightening. Game of Mojos adds the good friend Dragon and Troll and Dragon. This is a fan favorite. And then Mojo Runner adds some really big minions, which is pretty difficult. It's pretty big. We'll put Longshot in there because Longshot's fun. Yeah, setup is like surprisingly complicated sometimes. I spend a lot of time on setup. It feels like it takes me so much longer to set up. Villain name MaGog. So, oh no, hold on. We're gonna start on easier MaGog. I respect MaGog more than most villains. So like usually we play on expert. This one I'll be like, we'll see how this works. Mojo Files, we love spooky. I think we wanted Mojo Files. I do think we like spooky. Sci-fi, horror, fantasy are my faves. Sci-fi, horror, and fantasy are my faves. I would say my faves are fantasy, horror, and Wild West. So pretty close overlap. I think Wild West has some of the interesting cards that you have to interact with. Mojo Files is a bad combination because I think if we don't block, we get damaged, but we're going to do the Mojo Files regardless. All right. Good choices. Yeah, 2 horror votes. We're in. We're at X-Files house here, and then recently the X-Files Lego set just came out. I think my sister and my partner went for it on like opening morning to get it. They haven't built it yet, but we're a huge X-Files house here. Not so much me, but everyone I care about. All right, let's see what the setup looks like. Melee in the Mojo Seum. Does this work? Encounter set MaGog? No? Yes. So the encounter set is MaGog. There's a whole bunch of cards that he just attacks you, and this is a surprise contender, which is unfortunately a surprise. So we're going to be playing with MaGog, one random modular set from the Mojo Mania. Put the champion environment card and the challenger environment card into play with the booing crowd side face up. Now, the Mojo Files, does it just start in play or no? I assumed that this was a setup card, but it's not. Is this not meant to be a setup card? Cautiously optimistic for the new series. I don't know if I knew they were making a new series. Finally finished Widow's Bay pre-rec was so good. It was so good, and it only gets better. Like, it starts a bit slow and a bit embarrassing, and then it's like, wait, and it gets deeper and deeper. Man, I'm glad you watched it. I thought you would like it for sure. I thought this starts in play, but it doesn't. It's just a card in the counter deck, right? Like, I think it only starts playing if you play the campaign. Am I missing something? I don't think it actually starts in play. One modular counter set, one random modular set. Put the champion's environment card and the booing card face up. Yeah, it doesn't look like it does. Okay, so this is the only main scheme. It does say when revealed from the counter deck. Yeah, but that's also because you can have multiple in the same deck. So I guess we're not starting with it. That's fine. So it goes in here. Not the biggest deck. In fact, this deck is pretty thin. It's svelte. So Mojo's cards come up and they're very scary. I have played this on Heroic before, and it is the sort of thing that's really satisfying to build around. 1 threat, 2 per player, and 6 we lose. So like, be careful. Teleported into a bizarre arena, you must fight for the audience entertainment to end your lives. It's like an average live stream on a Friday. The players cannot win the game unless they wow the crowd as the challengers. Force interrupt. When the scheme would be completed, okay, never mind. Place 2 rating counters on the champion. Remove all threat from here instead. So that will eventually cost us the game. I need to shuffle this better, but firstly, the villain, MaGog. We're playing standard. After MaGog attacks and damages a character, place 1 rating counter on the champion. That's a big jump up in expert because I think it's 2 ratings. So like, it cuts the amount of time you have in half. He does attack harder too, I think. When MaGog would be defeated, only 10 health. Reset to 10. Place 3 rating counters on the challengers and deal each player face down counter card. So defeating him is a way that the crowd yells cheers for us. Again, the challengers are us if it's not obvious. And then the champion is MaGog. So we need us to be cheered for 10 before the champion cheers for 10. And when each of these hits 5, they flip. Sometimes it's a good thing. Sometimes it's a bad thing. So it's hard to tell. Some really good flavorful encounter cards. So this is the challengers. We're starting on the booing crowd side. So when there's at least 5 rating counters here, flip this. We place rating counters here. Nice. And then we have the champion, which again, if he attacks us and it damages us, yes. Attacks and damages. So our 1 defense stat is a liability. So if there are at least 5 rating counters here, flip this environment. I think Hulu's putting out a director's cut of the second X-Files theatrical movie out in a few weeks. Oh, I heard about that. I know that they're recutting the movie, which interesting. Ryan Coogler is doing the new X-Files, new cast. Maybe Scully and Mulder will come back. I'd be so surprised if Scully comes back. Sorry, Mulder comes back. I don't think he comes back that often. Scully seems to be a bit more willing. Just played this last weekend on Expert and 4-player. Good, ready for a fight. Tough spam Colossus. Just transfers the scenario so hard. Oh yeah, for sure. Or like Shadowcat. I played Heroic Shadowcat against MaGog and had such a fun time. Okay, so we have to make changes because we want to get not attacked and not die. So I think the changes we're going to make, we're still going to leave the best defense in the deck because it's fun, but I think we're going to take out all the cards that are a bit ambitious, right? So cards that we're going to take out. I think it's just 2 cards. Leading Blow. Leading Blow. There's even a chance that we could take out a copy of In Harm's Way because removing threat from the main scheme is not super important for 3, right? Like, this card is dead in our opening hand and it's like, it's fine. Deal X damage to an enemy, remove X threat from a scheme where X is your defense. Like, it's not super important. Now, the card I like for MaGog, and it's a good card anyways, especially if we have our friction resistance generator. Sorry, this is crooked. I won't fix it. The card that I like a lot, there's 2 cards. Firstly, Never Back Down is pretty good because it just says +2 defense and stun. I actually think that's a bit better than Desperate Defense because Desperate Defense just says +2 defense and ready, but already we get 1 free ready. So I think trying to stun MaGog is probably pretty reasonable, and we can just try 3 copies of Never Back Down. And 1-cost defense events are really good for our deck on the basis that we just ready, or our friction resistance generator. So we're going to try this. This only puts us at 3 defense on turn 1, but hopefully with innate reflexes we'll be on 4, which on standard might keep up. Shadowcat does work, especially with a good leadership danger room build. We had a Justice Jubilee to keep him stunned and confused. How does leadership Shadowcat work? Don't you need enough defense events to fire her text? I don't know if I've ever played that. And that's mostly it. So we're off. So he's going to hit us. I'm really excited for the Shadowlands because all of the like standalone boxes have been like really rich in theme and like very cool mechanics. And this is definitely one of them. We'll see if standard is a bit of a cop out, whether we can play this on expert, but I'm MaGog expert is like really hard. And you kind of need to build your deck around it. I think most of these scenarios you have to build your deck around. Okay. Should be it. We're off. Good luck and have fun, everyone. Good choice on MaGog. If you see a werewolf, run. Alter ego. Oh, we did the thing. I really wish I just put another sleeve color so this doesn't happen, but technically you can't do it. But we start with this in our hand. The other card we could consider having another copy of is the one that says when you get attacked with no allies, ready yourself. It's pretty good. Having 2 is reasonable. Anticipated attack, hidden base, and vulnerability all help with protection to keep MaGog off Quicksilver. I usually don't run invulnerability, but with quick and death focus, it works. Anticipated attack. I don't play a lot of ones with side schemes, but anticipated attack is the 2 cost. Give yourself a toughness if there's a side scheme. It's a good card. It's weird how the card pool, the Metapher that you play consistently is different than the card pool I play consistently. Like, I know invulnerability is, I wouldn't say exactly a meme, but a 3 cost superpower for a toughness is a bit much. But sometimes on harder difficulties, it is what you need. The thing about MaGog is after MaGog damages a character, so even if you chump block, he progresses the game, which is kind of sick. All right. Innate is in our hand. It gives us +1 defense. We'll definitely play it because we need to not take damage, and we'll draw 5 more cards. The best defense, love drawing this on turn 1. Like, this is the thing about this card. It's so good, and then it's also so bad. It's weird how this card can be both things. Double, we'll keep it, probably, see what we draw with it. In harm's way, another card probably shouldn't be a 3 of in this deck. There's a chance that we should have none of these in the deck. Burst damage is not as important as surviving. Accelerated reflexes, okay, that's good. So we'll have big defense on turn 1. We'll have 3 defense, and we found something for the double. And then we don't keep Scarlet Witch, so perfect. Let's keep going. Army 1. We haven't opened with our friction resistance on turn 1 yet. Sick. Okay, I mean, that's good. Double time is kind of whatever, but this is a good hand. Okay, we can use our alter ego text to like spin ourselves forward. So what's the math on this one? So we could do 1, 2, 3 for friction. Friction plays this, we ready, and then we play this. It's a perfect hand. We don't get the army of 1, but honestly, thwarting or attacking for 1 on the sports day is kind of whatever. The deck feels ideal for MaGog. You're going to breeze through this. I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance I'm being a coward and we should play it on expert. But like the first turns of MaGog will just bleed counters. And I know on expert MaGog, you bleed 2 counters, which is like a pretty big difference. So we're fine here. We'll flip. We'll do 1, 2, 3 for our friction resistance. There's this thing about being, a streamer where you talk about your cards and then you draw the card that you talk about, which like happens so much more often because you keep talking about what cards you want to draw. And every once in a while you draw the card you want. Okay, we will then use friction resistance to play innate reflexes. So we're at 2 defense. We will just thwart for 1. We can ready ourselves with our super speed text that says once per phase when you do a basic, ready yourself, which readies both of these. And then we'll use this and this to give ourselves 3 defense, and we'll simply tickle MaGog for 1. We'll pass. Great setup. Draw 5. Double time. Don't love it. Always be running. Okay, so it's free. It's only a 1 attack or 1 thwart though. Defensive conditioning, worth playing for sure. Best defense, not bad actually. Gets our stats up. We can knock out MaGog and another ABR. So actually a pretty reasonable best defense turn. Shame about the double, but 1 threat on the main scheme doesn't have text, but the villain does. So MaGog is attacking us for 2 and a card. If we don't take damage here, it's a huge difference because after MaGog attacks and damages, place 1 rating counter. You don't mind bleeding some rating counters because there's a bunch of cards that care if one is higher than the other. So it's been a while since I played this, but we'll defend for 3. 4, we take 1 damage, unfortunately. We will free ready, but he puts 1 counter on the champion. I'm going to use red, which we usually use for health, but red is MaGog because MaGog is red. We are blue. We'll do blue counters. That's it. Encounter card. It's not unlikely we get attacked again. Oh, that's ugly. Caught off guard. So we have to discard an upgrade. We're going to be adding a card to the deck that doesn't have a resource icon on it. That's going to be good fun. But this one's more expensive. This is the most important card, so I think we have to do that. Best defense this turn won't be as good. So like we probably will just set up with our more important cards because doing this for tempo damage is like not super relevant. We'll see what we have left over for cards. Like I think we can still do it because we can do 1 for best defense. So now our defense stat is, or our hyper stat is 3. We'll attack for 3 into the villain. We'll ready ourselves to refresh our resistance. We'll do this for this defensive conditioning. You say this enough, you get to the proper line. So this gives us a bit more there, a bit more there. Actually, we could have maybe done this first because I think we're going to waste a resource here. And then we could have done 1 more damage. I don't think it matters that much. We'll attack for 4 into the villain. Then we'll play ABR, which readies us, readies friction resistance, and then we'll attack for 4. So we defeat the villain. Not too bad. Villain says, when MaGog would be defeated, reset his hit points to 10 and place 3 rating counters. I think all of those numbers are different when you play expert. I think you only get 2 rating counters. That's it. Draw 5. Again, we have 4 defense here, so we should be in a good spot. We'd love to draw into one of our defense events that stuns MaGog, especially because we have taunts coming up. I mean, we drew a stun card. Another best defense, so maybe we can chain them, but we have no readies. We have a taunt, though. Taunt is pretty good. I think we can take a taunt. Taunt will be good. So this goes to 2. The villain is activating for 2 and a card. We want to defend for free, so hopefully not a 3 boost. It's a 2 boost. It's a vampire. That's not coming back. So we take no damage, so we don't bleed any counters, because that's it. We'll ready ourselves 1 encounter card. Master plan. There's a couple side schemes here. We're going to have to find one of them. So place for a threat, we can't, so we discard until we find one. The problem is this is going to do a lot of damage to the deck, because I think there's only like 1 or 2 side schemes. Pump up the crowd. So, 4 threat, when revealed, if the champion is on his cheering crowd side, it's not. We're still on the booed side. Oh, wait, no, actually, the champion. What side are we on? I think they are cheering for him still. Are they booing both of us? Why is Master Plan they were playing on standard? That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, you're right. I forgot to take the expert cards out. So, hold on. Mulligan. Yeah. We also got an exhaustion on turn 1 for 2 boosts, but I'm not going to fix that. I mean, we could play on pseudo. Yeah, we're doing good enough. We'll just play it as it lies. We'll pretend that this is what happened. So we are playing on a made-up difficulty that has the standard villain, but the expert cards on the deck. I mean, that's probably good. So far, things seem pretty reasonable besides what he's done to the encounter deck. So I think we'll just play it as it lies. There's only 1 more card in the deck anyways, so like whatever. But good catch. Yeah, this is what I would call medium difficulty, which I used to stat track because I played medium accidentally. In fact, actually, no, I played a different medium where I played the villain on expert, but not the expert encounter cards, which people do that because I don't think they like the expert encounter cards. So we are on the booing side because this is the first side. So the text on Pump Up the Crowd is going to be different. So it says, if the champion is on his booing side, place an additional threat here per player. Okay, it's not. When defeated, place 1 ratings on the challengers. So this actually does help us. Okay. 2 acceleration is pretty messed up. Pretty messed up card, huh? Okay, so let's go. Serval for the best defense. So we have Megastat of 4. Taunt is a bit of an expensive card into this matchup on the basis that if it hits us, we progress the bad thing. The expert encounter cards, yeah, the expert counter cards, you lose to those very commonly, and they're like very ugly. Like they're the sort of things that they catch you in a bad time, they seal the game, which some people don't like that at all. Okay, we'll do friction resistance for taunt. So this is one of our readies this turn, but we're going to be drawing into more cards, which can be helpful. So the villain attacks us, we'll defend this. So it's attacking for 2 and a card. 3 boosts, so the last expert card does get us, so we take 1. This goes to 2. Why are we at 10 health? Oh yeah, because of defensive conditioning. We'll ready ourselves, and we'll draw 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that's not too bad. So we did bleed 1 counter for 2 card draw. I mean, that's okay. We've used our once per turn ready on our super speed. So we have a free ready. We can play this, which doesn't really matter. And then we can just play a cyclone. This seems good. So we'll play a hyper perception. Not the one that we wanted as fast as possible, but we'll just take our 2 thwart. We will thwart for 4 because of the best defense. Mind you, this 2 defense doesn't matter on the best defense turn. We'll clear that. And when we declare it, they cheer for us. Once this hits 10, we win. So we're on track. We definitely should have played on expert. We might do it again. We will simply use friction resistance for army of 1. So it's good that at least we got 1 ready here. So we'll ready both of us. And then we'll attack for 4 or thwart for 4. Yeah, this is fun. I do like MaGog a lot. I think we'll just attack for 4 into MaGog. And then we'll go ahead and just play Speed Cyclone. I'm not going to hold on to the taunt for next turn. Maybe we do, actually, because we have 1 resource. But Speed Cyclone definitely stuns the villain. The question is whether we hold on to a taunt. We have 1 more taunt in the deck. Taunting MaGog is like not the safest thing to do, but it's not the end of the world. We have 1 more best defense. I mean, taunt is pretty good, but Yeah, I think we'll taunt. It's because our basic attack doesn't do much, and taunt is a really nice way that we can use our text to actually do something. So we'll hold on to the taunt. We'll friction resistance the cyclone. Notably, if the cyclone is on MaGog, you can play taunt and you just discard the stun to draw, because it doesn't say if they don't attack you, you don't draw. The same way that other cards that have like a cost, if they whiff, they whiff. So if one way or another doesn't find this game, you don't draw 3 cards. Taunt doesn't care. If the villain doesn't attack you, you're fine. Like Kingpin scheme. That's it. We'll draw 4 more. In harm's way. Ronin's good. Double for in harm's way, and then we have another never back down, which unfortunately is not good here, but it's good that we kept the taunt for that. We're fighting expert 2 spiral tonight before D&D. Asked my buddy to build for her so the rest of the tables isn't carrying them every week. I am that guy. Goes to 3. MaGog is stunned. 1 encounter card. He'll attack us for sure. Just kidding. It's a cultist. Oh, this one's really bad if you don't deal with it. Flavor on this is very Arkham themed. 4 health. Schemes for 1 and attacks for 1, but most importantly, after the cultivist activates against you, search the encounter deck and discard pile for the Kraken and put it into play engaged with you. Then discard the cultist. Release the Kraken. Now, notably, if you're playing on horror and you have an environment, they all have quick strike, which means the cultist shows up and immediately summons the Kraken. So we have to deal with the cultist, probably for sure, because the Kraken sounds bad, doesn't it? Okay. So we can knock out the cultist. We also can play Ronin first. Our hand is going to be tricky to do everything, right? Because we have a 5-card hand size. So if we do friction resistance for taunt, it replays it. And we're just basically doing this thing before we get to play Ronin. But if we play Ronin, it really sacrifices parts of this hand because these two work together. Friction resistance is really good for never back down as well, but we're not too scared about MaGog attacking us. So like the never back down is okay. I think it's probably the worst card in our hand. It buys us a stun against MaGog, but we're really good at defending MaGog once per turn anyways. So I think we won't play it. I think we'll actually just like use friction resistance for Ronin. We have no allies. So we have 4 defense, 1 retaliate. And then we'll go ahead and do never back down for taunt. So MaGog attacks us for 2 in a card. We will defend for 4. Doesn't do anything. I chose the shovels into the deck. This is the encounter version. It says when revealed, put Long John into play. We probably shouldn't have. I'm going to pick this out of the deck. I realize in hindsight, it's fun to play it, but we don't want allies. So we'll just draw another real card. So instead we'll draw the Kraken. Okay. So we found it. So if it does show up, we know exactly how bad it is. And it says after the Kraken activates, each other character takes 1 damage, friendly and enemy. That means that MaGog hits us for 5. So we take 1. MaGog takes 1 off a retaliate, but the champion does get 1 damage in. Okay. Taunt fires. So we can ready ourselves, ready this, and draw 3. 1, 2. We talked about the never back down and then drew every never back down. Okay. I mean, we can work with this. So we'll just do friction resistance for the armored vest. So we're at 5 defense, retaliate. We'll go ahead and play 1, 2, 3. For in harm's way, which says deal X damage and X thwart. So we're going to hit the cultist for 5. We could advance MaGog, but I think we want to advance this at the right time because I think it spawns a bad thing and we'll remove the threat. We'll simply attack MaGog for 1. Will we keep the never back down? It's a free play. It makes us defend for a lot because we'll be defending for 7. I don't think we need to be defending for 7 on this turn. Like 5 means we're guaranteed. And I don't think the stun is that valuable because we're going to be drawing it into an inflappable suit as well. Play on standard minus shadows sometimes, only generally when I've lost the same villain 3 times because of shadows. I mean, shadows is so fun. I think it's like one of my favorite cards in the game. They designed so many cards for your villain to add texture to your villain, and not playing with them sucks. If anything, maybe what you can do, if you want to, is make sure you just put shadows in the bottom half of the villain encounter deck, so you just don't get it drawn on turn 1, which can be upsetting. But I really like shadows. Again, you and I are different people for sure, but shadows adds a lot of texture to the game. I appreciate it. And Harm's Way seems like it'd be really good in Miss Marvel where you can bump its numbers. Yeah, that's true. Anytime that you increase the numbers, it's good. The thing is, in Harm's Way is both an attack and a thwart. Technically, if you increase its numbers, you only increase 1 of the numbers, but you could make it a bit better. She does technically play defense every once in a while. Yeah, it's interesting. I guess it's worth saying that it's not better than any other card that increases numbers, because you're only increasing 1 number on in Harm's Way. as opposed to a card like multi-purpose, or what's it called, multitasking, in which when you increase the defense, or when you increase the number, increases both of the numbers. Because if I'm not mistaken, if you increase the thwart off in harm's way, it doesn't do more damage. You know what I mean? So it's okay. Standalone, this is what we wanted, just because we haven't seen any of the MaGog attacks twice cards. What doesn't kill me is good. We are missing 3 health. Reinforced sinew for more damage, which knocking out MaGog is not bad for us. And then finally the last taunt, which is really good with standalone if we want to plan around it. Like the stream, everyone. Happy Sunday, excuse me, board game. Thank you so much. I appreciate always your nice comments on YouTube. Happy Sunday as well. That's the one. MaGog is attacking for 2 and a card. We will do a free defend for 5 retaliate. No surprise, no damage. We will ready. We won't do the never back down, which we didn't keep. MaGog takes 1 on retaliate, 1 encounter card. Werewolf pack. All right, this one's worse for the allies, so we get around this one. I like that we're seeing the theme here. So when revealed, defeat an ally you control and place it face down underneath. Werewolf pack. When Werewolf pack would be defeated, discard an ally from underneath here instead, then heal all damage from Werewolf pack. Luckily with standalone, we don't have to worry about this, but this is, you know, sometimes there's a benefit of not playing allies, and this is definitely one of them. Horror theme is really good. I'm mostly saying that because Miss Marvel's the only hero I actually own who does that. I forgot the others who do a similar bump. Not a lot of characters do a similar bump, but there's a lot of the cards that do a similar bump. Usually, though, they're in different factions, right? Like the aggression cards can do it in aggression. The justice cards can do it in justice. Protection doesn't have a lot of like number boosters. Okay, what are we doing here? We have a superpower. Technically attacking the werewolf pack twice hits a breakpoint. I kind of want to just do standalone taunt, because then we can get all our values. So check this out. This is what we can do. We can use friction resistance to play standalone. So now when we get attacked again, we can ready ourselves. And then I don't think we're going to commit to anything. So I think we're just going to attack MaGog for 1. So MaGog will be defeated to retaliate. So we'll attack the villain for 1 and we'll choose not to use our text. This is a really good thing about standalone, is you can decide not to use your text. Then we'll do what doesn't kill me into taunt. I think the what doesn't kill me is a bit better if we draw into the last copy of, oh, it's not in the deck. So we have a bunch of readies in the bottom of our deck. So I think the what doesn't kill me is fine to discard here. Repurpose? Oh, sure. I mean, like not cards like Embiggen that increase the numbers on events. Sure. Protection has a lot of ways to make their stats bigger, but they don't have like, you know, aggressive energy type stuff. Wouldn't Embiggen and Shrink increase both numbers? Yes, but the thing is you have to use both of them, right? So it's not like it's better than any individual card. The cards that are better with Embiggen are the cards that have multiple numbers on them, right? Like the 1x1s and stuff like that. That's all I'm trying to say. It's like it works like any other event, but 1x1 is better with big hands because it suddenly becomes 4 damage. Okay. So taunt is happening. So MaGog is attacking us for 2 and a card. We will immediately defeat MaGog, which might be a bit of a problem. We'll find out. And this is where you can fire standalone. So we still have our super speed ability. We'll ready ourselves, which readies friction, and we'll just choose to defend for 5. So 1, 2, advance. We take no damage. We will ready off of super speed, which means friction resistance is a bit... Oh, so we shouldn't, because friction resistance will be usable. So we messed this up before. Because in theory, we just shouldn't ready ourselves so that we can use friction resistance to play 1 cost ready that we're hoping to draw into. It's not guaranteed. Actually, what's the chance we whiff? We have 1, 2, 3 readies, so it's very unlikely we whiff, but technically possible. Okay. The big thing, though, is we defeat MaGog. MaGog takes retaliate 1, and then when we defeat MaGog, MaGog says, when MaGog would be defeated, reset his hit points, villain reset 10, and then we place 3 counters on the challengers, which hits it all the way up to a beautiful 7. Unfortunately, when the challengers has 5, it flips, and I think a bad thing happens. So we're close to winning. We have to knock him out one more time. But after the challenger flips to the side, search the counter deck and discard palette for a surprise contender and put it in play engaged with the first player. If it's already in play, give it a tough status. If you can set that up, that's way better for you because the tough is not worth respawning the thing. But we saw the surprise contender. I think we saw it already. No, we saw the Kraken. So I guess it's a true surprise. And when this hits 10, we win. So we just have to knock out MaGog, which could happen this turn. Bottom card of the deck, surprise contender. Surprise, 7 health villainous. I do like the surprise. I think it's genuinely a fun surprise. It's like the tongue-in-cheekness of this is great. So after Supreme Contender attacks and damages a character, place a rating on the champion, so on MaGog's team. And when defeated, place 2 rating counters on the challengers, which means we get to 9, which is an ugly breakpoint, as much as there's a couple encounter cards that can just add 1. So Elite Clone. That's a good old Netrunner subtype. Clone. Commonly shows up. All right, so Taunt fires. We draw 3, and we're really trying to find a ready here. I don't think there's a way we can win this turn, but no ready. Ready, we're safe. Army 1, 2 readies. Okay, good. So now we can use friction resistance for full value. So we will. We'll just play in. Technically, we'll play an army of 1 first, because there's a chance that we'll play our other resource generator. So we'll ready ourselves, which readies friction resistance. Okay, so this turn, we don't have a lot of damage. We still have a free ready because we haven't used our hero text, which is good. Want to use friction resistance to play for taunt? Because we already used taunt to play for standalone, right? So like no matter what, we got the value before, which is what mattered. But we wanted to play this standalone first because there's another ready, so it's like pseudo free. Sometimes I do mess this up where I don't do the best ordering, because I do think I messed up where I've used this on the taunt, but in theory with friction resistance, you shouldn't use it on the taunt because you can use it on an ABR and get another resource. We'd almost definitely messed that up earlier today. Okay, so we want to knock out 1 ally or 1 minion. If we play a max velocity, it's like most of our hand, which is a bit expensive. This is definitely a deck that could like cameo in for the same sort of thing we did in Echo, because just drawing cards is really good in this deck. But maximum velocity gives us 3 attack, which doesn't hit a great breakpoint. So I could see us doing 1. What's in the bottom of our deck? Is there another max velocity? There is. So that'll probably end the game next turn, and there's a ready in here. I guess there's no point shuffling this. We draw all 3 at once. So 1, 2, no, 1, 2. Then we do Def Focus, which generates for superpower. 1, 2 for Reinforced Sinew, which I think that's like our body, right? That's like our joints. That's gross. We'll attack for 2 into the wolf pack. Then we'll choose to ready ourselves. We'll attack for 2 into the wolf pack. We'll use friction resistance to ABR to ready. And then we can attack for 2 more into MaGog. If we defeat MaGog, we win. If we attack the challenger, we're going to have the challenger down on 4 health. But ideally, we just knock out MaGog because this thing doesn't have guard. MaGog probably will double activate against us. This is a really good turn where you just like use your sense of speed on contender, your super speed, and you standalone MaGog. So I think we're just going to attack MaGog because I think we're going to win off of MaGog. So the villain will take 2, we'll pass. Any plans on trying out Hub World Eidolon? I feel like I missed the Netrunner train, but supposedly HA is a bit of a spiritual success on Michael Boggs co-designed. Yeah, I definitely want to try it out. It's the sort of thing that I hope I get it in the mail from them. I think that'd be really quite nice. I've only played 1 game of the demo decks, and the early demo decks were not great at showing what the game exactly is. Like, more accurately, the decks weren't focused. It was like a grab bag. So it didn't feel like when I played a deck, it had a solid plan. It was just like, here's a bit of everything. I don't think you missed the Netrunner train for what it's worth, Yak. Like, Netrunner is honestly the easiest time to get into is usually now, because NSG is totally community run. You can get proxies for free on their website. You can go to the World Championship and like have printouts. Like it's as easy to get into as possible. And the standard format is the smallest it's been in about a decade. So it's like a really good spot to get in. But that being said, Hub World looks cool. I haven't really followed it too much. The demo game I played was interesting, but there's sometimes an issue where like, obviously I think Netrunner is like one of the best games ever made. That games that are similar to Netrunner are always pretty difficult because when you play them, it usually reminds you could be playing Netrunner. So they have to do something that's like similar, but also different enough. And definitely Hub World is doing the different enough. The question is whether there's only so much time in the day, I guess. You know what I mean? The demo decks were a great exploration of the base mechanics, but definitely not mind-blowing. Exactly, yeah. Because no deck did anything really well, so I couldn't tell like where I should be doing what I should be doing. As opposed to if someone gave you like a criminal starter deck in Netrunner, you'd be like, oh, I understand, and all my cards do the same thing. But it was weird. It was like a deck that had Sneak Door Beta equivalent, but also had like spend your resources on this, and so on and so forth. So I'm excited to see how the game goes for sure. So we draw the bottom of our deck, so always be running. Obviously really good. Maximum velocity, also really good, because it's functionally a nearly free play. And that means we should be able to knock out MaGog no problem. The unflappable is not playable because the game's over. We do get 2 encounter cards, though. The decks were the same, but you change the leader. Yeah, the decks are entirely the same. You changed the leader. So, like, each leader, probably there was a better leader than others. But yeah, that was the thing. It was very strange. It'd be like, here's a mix of everything. And usually card games are a bit better when there's a bit of like factional understanding of what you are doing and your opponent is doing, because then it's easier to make, you know, intelligent or thoughtful plays. Or like if I play Netrunner against a criminal, I know they're going to run HQ a lot, so I over index a nice HQ, as opposed to, you know, a shaper or an anarch. And in that matchup, it was just like, you know, figure the base rules of the game, which that's fine. I also only played on TTS, but my friend Pat he ordered the promo copies. It is worth saying that like it's hard to get that game, just because like shout out to Team Covenant who does great stuff. One of the things they don't do well because it's difficult is shipping to Canada, because now also with the de minimis changes, like shipping anything from Team Covenant costs so much, and then when it hits the border, you're tariffed on it. So, a couple issues there. I usually local people, like you can buy them from a board game store, but it's hard to support directly. 1, 2, 3, 4, taunt, maybe, probably not. 5, another velocity, that sucks. That's our once per phase card. This has been a really good turn to draw best defense as well. Goes to 2. MaGog attacks, we'll defend, attacking for 2 and a card. 3, we take no damage. Good to see the gang up go, that would be scary. So we're not going to choose to ready ourselves, but the villain will take retaliate 1. Then Surprise Contender is attacking us, has the same text. We will choose to ready and to stand alone. There's no event we wanted to play here in the hero phase. We'll defend the Surprise Contender. So attacks for 2, retaliate 1, we're ready. We'll choose to do our super speed. And then we draw 2 encounter cards. Advance. This should be fine. MaGog schemes for 1 in a card. 2, 3, so it goes to 5, so we don't complete on 6. And then finally we get Bandolier Stakes. This is actually one of the rare good encounter cards. So it has Surge. It uses 3 stake counters. It says you may spend 1 resource type to attach this card to your identity, otherwise discard this card. We've already seen the Vampire. Mind you, the Vampire is the one card you really want to hit with stakes for a couple reasons. This is when your hero makes a basic attack, remove 1 stake counter from here. Your hero gets +1 attack and gets piercing. So the +1 attack is fine. You don't exhaust this card, so you can do it multiple times on a multiple attack. So we're going to spend 1 resource for like 2 damage, 3 damage. I'll just try it. We'll throw out the max velocity to attach this to us. We got access to 3 stakes. I think cards like this are sick. I really like very interesting encounter cards. So that's fine. Yeah. When your hero makes a basic attack, remove a stake counter seems good. Yeah. The big thing is that the Vampire is weak to piercing, and it exactly hits the breakpoints where most characters can one-shot the Vampire. It's a really cool card. Surge of Aggression. Uh-oh. So attaches to MaGog. After MaGog, hit points are reset, place an additional rating counter, and discard this card. Even the boost reveals it, so he attacks a bit harder, but that shouldn't matter this turn. So he's attacking for 3 in a boost, so in theory he could sneak an attack in. It's not the end of the world, but this should be the end of the world for MaGog. So our turn we can attack for 3, 6, no problem. With maximum velocity, we don't even have to do anything cute. Surge into Surge? Did it? The stake surge? Yeah, the stake surged into this. Did we not? It was advance into stakes into Surge of Aggression, which it itself doesn't surge. But yeah, we had 2 encounter cards, which were advance and Bandolier. Bandolier became Surge of Aggression. So I think we did all 3 encounter cards, but it's good to keep me honest for sure. I don't think I messed it up. Okay, Death Focus should be ready. Yeah, anyways, we have very easy lethal here. We just do 1, 2 for max velocity. Maximum velocity puts us at super stats. So we have +2 to everything. We'll attack for 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll use a stake, hit the villain for 5. We'll ready ourselves. We'll attack the villain for 5. That's it. No problem. Once we defeat the villain, we put 3 counters here. We go to 10. In fact, we go to 11 because we get rid of Surge of Aggression. That is it. I feel like we were meant to get encounter cards and we forgot to. Is there no encounter card clause on this? No. Huh. Okay. Let's do it again on expert real quick. We can do it. We have time. Oh, notably our permanent is in here somewhere. All right, one more time. That was very, very straightforward for us. We did get our defense stat up good. Well, like it was good. We didn't get any bad encounter cards. We got none of the counter cards that says MaGog attacks again, which forces weird issues. We did an okay best defense turn. Not a great best defense turn, but an okay one. Let's run it back. Okay, so this time it's expert MaGog, who is a fair bit bigger, but bigger thing is the numbers get worse. Where did I put him? Where did I put the big guy? He's just the back. He's just the back chat. Villain named MaGog. All right, MaGog is really cool. So let's try stage 2. So we're doing, that was our test run. This is the real run. So when revealed, put the encounters, comes in with 1 threat. We know the text. This goes here. We're on expert. So now the big difference in MaGog is the numbers are wild. He hits harder, which is a really big deal because the breakpoints are much more aggressive. And when he attacks and damages, you place 2 rating counters. So he would have flipped the champion, which I think is usually bad for us. Sometimes okay. Thin deck as well. So the encounter cards like the exhausts and the expert cards show up a bit more, but the deck is not very big. When MaGog would be defeated, he also only plays 2 rating counters. So like it gets worse in 3 different ways. His number of attack goes up. That's super meaningful because now it's harder to take no damage. 2 ratings when you defeat him means we have to defeat him usually 1 more time. And 2 counters instead of 1 counter when he hits you is like the scaling on expert to standard is not a bit stronger. It's way stronger. So we'll see if this is something we can keep afloat to. That's largely the only differences. I don't think any of the encounter cards are worse on expert, but we'd be happy to be surprised. Oh, this has to go in. But yeah, on standard, it's like not too bad, especially because we defend well. But he can attack for 6 on turn 1, right? Like not only is the number big, but the chance of perfect blocking him is so much lower in the early game. Even when we get up to 3 defense, it's like it's very unlikely that we get him. Is standard in this? Yeah, we saw advance. Okay, and because the deck is as small as it is, which for a lot of these, you know, smaller products, the deck is a bit thinner, it's more likely to find his rough encounter cards. All right, one more time. Last time we played Expert MaGog is like really satisfying because every time you play, you're like, okay, this is how we lost, and then you kind of address your deck. And I think right now the card that I would definitely address in our deck is In Harm's Way, which is not really doing that much for us. It's a card that's only good when we're set up. The problem is we're pretty good against MaGog when we're set up, so we kind of want more cards that bridge the gap. Usually those cards are allies, let's be honest, but we can't do those. So like I think we'd want to play ways to jump down, to recover, which will be a bit more impactful on our expert run. So like again, 2 ready for fights probably makes sense, but we'll find out. We played 1 In Harm's Way and it was reasonable. All right, Alter Ego. We had a really good setup. Let's see if we can replicate success. So we start with innate. We can always mulligan it away, but defensive conditioning. Okay, great. Obviously we want to double for this if we can get it, but that's 2 cards to bring us to 3 defense and good health. Never back down. We won't keep that. Okay, we can't keep this, let alone we can't even play one of these cards. We can't play any of these cards actually on turn 1. We have a friction resistance, which is going to make the rest of our hand a bit uglier. So we need a hard mulligan for a double here. But what the math is, if we play 3 for friction resistance plays innate reflexes, then we basically need a double. If we have a double, we can play all of these 3 if my math is not right. So if my math is right. So we'll discard these, and then at a minimum, we can use our alter ego to go digging. Reinforced sinew, the attack one is less important. It's not bad. Never. Double. Okay, that's good. So the last thing we can do here is we can use our alter ego text to discard 2 to search for the next 2, like grab 2. Which is risky if we draw an important card, because if I'm not mistaken, this hand is 1, 2, 3 for Reinforced Sinew. We use Reinforced Sinew to play this. We attack, we ready ourselves or thwart, and then we play defensive conditioning with this. So we could dig deeper into our deck, but we don't need to. And if we draw a good card, we'll be upset, right? Like a best defense is playable next turn. Ronin, our other defensive upgrades are really good. This is a really good start. Like Reinforced Sinew, 2 defense on turn 1 is probably as good as it can get. The only other card we really want to mulligan to on aggressively on turn 1 is the one that says we can ready ourselves if we get attacked twice, but we'll start here. 1, 2, 3 for friction resistance, and in a very healthy, results-oriented way, when next turn starts, we'll look at the top 2 cards of our deck when we draw the next 2 cards and see if we could have done better. We'll flip up. We'll use friction to play innate. We're at 2 defense. This is the card that started in our hand. So far, it's been good. I've appreciated this card. Then we'll activate. We'll just thwart for 1, I guess. We're not good at thwarting. We'll use our super speed text to ready us and it, and then we'll spend 1, 2, and get defensive conditioning, which not bad. 3 defense, 3 more health. So we're at a pretty nice 3 defense, 12 health. We'll attack for 1. That's it. Draw 5. So we would have drawn into ABR and In Harm's Way. So wouldn't be upset to draw through an In Harm's Way because it's not a great card in our deck, unfortunately, especially with no threat. The ABR is not bad, but at this point, ABR is only worth 1 damage because that's as big as our stats are. Double time. So that's a bit of our tempo play. Another ABR. So if this is a best defense, it's not. So unfortunately, this hand has 3 readies. But the issue is on this board state with 3 readies, we only have 1 thwart or 1 attack. So each of these cards is a 0 cost 1, which is like below curve as much as they are flexible. If double time was the one that gives us 2 to our stats, we'd be in a good spot. They kind of look the same, and I don't even know the name of both of them. But this, unfortunately, is the one that just does a bit of work. All right, the villain's going to activate. We're very likely to bleed 2 counters here. So MaGog is attacking for 3 and a boost. We'll defend for 3. 2 boosts. No surprise, we take 2. And MaGog, they cheer for him twice. 1 encounter card. We already, mind you, super speed. Oh, God. So it turns out Expert's a bit worse, huh? All right, turn 1, Shadow. We have our Nemesis. And when Avalanche comes into play, we put 3 threat on the main. Avalanche also says either take 2 and direct or exhaust. We cannot exhaust ourselves. Actually, with this hand, we can exhaust ourselves. Because then we're using an army of 1 to recover. I mean, at least in harm's way is good here. I think we just take the damage. And then we reveal the side scheme, which also adds more threat. So this is Extortion of Seismic Proportions, which is one of the best named side schemes in the whole game. 4 threat or on the main, 2 threat on this, and a Crisis. Shuffle 3 cards in the deck that have pretty low boosts, as much 1 exhausts you, but as long as we're defending every turn, we've actually made the deck a bit easier. Villain having Retaliate is probably bad for Quicksilver. It's really bad for Quicksilver. So generally on those turns, you have to wait until you have your big stats, right? So you want to attack on the turn that you've either the best defense or you played the one that gives you +2 to your stats. But yeah, attacking for 1 into the villains is a nightmare. So there's certain villains that's harder than others for sure. You still can get through it. But it's also in harm's way is really good for those matchups where every deck cycle you have like, you know, an extra 15 damage in your deck. That's good. But yeah, you have to play around it. Okay. So we didn't get our stat up, which hurts. We have a whole lot of readies. The double time is really efficient on the Extortion, so we kind of want to play it. So like I could see us doing friction resistance in harm's way double time. This does 2 to 2. Then we get attack for, actually, no, we just probably do 2 into this because they're separate instances. No matter what, we're going to waste some damage here. So maybe we do 2 and then 2 into MaGog because then we just do 1, 2, 3 for in harm's way. And that just does 3, 3, which means we're going to have to tickle Avalanche a bit. But I think that's pretty good. So we'll do friction resistance and a card for double time. So we'll remove 2 threat, remove 2 threat. Notably, we do them 1 at a time, so we don't worry about the Crisis. Then we'll attack for 1 into Avalanche. We'll ready ourselves. And then we'll do 1, 2, 3 for in harm's way. Oh, sorry. We're not going to do 2 threat here. We're going to attack MaGog for 2. Because this is a bit better. So this is going to do 3 damage to Avalanche. So in harm's way is good for the early game when we're not set up. And 3 here. We are still ready. We can hit MaGog for 1. We have no defense events in our deck because we drew all of them on the early. So MaGog is definitely going to hit us every round, which is kind of bad. So I think we'll just thwart for 1. Yeah, we'll pass. 1. Best defense. Okay, that 1 card deeper would have been huge that turn. Armored Vest. Let's see if we have any readies, but we've seen a lot of them. Yeah, man. Every time that we draw this, it's like usually pretty disappointing because we draw 2 into the same hand, which means we only have 1 more turn where this deck cycle is going to do anything. And we didn't draw any readies, which means that this card is functionally worth about, technically, it's only worth like 4 damage. Because either we can attack for 8, otherwise we attack for 2. So you're spending 2 resources for 6 damage, which isn't good. That's above rate for sure. But it's like not brilliant. I guess we can play the Vest first and make it a bit better. And we have the Sinew, which is 2 defense. So we'll see. At least it's like more important that we set up these cards than we do the best defense. But we'll see if we draw a minion. Goes to 1. The villain attacks us for 3 in a card. We'll defend for 3. We're probably going to take damage. 2 damage, in fact. We'll ready ourselves. Champion. Goes to 4 and 5. It flips. This is way harder. Again, this would have been a 2, but now it's about to flip. 1 encounter card. It's nonstop. So he's going to attack us again, which is really, really bad. So Assault is attacking for 3 in a card. We can defend this, but if we defend this, we have no readies. Yeah, we have no readies, so we can't actually defend this. But the problem is if he gets a 3 boost, we die. So this is a really bad turn because we need to be ready for this card to be good. But if we defend here, we're not ready. We have to defend. 6 damage, we would have died. We go down to 3. The champion hits 6. Yeah, we're getting smoked. The difference on expert and standard is huge. So the champion, they were booing him, but no longer the case. So it says, flip it. So now we're the underdogs. The champion says, win cheering. After the champion flips to the side, each player draws one card. That could help us a lot if it's a ready. It's not. It's a maximum velocity, which is really bad on this turn. And then if he attacks us 2 more times, we lose because this hits 10 counters. So we might just get flattened by MaGog. At least we have another card in the hand, but at 10 counters, we lose the game. And so if he attacks twice more and we can't defend all of it, we're cooked. Okay. All right. At least there's not problems this turn. That's good. We lost a friction resistance. We lose a ready, which means we lose another friction resistance. So we lose resources this turn. We could still play a best defense to get our defense stat up, but then we might as well like consider playing maximum velocity, which helps. So no matter what, we'll do this to put down an armored vest. Does Wanda do anything for us? No, she just does damage. Right? Like all she does is she attacks and thwarts for X, which is an unknown. But then once we play her, our in harm's ways and our other cards are better. And with MaGog, he has to attack and do damage. So if you block with her, like she still leaks counters. So all she does is a bit of burst damage for 3 resources, which is not stellar. We'll spend 2 on accelerated reflex. So we got our defense stat to 5. We can get to 6, which is going to be really important. But we do have it on 5. And then we'll just go ahead and make it 6 for this round. So we'll play our second best defense. So we have 6 defense. So we won't leak counters, but unfortunately that's all we did this turn. Draw. Double time, a bit of thwarting. Serval if we want to jump down. Taunt is going to be good. Let's see if we can draw our upgrade that gets us already. ABR is already, that's nice. Army 1. Okay, so we can taunt and see what happens here. Now on 6 defense, as much as we'll be on 5 defense next turn, taunts are a bit scary because if he gets a 3 boost, we're cooked. They need to make a contingency planning for upgrades for protection cards to make them best defense more consistent. Yes, I think as soon as they make a card that makes best defense more consistent, it gets really, really strong. Unfortunately, it's a bit clumsy. All right, we're defending for 6. MaGog attacks for 3. That's what we needed earlier. We will ready. We have no other benefit. Break the leg. Oh, I remember this one being bad. So you are stunned. That's terrible text for us. Take 2 damage. 4 damage instead if there are more ratings on the challengers than the champion. There's not. So we have to take 2 damage. This almost killed us. You may place any number of ratings on the champion to reduce the amount of damage by 1. We can't do that. So we're down at 1 health. Stunned. All right. Now we also only have 5 defense. So if we play the taunt, we could just die. Yikes. This is bad. We might have to jump down and do a serval. Okay. So we always like tank through this. Very importantly, we did not actually do a basic attack, so you can't ready yourself. Stuns are very rough for Quicksilver. Now, MaGog only schemes for 1. We've seen 1 advance so far. Just kidding, no advances. So jumping down is like a bit sketchy. Yeah, classic hero low point, huh? Off topic, do you know if Daredevil sense upgrades could be triggered by other players? No, they all say you on them, right? So for instance, heightened hearing says when the villain attacks you, you are Daredevil. When attached enemy attacks, discard this card. Oh, sorry, it doesn't. But most importantly, only you can use your cards. So it's just an upgrade. More importantly, and more obviously, probably on the other ones, like Olefaction. What's it called? Enhanced Olefaction or something? Nope. This says after when you defeat. Yeah, so they technically count for upgrades. So if your opponent has cards that care about upgrades being attached, which, I mean, I guess they could be playing Shark Girl. That matters, but ultimately, no. Yeah, unfortunately, they can't do anything with them. Okay, so yikes. All right, well, we can do this, and we can play an army of 1, which readies us and readies this. So that's good. It means we can jump down and recover. So I honestly don't think we taunt. I think we play Serval, we jump down, and we go deeper through our deck, and we just recover after we play the double time. So I think we're just going to do this. We could, yeah, we can't really play a free Serval because we need all our cards this turn. So we'll do double time. So we'll remove 2, do 2. We'll flip down. We'll exhaust to recover 3. We'll play Serval. Serval says we can exhaust this to shuffle 2 Quicksilver cards. So just to check the bottom of our deck, we know that we have a maximum velocity, which is really good. We have 1 last copy of, do we not? Oh yeah, we have 1 copy of Best Defense. So the cards that we want to add to our deck here at the bottom, they have to be Quicksilver cards. I'm assuming they're just our copies of ABR. We don't want another max velocity because drawing 2 is ugly, but it's a very good card. So I think we just do 2 ABRs. We don't want the +1 attack. I think that's good enough. And this is good because it just sets up the bottom of our deck. We played it right? Yeah. He's very much about his own stuff. A lot of his cards don't care about it. Notably, almost all the cards in his precon don't care about other players. And it makes him awkward at higher players because you have to be the one defeating and removing the threat. But stealth training, you can play it under people's control, but it's after you defeat. So just watch out. A lot of his stuff is selfish. I think his alter ego thing, Nelson and Murdoch, says after a character, after an attorney character support. So that doesn't have to be you. Maybe it does, but it doesn't say friendly. But technically there's another attorney at the table and like She-Hulk is thwarting. I think this works. I think it does. Maybe it has to say friendly, but I don't think so. I think we only have one other attorney character, which is Jennifer Walters. All right, we'll pass. Draw 6 at least. Taunt, sketchy, but I mean, sometimes you just have to play from behind. Double. Ugh. Ooh. Please do a hand that does something. Hyper perception. I mean, that's the thwart one, which is the turn that this will matter for sure. Luckily, we can always just like mill these 2 cards, or sorry, not mill, but send them forward using our alter ego ability, our superpowered siblings. So we'll see what happens. Goes to 1. MaGog is scheming only for 1 on the card. Now his thwarting doesn't matter. It's only after he makes an attack. So 1, 2, low boost, goes to 3. You hate to see it. So he schemes for 1 in a card. So he might be on our worst thing. 1, 2. I mean, that's good. So that's the Mojo Vials environment. So it goes to 5 of 6. When it hits 6, it clears itself and we put ourselves on the last 2 rating counters. Oh, excuse me. So this would be on 8 rating counters of 10. And if we hit 10, we lose. So, I mean, we got fortunate that it advanced and clear it, as he does scheme for 1, but we saw 2 low boosts, which makes sense. We saw a lot of big boosts already. So we'll take it. I didn't mean to zoom that in, but man, the art is great. This was a good pack. Okay, so what are we doing? We have the bottom of our deck. It has a whole lot of readies. We probably need to recover, but at this point, if we take an attack and it goes through for damage, like we're cooked anyways, we have to watch out. I think the deck might have 2 break a legs. I really wish Marvel Champions cards had like a little dots at the bottom that told you how many copies of this was in the encounter deck, so you didn't have to remember. A lot of card games do that, but I don't know if there's 2 break a legs or just 1, because if we draw this, we have to take 2 damage, which is not good. I don't think we've seen any other in the counter deck, just 1. Okay. Oh. We have our superpowered siblings, so we can definitely get rid of 1 taunt. Hyper perception's not bad. I think there's a chance we don't play any taunts this turn, because I think just like recovering, jumping up, readying. I think we have to do superpowered siblings and find a ready, just so that we can afford to recover. So I'll throw out 2 taunts, and we'll draw 2 cards. Ready, nice. Speed Cyclone, also quite nice. Cool. Yeah, okay. So I think we probably should play Unflappable because our goal is not to take damage, because if we do, we lose anyway, so we might as well get value from that. We will recover for 3. Okay, they won't flip up. We might as well use friction resistance to play the Army of 1, which is our only ready. So we'll ready both of these. So it's a 0 cost ready, which is sick. Okay, so we can play this superpower, thwart for 4. Seems good. I don't think we're gonna be able to play everything, and Speed Cyclone is probably worth playing because getting attacked is our lose condition. As much as we're happy being attacked once, being attacked twice is bad. So I think we'll play the double. Oh, before we jump up, we could have used Serval. We probably should have done that. So before we jump up, we'll shuffle in 2 readies. So an ABR. Is it up to? It has to be 2. Wow. So you can't choose not to. Another max velocity is kind of useless. I mean, still think we do it because the bottom of our deck is pretty big, but we should use that. It's behind the microphone, so sorry. We definitely would have used that after we did our superpowered siblings, though. Scheme goes up 2 at the beginning of the phase. Oh my god. Oh, we've been playing this wrong all day. Yeah, it goes up 2 a phase. I think we messed that up. This is the closest where it matters, but yeah, you're right. This will matter. So hold on. The whole turn is now cooked, but this should have started on 2, which means it would have hit 6. Yeah, good catch. That didn't matter when we played standard, but it did definitely matter today. So at least there's no threat. So that might change our whole turn because we no longer have to do the hyper perception play, but we're now on our last leg because if he attacks us 1 more time, we're cooked. Thank you, Grolix. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I remember this main scheme being scarier, and it's 2 per player per turn. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I don't care about this card anymore. I really don't. We still have a free ready. We'll do for death focus. But we are one attack away from everything going bad, or one encounter card from everything going bad. So we can still do it. Clearing 6 threat was maybe good for us. Like, let's keep that in mind. If we win on this, this doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many are there. We'll use death focus for the speed cyclone. So we generated X equals 1 for 1 stun. We will simply attack for 1 to the villain, which readies both of these. And then I guess we can play everything. So yeah, we'll play Unflappable. So we're only still, unfortunately, at 5 defense. So there's a chance he hits for 6 and we lose the game. So we need to find our last defense card, which I think is the bottom. And we'll use the double to play Hyper Perception, which brings our thwart up. We'll attack for 1 to the villain. Yeah, I don't think the 2 mattered so far today. I think we've never got to 5 of 6, but obviously it matters. So shame that we didn't get that right. All right, draw. Standalone. That's what we wanted this turn for sure, because this allows us to play against double attacks. Even there's quick strike minions, I think, but it might depend on whether we've seen the Mojo files, but we just discarded it. Ronin, that's our last defense card. The Velocity, maybe the one we shuffled back in harm's way. Ew, not a great hand. No obvious readies. Maximum Velocity needs obvious readies. We are able to knock out MaGog at least, but ideally we want a quiet turn here. If we draw a minion, at least we have it in harm's way. So adds 2 a turn. MaGog is stunned. 1 encounter card. The Cultist. Okay, so we need to knock this thing out, because if it survives the turn, it's bad. This thing, after it activates, it spawns the Kraken and discards itself. You do not want the Kraken. The Kraken is bad. And it's back to us. Okay, so we didn't fire Unflappable because we did Stun Confuse, or we stunned. The bottom of the deck has 1 copy. Oh my god, we have a good bottom of the deck. Like, we have ABR, and like, this is why Serval is so fun. This is the best bottom of the deck you could ask for. It is 4 readies, a best defense, and a maximum velocity. Like, next turn, we might be able to win in a single turn. Serval allows you to do this, but this is like, this is nonsense. We will go up to 7 attack, and we can ready ourselves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and actually maybe have 9 attack. That's why like jumping down and servaling is so fun when the bottom of the deck is good. And so all we're going to do here is set up for that reality and get our defense set up. We could lose this turn, but we actually will get up to 6 defense, so we're probably going to be in a good spot. Yeah, the turn incoming is going to be the reason why you play a deck like this. And we'll draw a 6 card with Unflappable. The only issue is we'll draw 2 encounter cards, which might catch us off. We have ready, so we can defend. Okay, so first thing first, I think we just play in harm's way. So we'll do 1. We have, I don't think we play maximum velocity in harm's way. So this is going to do 5 damage, 5 threat. Wait, is this good? Yeah, it's fine. We will attack for 1. We can't knock out MaGog though, which stinks. Wait, is maximum velocity just not better than attacking twice? We will, yeah, wait, I think maximum velocity is not good. Rewind that, actually. Sometimes the math of maximum velocity doesn't math when you don't get all the value. Especially when you have a depth focus, because, oh, I'm just going to put an orange 4 there. You know, it's not threat. Because there's a chance that we want to do depth focus resistance into max velocity. That gives us more defense, which probably isn't relevant. I don't know if there's any 4 boosts, but now we have, you know, 7 defense, 4 thwart. So it's hard to mark this because all our numbers are different, but we have better stats. It allows us to use depth focus, but now we hit 3 on the cultist, so it's also a bit awkward. Cultist with 4 doom cannon. Yeah, the breakpoint, we don't have our additional attack, so the breakpoint is ugly here. I mean, I still think it's fine. Because we can attack for, no, we don't have a ready. No, this isn't it. This is not the play. So I still think we do the play, which is 1, 2, 3 for in harm's way, which clears. If we had the breakpoint, we'd be fine. We'll attack for 1 to the villain. We're ready. We'll use this to play Ronin. We're now at 6 defense and retaliate, which will knock out MaGog, which is good. That's perfect, actually. We'll attack for 1 to MaGog, hitting MaGog, and then we'll just play the standalone, which is our free ready. So no, that's perfect. It's perfect that he'll be knocked out to retaliate. We lose to an advance sometimes. That's the only thing we're worried about, but what can we do about that? Draw 5. We know what it is. Actually, shuffling is important because what card we don't draw could matter. So we won't draw this card. So we have, the last card is our 2 to every stat card, which is Maybe not necessary if we want to choose not to draw with Unflappable, not to get another encounter card. So look at this hand, this Balacho ass hand. So we play best defense for free. Sorry, the best offense for free. It puts our stats at, I wonder if we're going to get other versions of this. Probably not. This puts us at 7. 7's a weird breakpoint for MaGog, no matter what we attack him twice. 7's a really good breakpoint because when we knock at the challenger, he has 7 health, or it has 7 health, more accurately. So we can play best defense, ABR, 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 ABR. Hitting 9 actually off of this doesn't hit any breakpoints. So I think we're going to choose not to Unflappable because we might be able to win this turn. Did we draw the advances? We only drew 1, I think. There's still 1 in the deck. And it's a thin deck. Yeah, there's still 1. So I think actually we don't draw Unflappable because drawing another encounter card is probably a bit worse. And it doesn't hit, like hitting for 9 versus 7 is fine. Yeah, clip worthy. Yeah, this is why you do this. All right, let's see if we survive. Again, if we get attacked and take damage, we do lose the game. At least if MaGog attacks us. This goes to 2. The villain is attacking for 3 and a card. We, of course, will defend for 6. 4. This is a very important card. It's one of the MaGog activates, so we take no damage. We will choose to not use Unflappable, but we will ready. And notably, the villain takes 1, which means the villain's text fires, which is perfect. So when MaGog would be defeated, place 2 raid encounters. Deal each player face down counter card. Yeah, maybe we missed on the other one. I'm pretty sure we were meant to get an encounter card. So I don't want to draw 3 encounter cards. Team Blue gets its first 2 points on the board. MaGog resets to 10. All right, unfortunately, we have to survive 2 encounter cards. Werewolf pack. Okay, so this is going to take damage off of us. Luckily, the werewolf pack has no good text. We've seen this before. It eats one of your allies, and then it's harder to kill, but we have no allies. Take that, werewolves. Last encounter card. Okay, neat. Now this actually changes the math a bit because the bandolier has surge. It says you may spend a resource to attach this to you. The problem is the resources right now are way more valuable than 1 attack because each resource is worth 7 attack. So I'm not going to do this. Not going to do this. It actually hits a nice breakpoint though if we drew Unflappable because then we hit 10 attack. But again, every resource in our hand is actually worth 7 damage, so we're not going to take this. Oh no! This is not the worst encounter card, but it's pretty bad. Excuse me. So MaGog is now attacking and the werewolf is attacking us. So MaGog is the most important one. Oh my god. Okay, this is fine. We have a standalone. We'll be okay. So at least we won't lose. If the werewolf hits us for 3, it just hits us for 3. We don't have to exhaust into it, but we have a free standalone, so we might as well. So MaGog is attacking us. We'll defend for 6. 3. Boost. Love to play around this boost. This is part of our kit. Luckily, it says either choose to spend 2 physical, which we can't, or exhaust our identity. We're already exhausted because we're in the middle of the defend. So we don't take any damage. MaGog takes 1. Cool. So villain takes 1. Now the werewolf's going to attack us. Notably, the werewolf does not have text, but when the werewolf attacks us, we can at least use standalone here to ready. We can choose to exhaust into the werewolf, but I think we're happy just taking 3 from the werewolf because the text doesn't matter. It just does 3 damage. So we'll take 3 from the werewolf, and then the werewolf takes 1 from retaliate, and that's it. We survived. Whoa. We could fire Unflappable off of MaGog, knowing that we draw into this. This gives us another resource, which doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. It draws another encounter card, and we're exhausted. I guess we're not exhausted. Do we draw another encounter card? I just don't think this matters because it costs too many resources. I think we just chill. I think we just do the turn. It's funny that MaGog has now 9 health, but we have to defeat MaGog so many times to get enough points. Like we have to defeat MaGog a lot. All right, it's us. Let's just do it. Let's see what happens. So let's do friction resistance for the best offense. I think we might be able to knock at the challenger. The problem is the breakpoints on this are ugly. So we get +1 to your defense stat, which means this round, all our stats is 7. They're 7. Okay. Super stat, it's 7. And this is for the whole round, not for the whole turn. This is our hand. So not too difficult to do things. Yeah, we hit some really ugly breakpoints here. Playing around advance is also something we should worry about, but I think we're just going to send it. So we're going to attack MaGog for 7. We will ready ourselves with friction resistance. We'll attack MaGog for 7. MaGog is defeated. That gives us another encounter card. Oh my god, we're not going to survive this. MaGog is really good into this. So challengers deal each player face down encounter card. If we don't win this turn, we're going to lose because we're going to have a lot of encounter cards. MaGog sets to 10 health. Right, like we technically have 7 attack. It's the same as having 5 attack on this board state. We will now use and always be running off of the friction resistance, which readies us. We'll attack again for 7 to the villain. We'll use an always be running. We'll attack for 7 to the villain. MaGog is defeated one more time. This goes to 6. Very importantly, when the challenger flips, they're cheering for us now. So when it hits 5, flip it. After the challenger flips to the side, search the encounter deck and discard pile for the surprise contender and put into play engage with you. The first player is already in play, give it a tough status. Luckily, the challenger has exactly 7 health. So that is perfect for this. And when we defeat the challenger, we go to 8 ratings. I think we're short 1 ready. I think we're short 1 ready from being lethal here. So we might have to survive the 3 encounter card turn. So MaGog resets. We have the surprise contender, or challenger, excuse me. Contender. Surprise contender, 7 health, villainous. So if we knock it out. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I think we're slightly short. So we'll still friction resistance to play always be running, so we're ready. So we can attack for 7, attack for 7. We have 14 more damage. So we can either knock out MaGog or knock out the contender and then knock out the werewolf. Or even knock out the contender and knock out the melee and emoji Museum for safety. I think we always hit the surprise contender. So it does 7 damage, clears it. When it's defeated, we go up to 8 ratings. But I think we're 1 ready short. We're 1 ready short of clearing this. We'll play the always be running. So we have 1 more attack of 7. What's this mess I've walked into? Combo turn. Our hand was perfect. This last card, if it was a ready, we would have lethal, I think. So we are short damage. If we attacked MaGog, we drop him down to 3. Retaliate brings him down to 2. Again, I don't think this was worth it because we spent 3 cards on this. We don't do enough. The issue is we're drawing 4 encounter cards, and that's terrifying. We can't jump down because the advance is somewhere. So either we knock out the werewolf, which standalone deals with the werewolf, or we knock out melee in the Mojo Museum and play around advance. Right now we're choosing how do we think we're going to lose. I don't want to look at the bottom of the counter deck because it tells us what these are, so we can't. But the bigger thing is like how many cards say he attacks. I think he has multiple defend the titles. We've only seen 1 so far. Could be the Kraken, which is fine. We've seen Shadows. There's a couple cards with Insight from our set. I think we've only seen 2 of them. We've seen only 1 advance. The Break a Leg is kind of scary. We've seen 2 assaults, Under Fire. We haven't seen Exhaustion, which is always a nightmare because Exhaustion into an attack, at least like with standalone, we can beat that. I think I keep Werewolf for the free ready. It's such a cool board state. Yeah, it is a really cool board state. I think the Werewolf for the free ready is reasonable because it allows us to play around Exhaustion into... No, actually not. It doesn't. I think we lose to advance every time. I think we have to thwart 7 off of this. Because if it's an advance, he usually just wins the game. And then we'll pass. So like if we survive this, we're lucky. No matter what, next turn we'll probably be guaranteed to be able to get lethal because we have a 3 attack twice. Actually, not necessarily. But I think we have to clear this because we're going to draw 4 encounter cards, and when one of them's advanced, he schemes for 1 in a card. Like we're cooked. So we'll pass. Notably, this is still on the table, so missed the deck cycle. But we do have 7 defense for this turn. You mean when we survive this? Yeah, when we survive this. We can also tank 1 more werewolf back hit, but then we have an issue if we draw another break a leg. I just don't know how many break a legs are in the deck. It might only be 1. MaGog's set is only like 7 cards or something. It's pretty small, but the whole deck is really small, so it doesn't feel bad. Man, yeah, MaGog is cool. This is what I mean. Bespoke scenarios are like the coolest thing. Especially when the theme is so good. Okay. All right. Definitely can't jump down. We know this is a card that gives us +2 to our stats. So with a ready, we can do 3, 6, 9. And then with the retaliate, the MaGog will get, that will have lethal. If we get 1 ready and survive this, maximum velocity is always lethal unless there's a guard. Before encounter cards is an issue, huh? I just want to check. I think, oh, man, is MaGog hard that much harder? So the other side of MaGog says, yeah, we forgot to do that text. The challenges and deal each player face down encounter card. I thought we'd dealt too few encounter cards. That's why MaGog felt so easy. But when you defeat MaGog, you are meant to give yourself an encounter card. I think we always forgot to do that on the other side. Regardless. Reinforced Sinew, definitely not what we want in our hand. We would love to have the 1-cost defense event that stuns MaGog, because that buys us a lot of survivability. There's 3 never back downs. ABR, okay, so at least we have lethal. Double time is not it. We definitely want a defense event. Ugh, not it. So we just have to get lucky about these cards. Main goes to 2 threat. If this completes, we lose. MaGog attacks. We have to defend. MaGog is attacking for 3. We're defending for 7. 3. 4, 5. Vampire. Okay. I thought we saw that already. So MaGog takes 1. We will choose to either stand alone here. Okay, this is a big decision. Either we use our hero text immediately ready, and then we let the werewolf attack us, bring us down to 1 health. We probably have to do that. And then we can block MaGog again. And if MaGog attacks a 3rd time, we do stand alone. So I think we choose to ready here. I think we're going to need to be able to defend 3 times against MaGog. We've already seen the gang up. The werewolf pack attacks us. We just take it. We take 3. Goes down to 1. Or down 1 for retaliate. We have to survive 4 encounter cards. If there's another break a leg, it's also bad. Stage fright. That's probably not good. You are confused. Okay. Place 2 threat on the main scheme. 4 threat if there are more ratings. Luckily there's not. We would have lost to that. Glad that we schemed. Oh, unflappable draw. Good catch. Thank you. Fine. So if we did not thwart, we would have lost to this. So good to see that coming. Caught off guard. Totally fine. Reasonable encounter card. So we can discard an upgrade we control. Serval's fine. So far, so good. Just 2 more. The best laid plans are foiled sometimes. So MaGog schemes for 1 in a card. If it is the assault that has 0 boosts, we're fine. If it is one of our cards from our Quicksilver set, we're fine. But schemes for 1? It is. It's Earthquake. Okay, no, we're good. We're still good. We're still good. It's just a bit airborne. Earthquake. Choose to either spend 2 physical resources or exhaust your identity. Looks at hand. These cards do matter. We will exhaust, because if we get attacked, we can ready. This is at 5. I think we have it. Surge of Aggression attaches. Attach to MaGog. After MaGog's hit points are reset, place 1 rating counter on the challengers and discard this card. Ooh, did you make a Simpsons reference? Yes, I think from the Simpsons movie, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not, actually. I forget which one the pig one is in. Okay. I think we're good. Now that's television. That's a very MaGog themed. Okay, we should be fine here, he says. So all we need to do is attack a couple times. So we'll play the maximum velocity, which gives our stats +2/+2. So we're at 3 attack, which is the real stat that matters this turn. And we have to attack 3 times. So we're going to use Def Focus because it's a superpower and friction resistance, I guess. Then we're going to throw this out to ABR, which we have just enough ABRs here. So we'll ready ourselves. We'll attack for 3 into MaGog. We'll ready ourselves some friction resistance. We'll attack for 3 into MaGog. Yeah. We'll friction resistance for ABR. We'll attack the 3 in MaGog. Not even close. That was one of the best games we played in a while. Oh man, that's so cool. Yeah, MaGog is sick. I'm glad we played on an expert because it's really, really hard. The best decision we made last turn is to thwart this. I don't think I realized there was a card that just added 2 thwart. And then we got lucky on the Earthquake. Because like how many boosts? 1 boost, 2 boosts, 3 boosts, 3 boosts, star boost. So like we might have been okay there, but like we had to get really lucky. That last turn was incredible. Unfortunately, the way that MaGog's break points, like hit points, work, like we ended up doing like 28 plus damage on a single turn, but because MaGog hits break points of 10, that damage gets cut off pretty heavily, but that was really good. Yeah, the amount of damage in 2 turns, like we also got really lucky there. We got to the end because we needed maximum velocity and exactly 2 readies to hit the 9 damage plus the retaliate. In theory, we could have put MaGog down to 1 health and defended, and then like retaliate would have finished the game off if we were 1 damage short, but we really needed the last card in our deck to be maximum velocity. Which very importantly, we chose not to draw last turn, which turns out to be the correct play because our hand was totally cracked. Even the fact that we had this at the bottom card was a 1 in 7 chance, a 1 in 6 chance. So we had to get very lucky that this was the bottom card. Yeah. 1 health, 8 champs, 10 challengers, dodge all boost, just kiss. I mean, it's as close as it could have been. While the werewolf is wailing on us and we're down to 1 health, not caring. Yeah, great game. Man, again, When the scenarios have this much theme in it, you have to play around every single piece. They're just kind of the best. This is the Marvel Champions I prefer a fair bit. Cause it's just good. It's good stuff. Anyways, deck is in the description. We did make the changes. Big thing again today is that we were trying out this what's it called? What's the name of the card called? Leading Blow. And like it's really cool that it works. But ultimately, like you've seen time and time again, game and game today about the problems with Leading Blow. It's really good with your copy of the Best Defense. The problem is the Best Defense is not consistent. You can draw 2 in the same turn. You can draw the Leading Blow and not draw it. So unless you're a hero that can play Leading Blow naturally, I don't think I'd do it. Same way that Counterpunch and True Grit are just like, they're good dreams. It's like, you know, you can buy a ticket to the Fast Pass to go to Disneyland. And when you're there, you have a fun time. The problem is like, you don't always get to Disneyland, right? MaGog is a fantastic scenario. Mojo Mania was such a good scenario pack. Yes, I agree. Actually, I don't know if I like MaGog that much, but like, sorry, Mojo that much, but MaGog is definitely the highlight. We should play more of the other two. Specifically, if you have a good thwarting deck into MaGog, he's kind of fun. And Spiral is also kind of special. Whew. All right. Thanks so much for hanging out. I'm glad that we played that on Expert because that was close. My name is Andre. You probably know that. Big thing I want to say is we're not going to be here next week. We're off on holiday, so we'll be back next week. So not next week, the week after. Notably, because we missed 2 streams, we'll stream on some weird day. So it's very likely we'll stream on like a Wednesday afternoon next week, whatever the date is. So if you're new around here, if you want to hit the subscribe button, you'll get notified when we're live or when the video's up, whatever works for you. But we are not going to be next Friday or next Sunday. I'll be on holiday. Hopefully you're having a good week, but we'll be back a week after. So do stay tuned for that for sure. That's it. Have a good trip. Thank you so much. If you appreciate content like this, also, if you want to take a second just to leave a like on the video, that's like one of the easiest ways to support the channel. If you want to subscribe, if you're not, again, many reasons, maybe that's a good thing to do. Leave a comment. I read all the comments, respond to them. That stuff is super appreciated and helps the channel grow a heck of a lot. We've been growing a fair bit, which is quite nice. We're getting up on the 2,000 mark, which is kind of cool. Thanks for the stream. Enjoy the holidays. Thank you, Ren. Yeah, there's going to be a Tuesday Metropole Grid stream next week, and that's going to be the last one for a minute. So if you want to join in from some Netrunner, the links are always in the description. We stream Tuesday afternoons, just about the same time as this, right? That's it. Again, take care of yourselves. Enjoy the rest of your week, rest of your weekend, and then the next week, and hopefully you're well. Again, links to all the decks we play in the description, and we'll catch you in the next one.